speak to me. Oh.
A little behind the scenes action here at Road Gang Radio. By the way, did you hear Nemo's Night Beats?
Good.
That's something else, huh?
Okay. Do I sound okay? Okay. And we are live from Fastport Studios in New Orleans. It's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, fun-having Jimmy Mack.
Fun-loving, truck-loving, one-of-a-kind Jimmy Mack. By the way, it's a perfect day to get a big smile on your face. I was actually telling Madison with a T, who is over here in the Crescent City with me on Road Gang Radio. We're coming for you, man. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. Check out that content that Dre and I created. We're out of our minds. We're maniac. If you guys are wondering how all that content goes down on the videos when we create the promos, everybody's pretty much told, here's the deal. They are told they have about a minute. Some people decide that they're going to play their guitar and talk for 3. That's okay. We're told we have about a minute, so we have to try to cram in all the information while being creative simultaneously. And our good friends Madison with a T and phone master of the time has come to Dre, who, by the way, is sitting to Madison's right here in the Crescent City at the Fastport Studios. Go to fastport.com, by the way. They are big sponsors of not only the studio, but the big event coming up on the 23rd. The 23rd of July. That's next Wednesday. I know Marshall Planner is going to make his way down here. He's going to make his way down to the Crescent City. We're going to have a big truck on the side of this building. We're going to have some gumbo, some potato salad, and some pasta. Speaking of pasta, yesterday was National Macaroni and Cheese Day, not to be confused with National Marconi and Cheese Day, which is a chance to be a dork on the radio. I'll get to the dork stuff here in a second. My mom actually heard the broadcast. Listen to this, guys. Listen to this. And good morning, everybody out there. My mom made us mac and cheese sloppy joes.
Wow.
And let me tell you something, mac and cheese sloppy joes are something to behold. So if you've ever had a mac and cheese sloppy joe, jump in over there, yakking on the tube of you. I see many of you guys are already doing there. Marshall, good morning to you. Steve, good morning to you. Joe J, one of the biggest supporters, good morning to you. And of course, Dave Nemo is lean and mean. He be on the scene over there in the chat room if you want to talk to Dave. Speaking of talking to Dave, dig this. Last night, we had a little something going on with our friends at Rees Across America, who, by the way, will be appearing today for Trucking Tributes, as they always do, after Maintenance Matters with Kevin Lindsay. He, by the way, is going to be talking about retreads. We are going to debunk a whole lot of myths on retreads. But our good friends at Rees Across America Radio, they give us content, and they've been saying, hey, man, we've been giving you content. Where's our content? We said, well, hold on, man. We got great content headed your way. Unbelievably cool Magoo content. It came last night. It comes today. It is all over our platform and theirs. We can't do it on the TubeU. We can't do it on the Book of Face because music licensing here and there and everywhere on Road Gang Radio is a little tougher to come by. But when it comes to playing music, there are places we can do it at RadioNemo.com 365. And, of course, our friends at Rees Radio can make it happen. Dave used to do a show when he was in Korea, when he was serving his country. He did a show called Nemo's Night Beat. He has reconstituted it. It is a combination of what he used to do when he was in the armed services and what he used to do when he was on the road gang. I don't know if you got a chance to hear it, but I'd love to hear from you at 615-292-6366. Earl and Joe Noble, good morning to you both. It's good to have you on board as people begin to fill up. Now, I told you guys it's a good day for a smile and a good day to be a dork. It's one of the notes that we've been giving Madison. And by the way, she doesn't have a problem smiling. The lady's always smiling, got a big beaming smile, just like Phone Master Dre. You can check out that. You can check out that high wattage smile that our good friend Dre has in the video that he and I made. But the thing about smiling is, and you guys probably notice that both Dave and Claire in particular, when they cut a spot or do something, when they do canned content, it sounds really warm. Have you noticed that, Madison? I don't know if you've been paying attention to the commercial spots, Madison. But those spots sound really warm. And one of the reasons they sound warm is it's important when you are doing a spot or recording anything to smile. It actually makes your voice, it beams your voice. It makes the miracle happen. Smiling actually does the job. Go on.
Oh, yeah. I'm no stranger to smiling. So I was actually a competitive dancer for quite a few years when I was younger.
Smile.
Yeah, me and Tara talked about this actually because she also did dance, and I believe she's a dance coach now.
She is. Good one.
And so the number one thing that was beaten to your head was smile and nod specifically. And because if you drop your face, then the audience knows you messed up. But if you keep that smile going and you fake it, even if you forget the routine, it almost looks intentional sometimes. So
it's really funny. Mike Barber, who does Trucker's Wealth, who does the segment Rolling with the Reels, he came on and did the Bad News Bears with us. We talked about the original Bad News Bears, not the later one. The later one doesn't work for the same reason that Blazing Saddles, you could never get away with making that movie now, although that everybody that watches it says, I don't see the problem because it's an equal opportunity hater. There's one woman that watched it who thought it was going to be really culturally insensitive, who said, no, this film just punched everybody. But the guy who directed Bad News Bears, Michael Ritchie, you could make an argument. He's a Brit, but he moved to the United States and loved this country. He made 3 films in the 70s that are absolutely peak 70s, but maybe the best examination of America by anybody who wasn't born in America. And those 3 movies are, number 1, The Bad News Bears, number 2, The Candidate with Robert Redford about running for office in this country, and the third one is a beauty pageant movie, and you can guess the title, can't you? Smile. And that's the entire title of the movie, and the more you watch it, the more it makes sense. So smile, guys. Smile because you're listening to Road Gang Radio at RadioNemo.com, yakking it up on the TubeU, feeling it out on the Book of Face, having the audacity to be at Odyssey and all the other glorious places. Even if you've opened up that Pandora's box, we are thrilled to have you here and on the scene. I got a phone call, do I not? Who I got?
You sure do. We have Huckleberry on the phone. He's in Wisconsin, and he said he just wanted to say hey. He hasn't talked to you in a while.
Huck, my man, how you doing? How's the Beast of Bray Road treating you?
Hi. How you doing, Pookie?
I'm good, boogie boogie boo. What's going on, my friend? What's going on, my fellow New Orleanian who also happens to be a Wisconsinian?
Yeah, I just got done, and I haven't been able to catch you lately. I've been getting done early a lot in the last few weeks, so I've been getting home by the time you're getting on board.
Oh man, I know it's crazy because I mean you live in the old Ridley country. I mean you live in that old wee small hours of the morning place, right?
Yes. So what used to be Ridley country, yeah. So they're changing my schedule up a little bit, but it doesn't affect me very much. So but I figure I'd just jump in and shout out at everybody, and ain't heard from anybody in a while, and so.
Well, this is where we all are, man. You got to get yourself on top of this situation because we all over here, man. Have you been over? Now where are you listening on? What platform?
iHeart.
Oh, okay. If you get a chance on a day off and you want to listen, what's really fun is to head over to YouTube because those maniacs are in the chat room and they are having the time of their lives. I mean, literally, Chowder's over there, Mark's over there. A lot of people are actually over there. Send people that way, too. But having you on iHeart is pretty groovy as well. Let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of National Be a Dork Day?
No, I actually have not.
Listen to this. I couldn't think of a better person to share this with because you and I are fellow dorks. National Be a Dork Day, July 15th. It's about a day of letting your inhibitions go. A dork, by definition, is a person who lacks social skills and tends to have eccentric interests and hobbies. Usually a dork's fashion sense is also questioned, as their outfits tend to be mismatched, ugly, or something most people would not prefer to wear. I can check all those boxes. With the advent of technology and the growing exposure and influence of pop culture, dorks have been depicted as, well, of people who have conventional ugly features like buck teeth, acne, and poor eyesight with large frame glasses. You and I are too handsome. We don't qualify. But National Dork Day aims to celebrate the dork in us all. So I figured, why not embrace the inner dork? You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Yeah, I'm all for them goofy holidays.
You're a goofy holiday. That was Dre, by the way, in the background, telling you to have a goofy holiday. Yep. How's your wife?
Yep. She's doing better, and her blood volume is down, but she's feeling stronger from the down from the last count that she had, and mine's holding steady. So we can't figure out what's going on with me, but I'm at least holding steady.
How's your son?
So doing well. He started golf lessons about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, nice. Where is he actually? Where does one go about getting golf lessons in your neck of the woods?
We go to Glen Aaron in Janesville. Really nice course, and they've got a beer there that I go for. It's called Cursing Stone. Really good.
Nice. By the way, look, if you are down in New Orleans next week, and I know it's a long shot, we are having a party on the 23rd. All of our friends are invited. You are our friend, therefore you are invited. We'd love to see you. Seriously. Come check out our new space and our new digs. We dig them, and we think you will too.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure I would.
By the way, Huck, Bruce Almighty says, welcome to the Resistance, Huck. The Paranormal Pie Man says good morning as well. And Dave Nemo says good morning to you, as does RadioNemo, which means the turtle is lurking around out there. Huck, I'm going to float you. It's good to hear your voice. Final thought.
Everybody be good, be safe, or don't get caught.
All right.
I ain't got bail money for nobody.
That's exactly it. And by the way, next time you call, you better say morning, y'all. I'm going to hold you to it, all right?
Y'all.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Huck. Be good, be safe, be well. 615-292-6366. They took our pride. They took our money. They took our name, but they couldn't take our phone number. Who do I got?
Do I even need to say it at this point?
Does it begin with an M and end with an arc, or does it begin with a S and end with an outer?
The second one.
Souter. What's going on?
Morning, Jimmy Mac. Morning, Madison with a T.
Good morning.
Morning, Brother Dre. And if you're still listening, morning, Huck.
Oh, good to have him back, isn't it?
Hi, honey.
Sure it is. So, I mean that with the most sincerity. I'm glad to hear Huck every now and then. He's kind of like Chowder. I take each of them in small doses. But
Under the bus he goes. Go ahead.
Yep. Hey, Jimmy Mack. I took some more Jimmy Mack. It wasn't really advice, but you were talking about it a few weeks ago, and I think we found another area where Chowder's not very cultured, which isn't hard to do because I'm pretty much a dork anyway. But, Jimmy, I made an honest attempt 3 times. I couldn't stay awake for any of it because I couldn't figure it out, but is there any worse role for Jason Momoa than whatever that Minecraft thing was? I couldn't figure it out.
I loved that movie.
I had so much fun.
I had so much fun. I got the Minecraft McDonald's meal, and then I ate it in the theater.
Let me make this really clear to everybody. I actually tried to watch it without the presence of my 8-year-old nephew, and it just suffered without him in the room. I'll tell you that right now.
I think that might be the problem, Jimmy, because I've never even played the game or know of the game Minecraft, and maybe that's some of the problems. But that movie really... I'll try it a 4th time if I'm bored and I don't have any sticks to stick in my eye, but I don't know. I'm a little hesitant to try the Superman one now after that.
No. And let me tell you something. I would have enjoyed. Remember, I did not sit with Gustavo. He sat a row in front of us, so I wasn't even in his presence. Superman, I loved. Minecraft was about literally being with a couple of kids in a theater full of kids going,
Chicken jockey.
Yeah, let me tell you something, dude. Watching it again, like 20 minutes in with my mom and dad, I'm like, yeah, I'm out. I'm done.
Chowder, I'm going to defend that movie for a couple reasons and a couple reasons only.
Phone Master Dre actually on a mic and actually co-hosting the show this morning, by the way, because Madison's producing it.
Nice.
Go ahead.
Good morning, co-host Dre. How are you doing today?
I'm going to get out of the seat very shortly, but this is nice. I feel powerful. Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. That movie, man, it was a video game and it was silly, but the only reason I highly enjoyed that movie is because my girlfriend's oldest daughter is obsessed with Minecraft, loved the movie.
7, by the way.
Yes, 7.
Yeah, I think that's a crucial detail.
Exactly.
Not 16, 7. I think people who are like, I don't know, 23, 24, eating a Happy Meal in the theater.
Yeah.
As a proud 24-year-old, I thoroughly enjoyed
All
my
right.
time at the Minecraft movie.
But look, I will end with this. This is one of the main reasons why I came up, and that's why I'm defending Jason Momoa. I am going to be the garbage man for Halloween.
Let me tell you something. You don't need. By the way.
Come up for Dead Weird. Be the garbage man for Dead Weird. I'll be the little fat block thing because I'm halfway there.
Oh,
I got
nice.
the fat part down.
Oh my God, Dead Weird would be like awesome.
Everybody needs to come. I think if there was ever a place that screams remote, it's Dead Weird.
Mm-hmm.
What is Dead Weird?
Look it up. It's worth it. Oh, and as I get out of
Give
here,
a quick summary, Chowder.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, you guys all have a good day down there in Nolans.
Thank you, Chowder.
Thank you, Chowder. By the way, everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the resistance. And by the way, that's all framed in music from the Paranormal Pie Man. Chowder, by the way, did say good morning, Huck, and welcome back. Welcome back to everybody here on Road Gang Radio. You're part of the resistance, by the way. I actually am over the moon, delighted, as Teddy Roosevelt would say in his strenuous life. I am. Speaking of Teddy Roosevelt and speaking of kids and movies, we got a chance for Gustavo to watch Night at the Museum for the first time, which is a joyful mess of a movie that makes
Fantastic
absolutely no sense. I mean, let's be real, guys. It's like nobody's coming to the museum. The History of Natural Museum may go out of business. Yeah, what? Have you ever heard of field trips, guys? Not going out of business, not happening, but still a whole lot of fun. And anytime you get to watch Robert Williams go, bully! It's a good time at the movie theater.
You had me at Owen Wilson as a cowboy.
Oh, I know, man. Just the best, man. Just the best. What's his name? And Steve Coogan is the Roman.
Yes.
Those guys are awesome. We have to take a quick break here. We got to do our pledge, our national anthem, Bracing Cup of Java with John. Don't forget Kevin Lindsay's going to be here today. Our friends from Reeves are going to be here today. We got a double feature on Highway to Health, including some recorded content earlier that is fantastic. And, of course, we make a living in the first half of this show. We make a life in the second half of that show, and that means Lindsay LaRue. Lindsay Lawler herself is going to be lean and mean and on the scene, coming up at 9 in the center, 10 in the east on Road Gang Radio. So let's just have a moment here as our two friends are desperately scrambling to figure something out. Do I have permission to actually do a pledge and national anthem? 100%. Do it.
I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Hey, good morning, good morning. I hope you had a peaceful night's sleep. And if you didn't, I hope and pray that you rested up enough to be taking it down the road. Hey, 2 Thessalonians 3:16 says, now may the Lord of peace himself give you peace at all times in every way. The Lord, watch this, be with you all. You know what Paul just told the Thessalonians? He just told them, whenever life happens, always look at the one that can make life better, and that being Jesus. He's saying that if you and I can just allow Jesus to do his thing in our hearts and in our lives, watch this. He said, now may the Lord of peace himself give you peace at all times in every way. He said it'll get rid of a lot of the frustration if you allow God to give you peace.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
And that was Java with Pastor John. Back to you, Jimmy.
By the way, yesterday, the FMCSA announced a waiver allowing interstate commercial driver's license holders, commercial learner permit holders, and motor carriers to continue relying on paper copies of medical examiner certificates, MECs, as proof of driver's medical certification for up to 15 days after the date the medical examiner certificate was issued. That waiver will remain in effect until October 12th of this year. The FMCSA has also issued a recommendation that medical examiners continue to issue drivers a paper medical examiner certificate in addition to submitting those results electronically. Officials opted to grant the waiver due to delays as certified medical examiners and state drivers licensing agencies transition from the paper-based process to secure electronic transmission of driver medical certification information under the Medical Examiner Certification Integration Final Rule. You got all of that? Basically, you can keep carrying the piece of paper on the waiver for about 15 days until you can get the stuff digitally downloaded. Officials opted to grant that waiver due to, as I said before, delays as certified medical examiners and state drivers licensing agencies get themselves up to speed. The FMCSA notes that as of July 14th, only 38 states and the District of Columbia have implemented NRII. The remaining 12 states continue to rely on paper MECs. All right, this is what the agency had to say. The FMCSA has determined that it is in the public interest to issue a waiver so that drivers with valid medical certification and their employers are not negatively impacted for delays outside of their control during the transition. waiver restrictions are listed as follows. Let me give you a couple of these. Number one, this waiver does not apply to a driver if the driver does not have a copy of his or her current valid MEC on his or her person that was issued as a certified medical examiner within the prior 15 days. That's a big one. The waiver, number two, does not apply to a motor carrier if the motor carrier does not have a copy of the driver's current valid MEC that was issued by a certified medical examiner within the prior 15 days. I can go on with this, guys, but basically what it comes down to is it's a waiver to actually help you get your stuff digitally downloaded. This is not like a get-out-of-jail-free card. You have to have had the medical examination. That has to go down. That's not that kind of waiver, but the waiver is basically if you have paper documentation and it isn't digitally available, you got a 15-day window to kind of make that happen. And that's going to be in effect until later on this year, 2025. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio on RadioNemo.com. You can also find us on the Book of Face. And, of course, you can find us here in the city of New Orleans between the historic French Quarter and the sprawling, gorgeous City Park on Esplanade Avenue over at the historic Degas House, and that means we're at the Fastport Studios. Go to fastport.com and find out how they're making national apprenticeship programs happen all over the country. What they're doing is using technology, and most importantly, people to help people find their purpose moving forward, to find the jobs and the positions that they're looking for. Go to fastport.com. We are actually thrilled to have them as a sponsor, and today the very talented Madison with a T is going to be finishing up the sign on the front door so people don't knock here anymore going, "We're here for the wedding." I need to book a wedding right now.
I got a check for you.
I'll take the check. I won't take the
Degas
wedding.
house?
But yeah, they come by here every once in a blue. Most of the time they get it right because the ladies that work here make sure they say, "Hey, come around to the back or go to the other building." But every once in a blue moon we get a little knock on the door. Well, my favorite is people will actually look through the windows, see me on the microphone, people are talking, and then they still knock.
Yep.
They still knock.
So that is why on the front door it will say, "Please do not disturb," live on air.
Please do not disturb live on the air. And, of course, we'll be making some Fastport signs here today, all getting ready for a wonderful party that we're going to be throwing. This is no snobaranium. Dress is what we call New Orleans summertime, have some fun, casual. A number of our friends, a number of drivers, including Marshall and Jerry, are going to be making their way down. I think Marshall is staying here. You're going to be staying here. Some people are booking rooms here, which means you'll be sharing a hotel space with Chef Marty. That maniac has got over 1,000 views on his video. Creator of the brisket Jimmy Mac and Cheese, which there is a rumor might be served here. We'll see. We'll find out. That's a lot of heat to be cooking up in the summertime here in New Orleans. I said we got a great show, and we do. On this National Be a Dork Day, our good friend Kevin Lindsay is going to make his way over in just short order here. Good topic, by the way. Maintenance Matters is we're going to be focusing on the affordability and sustainability of retread tires. He's going to be debunking 4 big myths, including the ones that retreads are not safe. Absolutely, positively false. Provided that you actually are, using the application properly, provided you've done your research and provided you've got a good maintenance plan, retreads can last you just as long as any brand spanking new tire. And all those bits and pieces you see on the side of the road, those retreads, you think are all retread bits and pieces? They're not. Over 68% of all bits and pieces of rubber on the side of the road are brand spanking new tires. So Kevin's going to be here to debunk those myths. Immediately after that, our friends from Reeves across America are going to be joining us for trucking tributes. And we actually gave them a little bit of a tribute. They sent us tribute in the form of trucking tributes. We sent them tributes in forms of Nemo's Night Beat. That is a nice little piece of lanyap we're sending you towards you. The real big action, though, I'm excited about this, and you should be too. Lindsay Lawler is going to be debuting down here at the same day we're having the party. That morning, Lindsay Lawler, well, that afternoon, as a matter of fact, from the Fastport Studios, will be debuting her new show, We Should Write. And, man, she has got a dandy of a first guest. Live in studio, legendary cowboy mouth drummer and vocalist Fred LeBlanc is going to be joining her from the Fastport Studios. Maybe a few other people will drop in. Speaking of musicians, if you get a chance, head over to the Tube of You, where you can find our interview with Ramona and the Holy Smokes. I didn't get a chance to see the show last night. Dude, I just couldn't, man. I couldn't. And they were right. That show would have started at 9:45, which meant I wouldn't have been through the first set until about 11 o'clock at night, which meant I would have had to been. Dre sends me a text message around 4:30, quarter after 4 in the morning. He usually says, hey, man, I'm getting in the car. I'm on my way over. Just to let me know he's on his way over. And I always write back and say, be safe. And that's the end of that. And I see him at around 5:45, 6 o'clock, 6:10, depending upon what kind of traffic he hits coming in from the northeast. That's kind of the real deal. That's kind of how it's set up. I couldn't do it. Man, I wanted to do it. Let me tell you something. Had they dropped in on a Friday, I'd have been there, and Dre would have been with me. By the way, I got a chance to see Dave play the bongos on Saturday night over at Rockin' Bowl with Jedi Mind Trick. Tara's actually got some content that is headed your way. It's really fun, by the way, guys. The content that I got that I really thought was cool, this is really groovy. You know the song by Supertramp, the Logical song? When I was young, it seemed that life was so logical. Dave actually plays about 4 or 5 different percussive instruments. And so I just kept the camera on him as he changed over each one of the different things that he used. Some really groovy stuff. Dave does a lot of talking and playing of music on Nemo's Night Beat. Some really groovy stuff. We'll get more information where you can rehear that, but I know our good friend Joe got a chance to listen. Our good friend Paul, Long Haul Paul, got a chance to listen. It was all groovy stuff. More groovy stuff in the form of Kevin Lindsay coming up here on the other side of this break. It's Road Gang Radio on RadioNemo.com, on the Eye of Heart, the Tube of You, the Pan of Dora, and all places else where we broadcast. Thank you for taking a ride this morning, guys. Lots listening, lots of fun being had over there on the Tube of You, on the Face, and all other places where we chat. We'll be right back. Oh, and Marty's at door 2.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling with Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios in Nowlands.
Nola?
Nowlands?
Nola?
Nola?
Ain't no such place as Nolans. I'll give you the 3 pronunciations. If you're from Ohio, you can say New Orleans. You can say the city of New Orleans, which, by the way, is what the Uptown guys say. Since you live uptown, Madison, I'll give everybody your address right now.
I don't live uptown. I moved, remember? I live in the Lower Garden District.
It's uptown.
That is uptown. What?
Okay, let me get really clear about this. These are a lot of newfangled terminologies that real estate developers added. Okay. The Lower Garden District, by the way, the area you live in is actually the Irish Channel. if we're being really technical about that. The LGD is something that was invented like the bywater. The bywater is actually 2 blocks that are actually by the water, and then they somehow made it like 10 blocks because bywater sounds a lot better than living in the lower 9th Ward.
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, I think sounds groovy as hell. I want to I want to live in the Bronx. I want to live in the Battery. I want to live in the Irish Channel. I don't want to live in, like, the Lower Garden District. But that's all considered uptown. That whole area. They like to demarcate themselves because they're a bunch of fancy pants.
Okay.
But the opposite of fancy pants is on this day in 1951, Jesse the Body Ventura, wrestler and former governor, was born on this day. I love this quote from him. I would rather be uncomfortable with the truth than to be lied to in comfort. And of course, his real name is James George Llanos. Jesse the Body Ventura was born on this day in 1951. That's how I feel about Kevin Lindsay. I would rather be uncomfortable with the truth than lied to in comfort. By the way, if you don't know him, I don't know where you've been all my life, but he is the manager of technical service over at Travel Centers of America. This is Maintenance Matters. And speaking of the truth, today the truth doesn't hurt. Today the truth will set you free, because it turns out that if you focus on affordability and sustainability, retreads are actually the way to go, right, Kevin? Hey, man.
Hey, yeah, that's right. That's right. How you doing, dude?
I don't have any complaints. On a more groovy birthday than Jesse Ventura, although I don't know what could be more groovy, it's also Linda Ronstadt's birthday. She was born on this day in 1946, which makes me feel really old. Do you feel old yet?
Yeah. No kidding.
I mean, good God Almighty, she looks great, by the way.
Well,
she's doing fine, So there you go.
I think that's a true statement for my entire life that I can remember. She always has.
She always has, man. And by the way, she actually has a great quote.
And sounds great.
Oh, she sounds terrific. I can't, like I said, and by the way, she's one of those artists that if you're a country and western fan, she's got something for you. If you're a soft rock fan, she's got something for you. If you like old time 1930s and 40s music, she's got something for you. It's all groovy stuff. It's all pretty terrific. So I wanted to kind of jump in here because we're talking about everything old is new again. So let's kind of unpack, give us a 30,000-foot view of all this stuff, and then we can kind of go from there.
Yeah. Well, are we talking about my subject matter on tires and retreads now?
Yeah, no, Linda Ronstadt. We can go with that still. No, of course. We're talking about retreads and tires and all that stuff. So I'm sorry.
Hey, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about.
I know you want. Oh, by the way, here's one more birthday that you will love. Speaking of Blazing Saddles, which we talked about earlier, today is Alex Mongo is a pawn in the game of life's Karas's birthday. He was born on this day, which is a pretty groovy thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let's talk about retreads.
Well, I was always one of those guys for years. I've been in this industry a long time. Retreads have always been one of those things. In the back of my mind, I'm like, I really can't stand, because it seems like you have so many issues with retreads and everything. But you got to remember, retreads, when I was younger and actually physically working on trucks all the time and actually busting my butt and changing tires and everything on the side of the road, all that good stuff. There's a lot has changed in retreads and the way retreads are manufactured. All these processes are so much better than they used to be. And there's a lot of standards that are so much better than they used to be for these things now. So to me, that's one of the things that's, when something gets a stigma from a generational stigma like retreads seem to have a lot of times, it's because, it was well founded in the beginning. There was probably a lot of issues with retreads, especially on heavy duty, big truck tires, for several years. But, that's all changed. It really has. And one of the things, I did a little thing here about a year ago, actually at Matt's, a couple shows ago. And some of the research I did, I got to noticing, but about 80% and this scares a lot of people, but it goes back to one of the reasons I'm really not crazy about flying. But 80% of aircraft tires in the U.S. are retreads. That tells you how safe they really are, in my opinion.
Well, no, and when I saw that number, by the way, it actually made me feel really good, because I'll tell you this, there are two things at play there, is that the airlines, despite the fact that they gouge us every direction they possibly can, are also looking for ways, given the high overhead of what things cost, of looking for the most sustainable and cheapest ways they can do things. They also know, stockholders know, that if anything goes wrong, even if they don't care about human life, and some of them do actually, even if they don't care, there's no worse way to tank your stock in the airlines than have things go wrong. So they're not going to put tires on those planes that they think are going to tank their stock. It's actually a really good sign of how far far retreads have come in regards to their safety and sustainability, right?
Yeah, and you know, to be honest with you, it kind of goes back to one of these things. There was kind of a quote I had many years ago now. I actually was working for this major manufacturer of that. They make truck components. They make all kinds of things worldwide, and I was a service rep for them, and I had a class. It was kind of a strange class we went to, but it was the first time they had brought a lot of different people together from their different segments of the business. And I remember one of the guys I was in class with was actually manufactured parts for aircraft, you know, some of the valves and different things used in hydraulics. And we got to talking about, you know, failures and parts per million in the manufacturing processes. And I was like, yeah, you know, on the truck side, you know, we're dealing with this. And he's like, see, that never flies with aircraft. He said, we can't even have one in a billion, you know, because that could cause. I said, yeah. I said, no, I agree. I like that. No. So that's one reason those parts for aircraft and things like that cost so much more, because they have to meet so strict of standards. And that's what, you know, and I know that sounds kind of funny telling a story like that, but to me that kind of ties back into, that goes to show you just how good the process of retreading tires really are nowadays, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that when I saw that was, and by the way, when Kevin sent me his notes, that was the first thing framed at the top, and I did not know that stat, Kevin, and I saw it, and I went, that is a great sign. My grandfather was a pilot, and I remember one time one of my first cousins was on a plane with us, and he was complaining about the fact that we were sitting on the tarmac, and my grandfather turned around and he goes, you would much rather have a problem on the ground than in the air. You need to trust me on this. They cross their T's and dot their I's, and like I said, some of it is done out of the altruism of respect for human life. The other side is the fact that, man, anybody can tell you, anything goes wrong in a plane, even when it's not, you know, catastrophic, fatal, stock doesn't recover well. They have to do everything right, and it's a really kind of great thing. I wanted to also at the top, since we're at a 30,000-foot view, pun intended, to remind people as well, too, that the number one problem, this really goes back to maintenance, isn't retreads. It's people don't have a good maintenance plan. It's underinflation. It's people not putting enough air in their tires that is the real big killer here, right?
It is because not enough air pressure causes a lot of heat generation. Heat is really what kills tires. You know, not only retreads, new tires. You know, new tires can blow out just as easy as retreads can. You know, one thing, there was something else I looked at, and I don't think I ever put it in this document, but I think it was a DOT study or something they did of, because we all know about driving down the interstate.
You put it in, Kevin.
Kevin,
you put it in, brother. I know exactly where you're going. It's the bits and pieces. I was telling Dre and Madison before the show started, the bits and pieces on the side of the road. This is a great stat.
Yeah.
Hit people with this one.
Well, you know, you've got all of these gators, right? I mean, that's what I've always called them.
That's
you
what
got
I call
these
them
gators
too.
in the road, you know. I mean, they're all over the place, but 68% of those you see according to this study, actually comes from new tires, not retreads. But I can tell you why they're there: underinflation. That's the thing, you know. You've got to keep that air pressure right. So,
Let me ask you a question of clarification, since the title of this place is that maintenance does matter. Is the fact that all of those gators, whether they are retreads or whether they're brand spanking new, are usually a result of a lack of proper maintenance and application rather than a result of the tires themselves?
oh, absolutely, absolutely, and that's true, and that's that's one reason I kind of wanted to bring this subject up, because first of all, it's that time of year. Yesterday I was on the road from Tennessee all the way up here to south of Cleveland. Stuck in Lodi again up here. So, but we're getting ready for our internal tech competition up here this week, so which is next week. But all these bits and pieces of tires I saw on the side of the road. I said, I haven't talked about tires in a while. I need to dig into my retread thing and let's talk about this stuff. So,
yeah, and it's also, like I said, the other thing is the fact that everybody's got suspicions about why their tires go wrong, and we're going to debunk a whole bunch of myths today. But at the core of all of this is the fact that most of the reason, other than genuinely faulty tires, but that's a bad maintenance plan too. If you have genuinely bad tires, it means you haven't done your diligence in picking them out. Kevin, before I get to these 4 big myths that you are going to systemically debunk across the course of the next 20 minutes or so, we do have a phone call. I do want to take that really quickly. Who do we got coming in here, Dre? Hey, man. Hey, Jerry. What's going on, dude?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody on the tube of you. Sorry, I don't mean to hijack your segment. I don't have any questions.
That's okay.
But I do have a question. Of all them gators, I wonder how many percentage of them are caused by people exceeding the speed rating of the tires, because what I'm hearing is that the tires are speed rated for 75, and I've seen people pass me going a lot faster than that.
Oh,
so I'm just wondering
absolutely.
if that plays into it.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Absolutely, yeah, it sure does. I mean, I would say probably behind under in pressure. Under in pressure. What? That's a new word.
Underinflation. By the way, I like underimpression. I like under in pressure, by the way. It sounds like a Queen song I haven't heard yet. I'm really thrilled.
Yeah, well, it's groovy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But no, besides that, exceeding speed ratings is probably a huge factor. Because when tire manufacturers make these tires and everything's put together, and I know this is kind of maybe a little bit of a stretch, but if you ever have a chance, it don't matter if it's an automotive or a big truck tire plant, if you ever have a chance to see anything on how tires are manufactured, it will absolutely blow your mind. It did mine. I've always thought, hey, tires are, they're black, they're round, they roll, blah, blah, blah. What is it to tires? Well, let me tell you, there's a lot goes into those tires. There's so much engineering goes into these things, even in the manufacturing process of the way the little wire beads, these radial tires with the wires through the rubber and all this stuff. It's amazing how they put all this together. But, they're all designed for certain speeds at certain loads. So the load rating and the speed rating play a huge factor. And I think in a lot of that we see that may not be due to underinflation.
By the way, though, Diver makes a really good point, too, and we're talking about death by 1,000 rotations, in the sense that if you are driving too fast and your tires are underinflated, it's a toxic combination for a much shorter lifespan on that tire. That's a really good insight, Diver. What's happening with you today before I shuffle you off this radio coil? Final thought.
Today's my Friday, and I'm excited to hear Lindsay LaRue's musical guest, because, the name of the band is
Cowboy Mouth. Yeah. Cowboy mouth. Cowboy mouth. All right, get out of here. Good to talk to you, Diver.
Have a good one.
You
Later.
too, sir. By the way, Kevin, we've already debunked one of the big ones. That a lot of people think, well, it's we'll get to myth number one. They're not safe, and we've already kind of debunked that. They're not only not safe, but it turns out that the kind of work that goes into them, making sure that they are as retreads, ensures their safety. Correct?
That's absolutely correct. Yes, absolutely.
So,
and if you, a lot of people think they don't perform as well as new tires either. That's another one of those myths. But when you really stop and think about some of the things that I just brought up about how they're actually made and manufactured and everything, they actually have to meet even stronger or more stringent standards than new tires do, simply because they have already been used. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense.
There's a lot more goes into actually making a recap or a retread than there actually is a new tire, because that casing has to go through such rigorous testing and everything just to be a good casing. So.
That's the most expensive part of the process as well, right? I mean, it's the casing where most of the money and research goes into kind of the development, and the actual manufacture of the casing is where the real action is in regards to cost, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And, not to get too far off here, but kind of to jump back to that manufacturing thing and this whole thing about, you see a lot of these blowouts from new tires as well. But a lot of people, I think, really don't realize that a new tire being manufactured from scratch, the casing, and the sidewalls and everything, all that casing is made first, and then the tread is put on, much like the process of a retread. So it's really not that much different anyway. So,
Well, I wanted to ask you a question. I've got a weird comp here, weird comparison. It's the thing is the fact that if I buy a new pair of boots, they're brand spanking new, and yes, they're up to standard and all that kind of stuff. They don't feel anywhere near as good as they feel 6 months later. I mean, is it a matter of also, like I said, getting them broken in? I hate to use the word broken, but getting them kind of used to what they're supposed to do. And the fact that I put on new shoes, they don't feel very comfortable at first. I mean, they don't feel as good as they could possibly feel. But once I get them on the road and rolling, walking, they start to really work, correct?
Absolutely. And that's a great analogy, Jimmy, because think about that. Now, think about that. What happens if you put on a pair of my boots that I've broken in? They're not going to feel as comfortable to you, are they?
No,
so
absolutely not.
We start swapping these tires off of one truck onto another. There's some more of your issue, right? So it could be.
Well, it goes back to one of your notes that kept coming up throughout the notes, by the way, and it's and one that that you kind of intuitively know, but it always helps to kind of articulate it, is that you've got to make sure that when you're swapping tires out, you're swapping them into the proper application as well. That's a big thing that gets people in trouble. Can you kind of unpack that a little bit for us, Kevin?
Well, much of what was already alluded to here, you've got to have the right load rating, speed rating, and all that. But not only that, but the position. Because a lot of times, some tires are manufactured to just go on trailers.
Right.
And, I'll be honest with you, I've had customers that have spare tires, on their trailer, and they need a steer tire, but, they don't want to spend the money right now, or they want to get it back home. Hey, can you just put that? No, you can't do that, because you can't put a trailer tire on a steer tire. That's not how that works. Steer tires are for the steering position on heavy-duty trucks. There's no way around that. That's one of those, because you think about that, anything happens. Anyone that's ever had a blowout on a steer tire, even in your car, it's a scary situation. Can you imagine 80,000 pounds pushing with that blowout? That's even scarier, and that's the last thing you ever want happening, is anything like that.
The other thing that I thought was really interesting, we talked about the aircraft carrier operators. If you think that if you think they don't perform as well as new tires, ask anybody who's a pilot. But you can also ask ambulance drivers. You can also ask the folks that drive the fire trucks as well too. These are used by people, and like I said, I mean, when you're dealing with airplanes, you're also dealing with corporations that are looking at the bottom line. But many a fire truck has no other obligation other than the safety of the men and women inside of those trucks and the people that they are serving. They're not going to be making these choices. It's just kind of a way of example to put these tires on if, in fact, they're going to put the ability to control a city's fire problems in harm's way. It just doesn't make much sense. It's a great example of how far this has come, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely. So, another part of that is, it's amazing. So many times we think, hey, and one of these myths is about how much tire retreads cost. Some people think they actually end up costing you more, which they really don't, because overall, as an industry, it's close to $3 billion a year that is saved in tires. Because you stop and think about it in trucking, what's the top two things that trucking companies, owner-operators, if you're doing trucking as a business, your top two expenses for years has been what? Fuel, tires, right? That's where the rubber meets the road, right? It's one of those things that it can save so much money, it truly can. So.
Yeah, I'm always curious about that too, in the sense that it's like people don't realize that if we were just simply buying more and more and more new tires, the cost would be astronomical. But at the end of the day, I'm laughing about this because anybody listening now and from Diver Driver's phone call knows this as well too, is the fact that none of this really works without a really good maintenance plan. That's really what it kind of comes down to, because all those blowouts we talked about are about deflation. Is that so much of it, we do the combination we talked about with Diver Driver. The idea is that you underinflate, you push the truck too hard, it's not in the proper application. So much of this is about human decisions rather than the quality of the equipment. Even with the best equipment you pick, if you don't have a good maintenance plan, that's where the problem comes in. So talk about what it means, even when you get retreads, what it means to have a good maintenance plan to maintain your tires for the longest possible life.
Well, obviously, first and foremost is inflation. Keeping air pressure up is that has always been the number one cause of any premature tire failure. Is underinflation. So air pressure is so critical, but also there's the aspect of keeping tread depths relatively close, because what can happen if you have, say, a set of duals on an axle on a tractor, all four tires on that axle all the way across. When you stop and think about that two sets of duals that make that up going across, you really want those things within a few 30 seconds of each other as far as tread wear. Because what can happen is if you end up putting one new tire on, and let's say it has 20 30 seconds of tread depth, and the one next to it is down to 6 or 8, something like that, you can be talking about a half-inch difference. What that really means, once you put that weight on that tire and it goes down the road, now all of a sudden that new one is actually carrying more of the weight, which is also compressing it down in the road as it rotates, every rotation. But what you don't think about here is once you get up to speed, now that tire that's actually smaller in diameter, maybe a half-inch shorter, or whatever, now it has room to expand, because you think about it, as you spin something, it tries to go out away from the center part of where it's spinning. So as it does that, it's going to be the center part of that tread. So even though it has less tread, now it's going to wear in that center, much, much quicker, because that's all that's catching that weight going down that road. And then next thing you know, if it was down to 6 or 8 30 seconds, you may only go a few hundred miles, and it can wear 2 or 3 30 seconds off of that thing when they're out of whack like that. Not the same size. So when you really stop to think about the physics of how all that works, it's like, wow, and now when it does that, now you've got a concentrated heat area that can actually cause those problems, because that heat is what kills them, whether it's under inflation or not, evenly wearing across the road, distributing the weight and then the torque from the truck. So,
by the way, that is, Kevin, the best description, the best explanation for why things seem to go so bad so quickly sometimes. Because that's it. It becomes almost a domino effect, kind of a catastrophic failure, in the sense that it's like one thing goes wrong and then other things start compensating. Their compensation then actually creates wear and tear, and that accelerates the deterioration right across the, I hate to say platform, but right across the tires. I mean, literally, as each tire begins to have problems, it sets off other problems in tires that otherwise would be functioning just fine, correct?
Absolutely. And and that's why there's standards out there to follow as far as tread depth goes and things like that, right? And that's why they're there. And to be honest, even though there's standards there, I get the fact that you're stuck on the side of the road, in the middle of nowhere. You got to get it fixed quick. Well, that's fine. I was in the military. I understand the importance of hey, this is mission critical. It's got to get up, got to get going. But here's the thing: don't forget about that, right? And I think what happens, especially in larger fleets, possibly bigger operations, a lot of times there's a truth to that conception that the bigger a company is, the more little things seem to fall through the cracks. Well, those types of things like that. Hey, this trailer or this truck had a blowout. They had a new tire put next to an old tire. It was supposed to come right back in, but for whatever reason, it got dispatched out differently, and now we got all these problems with it. And you can even see rear axle wear issues come out of things like that. It is the same. So you want that consistency.
By the way, a quick fix often can get you to the next location, but shouldn't take you any further. The last word I'm actually going to give to Chowder, who actually spoke up on YouTube. You'll love this. What if you use something correctly and it lasts longer and works properly? Who would ever guess that could happen? Kevin Lindsay has joined us this morning. Ain't that something? Kevin Lindsay, as he is off to do on Tuesdays, joins us from Maintenance Matters. He, of course, is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. Kevin, masterfully done. Thank you, my friend. It's good to talk to you. And happy birthday to Linda Ronstadt as well. That's my final thought. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the other side with trucking tributes from our friends at Reeves Across America. Big thanks, by the way. Go to ta-petro.com and find out more about everything that they can do for you. That's been Maintenance Matters. It's Tuesday on Road Gang Radio. We're going to ease our way out of here and get to trucking tributes. Madison, you can start that music anytime you like. Oh, look at that. I ask and I receive.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I am joined by a U.S. Navy veteran in a truck, and his name is Dan Welker. He is a professional driver with Smith Transport. Dan, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much.
I've heard lots about you, Dan Welker, but of course, all the listeners on Trucking Tributes have yet to hear any of this information. So we are going to start at the very beginning. What intrigued you about the big rig and why did you get into the profession?
Well, that's an interesting story. It was quite by accident. I was actually going through a change in my life, a transition. I'd taken care of my mother. She had passed away, and I worked healthcare for about 16 years and wanted a change just to get away from everything. I'd gone through a divorce. So I was like, well, I talked to a buddy. He said, you ever thought about driving a truck? And I said, well, no. And so I said, well, let me give it a try. And I did. And I was only supposed to be gone for a couple of years, possibly. I was like, I don't know how long I'm going to do this. Well, here I am 20 years later. And it has worked very well for me. It's the entire industry has been fantastic. I found a home in trucking, and I couldn't be happier.
What do you like about it the most, Dan? What do you think is one of the most redeeming qualities of the trucking industry that's kept you going?
It's an interaction with the drivers and working with folks day in and day out and getting the job done. That I'm very service oriented. In my previous experience, I was a manager for several different accounts in healthcare, and this has given me the opportunity to work with people once again, because I don't just drive the truck down the road. I actually get involved with the drivers and work with them day in and day out. I'm a driver mentor for Smith Transport, and I am very involved in orientation programs and everything that makes or keeps the drivers productive and earning a paycheck. So I take it a little bit more personal when I'm out here. It's not just me; it's everyone else that I'm working with.
Now, did you find Smith right away as you started your trucking career, or how did that story work out for you?
Well, actually, I had started with PFG last year, worked local, decided that I was going to try over the road because it just seemed to be a little bit more lucrative. Worked for a big G Express, worked for Star Transport, and I came to Smith Transport my third year into trucking. They welcomed me. It was a little bit less backbreaking, a little less touch freight. I was able to just drive the truck, make the deliveries. It worked out very well for me. Watched the industry change over the years, but for the most part, it just seemed like a fit. Not everyone fits where they work at. And I tell drivers all the time, when you come on board, hey, if it doesn't work for you, there's plenty out here to choose from. Sometimes this may not be a good fit for you, but it was for me.
That's a remarkable story. And I've got to say, I can already speak to your integrity and character to hear of the life transitions that you went through, which seemingly in a short amount of time, between losing your mom, changing career fields, a divorce, the whole 9 yards. I mean, you've been through it and you've come out on top, obviously smiling and a productive guy. And that really speaks already to your integrity and character. But this driver mentorship, I mean, how many people are you dealing with? What does that all look like for you for their career?
Well, typically we have drivers that come in through our orientation program each week, and I might get a phone call from maybe 3 or 4 of them throughout the week. It could be weekends, nights. I'm available 24 hours a day, so I'm there to answer questions, assist in any way possible. I had a driver I just got off the phone with a couple minutes before we started this conversation. He was looking at his brake drums on his tractor and was concerned about some wear. He sent a few pictures to me. I looked at them and I advised him on what I thought he needed to do. I share what keeps me productive, what keeps me rolling with the drivers. I know locations. I've worked with Smith long enough to understand where most of our lanes are at, where our customers are located for the most part, to keep them, in the loop on their routing, maintenance, any questions they might have regarding their e-logs. I'll FaceTime with them. I FaceTimed the driver this morning. It's about 6 a.m. I was on FaceTiming him, looking at his e-logs and helping him edit the log. So those little things can help keep a driver moving, keep them productive. They got bills to pay. So that's my mission. It's to keep the driver rolling, keep them productive, and hopefully they'll stick with us because, hey, we've got a great mentorship, and this is something that is actually another tool they can use to maybe, keep them on board with us.
Now, you touched a little bit, Dan, already on some of the profile of Smith regarding your lanes and so forth, but tell me a little bit more about the company. How does Smith Transport operate and whereabouts in the country?
Transport's located in the Northeast. It's located in Roaring Spring, Pennsylvania. The company was founded by Barry Smith, and this has been over 45 years ago. And so it's been around for quite some time. We were purchased 3 years ago by Heartland Express. We also have sister companies, Millis, we have CFI, and we also, of course, have Heartland. And we're all together, working together as a team now. And actually, Heartland's allowing us to be able to build our freight base more in the Northeast. We've had a lot of folks that were originally with Smith Transport that have gone on. They've moved on. A lot of them were at retirement age at this point. They built the company, and so it's actually almost a fresher look now with Smith Transport. We're the black and chrome fleet. We still are. We service the Northeast. We have a lot of folks in the Northeast. There's a huge population up there, and so that's where the freight goes, and that's where we are. So it's definitely a plus for Heartland to have Smith Transport in their fleet, and we're proud to be with them.
Tell me, sir, about your military service in the United States Navy.
That was a long time. It was over 40 years ago. I was a kid, fresh out of high school. Well, I actually had dropped out. I was a kid, and I came home one day, and a recruiter was sitting in the living room, and Mom said, "Well, you're either going to do something, with your life regarding, with the military, or you're going to be out of the house." And I said, "Well, let me give this a shot." Of course, when you're young, you really don't understand the gravity of what you're doing sometimes. And the recruiter explained to me that this was an opportunity for me to grow myself, to give me a little backbone and get out there and learn a skill, learn a trade. And that's the approach I took. And so back in 1984, I took the plunge. It was about, 15, 16 days after I turned 17 years old. I was a kid. And I went out and I went through basic training and I was a machinist mate on board the Seattle, USS Seattle, big AOE. And we serviced, refueled and supplied food supplies and ammunition to a lot of ships over the years, and kept our fleet moving. So it was a great experience for me. I come from a military background, though. My dad was a retired command sergeant major. He worked under Schwarzkopf for the Gulf War, and we were Army brats. All of us were born over in Germany. We've had someone in the military since the Revolutionary War. It's someone's been in every major battle or war that we've been in since then. My cousin, actually, Kevin Welker, he was a tomb guard in Arlington. So it's going to be a little interesting to get down there this year. He served as a tomb guard from 1997 until 2001. And he remembers when this gentleman used to come in with these wreaths that he had left over. He was out of Maine, and he would bring them down, and he'd put them on the tombs there in Arlington. And he said, "Danny, man, I remember that. This guy used to show up." I just talked to him last week. It was pretty comical. But the service to our country is very important. It runs deep in our family. So
that is an amazing legacy of service indeed, Dan, to share. I am speaking with Dan Welker. He's a professional driver with Smith Transport. I'm your host for Trunking Tribute, Susan Patton, and we want to thank the folks on RadioNemo for having us on the show today as well. Of course, you can always find us on Wraiths Across America Radio. Hook us up to your Bluetooth, and we will drive down the road with you every Trucking Tuesday, and every day for that matter. If you choose to listen, we'd love to have you aboard. And it's so cool that your brother served as a tomb guard, and you remember this guy coming down from Maine. I'm going to guess that's probably our founder, Morrill Worcester.
Yes, it was. It was comical because I was like, that's how he got started. And he goes, "Wow, man, that was a long time ago." But that's where it all began. And to have that connection was really neat. And to have a connection this year, being able to be part of the group that's going down to Arlington is going to be fantastic. To be part of that convoy.
It really is. And that is, if you're just tuning into Trunking Tributes and just learning about the Wreaths Across America mission, that is precisely where it got started. Our founder, Morrill Worcester, a wreath maker from Maine, discovered that he had leftover wreaths in December. That's generally not a good time to discover that you have leftover wreaths. He reached out to our congressional delegation because he had been, as a boy, he had actually, as a paper carrier, newspaper delivery boy, won a trip from the newspaper that he was working for because he was very entrepreneurial at the time, even as a young man, and he brought on the most amount of new customers. That garnered him a trip to Washington, D.C., where he actually visited Arlington National Cemetery, and that had such an impact on him as a young man that later in life, when he was this wreath maker in Maine, leftover wreaths, he said, I wonder if we could place these veterans wreaths at Arlington. And that's what they became, our veterans wreaths. He got that permission, came into Arlington, and Arlington National Cemetery folks thought he was a little sketchy. They weren't quite sure about what this was all about. And then that photo of the veterans wreaths on the headstones just after it had lightly snowed at Arlington went viral on the internet. And in 2007 is when the Arlington Wreath Project developed from a small, quiet family event that they did as a family, all by themselves, one truck, a handful of volunteers. And then that picture went viral, and the next thing you know, a nerve was touched with American citizens. And the family decided to create the nonprofit organization Wreaths Across America. And we have been going since 2007 and have never looked back because patriotic American citizens make sure that this mission continues. And Dan Welker, we are growing. And the secret is out on Trucking Tributes that we need trucks because the mission continues to grow. And in 2025, I can tell you that we will be at 5,000 participating locations throughout the country. That is in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. So, of course, we must continue the mission to make sure that we always have every headstone covered and the columbarium and some of those items and areas within Arlington National Cemetery. But we are also honoring our military veterans laid to rest in all of these other locations, and it continues to grow. So how did you first hear about Wreaths Across America? Was it through your brother or through truck driving?
Well, no. Well, it's actually my cousin Kevin.
Excuse me. Thank you for that correction.
It's okay. Well, no, I found out about it. Gosh, it was been at least 10, maybe 12 years ago, and I started donating to the cause. I thought it was worthy. There's a lot of different organizations out there, and this is one that came across my radar, and I was like, well, hang on now. This looks good. I like the idea of honoring, a soldier or a sailor or a veteran for their service. And it isn't just this, these folks that were in a war. We're talking about these are just, your service members, the veterans that serve every day. And, when they pass on, we want to remember them in that. There's a lot that can affect the veterans. It affects your families because it isn't just going out there and doing your job every day. You've got they're away from their families, the time that always affects. I know what it was like growing up without having my dad around. And, they sacrificed their being with their families and raising their families. A lot of these folks did to serve our country. And that's what we're honoring. We're honoring their service. And because it takes a part of you away. And when you're giving that, that's something that, you only know what you've given. And to have folks recognize that's a huge honor. And to be able to do this, to have the wreaths there, just something that's symbolic, especially around Christmas time, very important. I've had the opportunity to see them, out there in the cemeteries, and nothing will take your breath away more than looking out and seeing, just thousands of these wreaths and honoring these thousands and thousands of veterans. It's fantastic.
Thank you for sharing that sentiment because it is exactly what the mission stands for. Remember our fallen, honor those who serve. And we don't put it in the mission statement, but we always say it at Wreaths Across America. honor those who serve and their families, because you are so spot on, Dan Welker. When someone in the family serves, the entire family serves, and we recognize that. And we often refer to the sacrifice of our military. That sacrifice can be up to your life, obviously, but it is also, as you mentioned, that time away. Not everybody is dying in combat or dying in a mission related event, but it is the amount of time that they put on that uniform. They took the pledge, they decided that they would serve, and you're absolutely right, the family serves. And then we're teaching the next generation the value of that service and sacrifice and what it means to our nation in terms of our wholeness and safety and security here and throughout the world, in fact. So we appreciate, Dan, you for serving. The legacy of your family is exceptional. We appreciate your cousin Kevin and for his service as a tomb guard. And we have had other tomb guards as part of our Wreaths Across America family, and we just are so appreciative to them and that 3rd Regiment for serving and being there for us. Now, what is your involvement in terms of Arlington? You teased us in Trucking Tributes a little bit ago, but you found out that you're going to be headed to Arlington. So what's your information that you can share with us today?
Well, right now it's limited. I know that we received a call back a couple weeks ago saying that we're going to be allowed to be in the convoy. I believe this year and next year. I think we got 2 years. Very excited about it. I got a call from Jennifer Hillgass, who's our marketing and recruiting director at Smith Transport. What a gal. She was so excited. I was at a customer, and she called me up, and I was looking around. I got all these drivers, and I couldn't get too loud, but I was very excited about that. She said that we chose you to represent Smith Transport in this, and I couldn't be more honored. Very excited about it. I had the opportunity last year to go up and experience the camaraderie at the main headquarters up in Maine. Was able to load out. I did a 5 cemeteries down in New Jersey last year. It was a fantastic experience. And I was excited to be able to come back. I had no idea it was going to be in this capacity. So this is this is a huge honor for us to be able to participate in this. We've had several drivers over the years that have done this, that wanted to do Arlington, and here I am. I'm gonna get to do it. So very excited.
Oh, I can just feel your enthusiasm and your excitement for this mission and for the job that lays ahead in December. National Wreaths Across America Day in 2025 is December 13th for those who are listening. And yes, we need trucks, and it's never too soon to get involved and to reach out to our transportation sector at Wreaths Across America to say, hey, 2025 is our year. We want to participate as members of your honor fleet. And Dan, share with that experiences what it was like to come to Maine. What was your reception like? You talk about the camaraderie, as so many of our drivers do on Trucking Tributes, but I never tire hearing it from another driver's perspective. So talk to us a little bit about that experience.
Well, the moment I pulled up, you see the big flag outside. You walk into the center, the driver's lounge area, and boy, I'll tell you what, you're met with smiles. You're met with it's busy. But I checked in, and it's like, well, I didn't know I was going to get loaded as soon as I did. It was like, well, we're going to put you on the list, and we're going to get you loaded today. And I was like, well, shoot, this will work for me. And then I got to talking to drivers, and it's really nice. It's a wonderful area to come in out of the cold, because it's a little chilly up there during December. Okay. And we've got food, coffee, everything that you'll need, restroom, showers. The amenities were fantastic. The folks are great. They'll take time if they can to get you out and take you down to the museum. They'll taxi you down, take you out. I was able to get to the tip forest. I was able to pick a tree in the tip forest to represent my family. I was able to put my dad's dog tag on the family tree out there, and I'm hoping to go back this year and place a few more. So it's just I didn't imagine that it was going to be like that. I thought it was just going to be, I'm going to pick up some wreaths, and then I got to figure out how to get them delivered. No, it was contrary to that. It was just a wonderful experience, and any veteran that's a driver that has an opportunity to do this, do it. You got to do it.
My goodness, man, you're giving me goosebumps, and I know all about what happens. But you've sold me. I think I need to drive up there and see what's happening. But just kidding. But he's absolutely right. Dan Welker on Trucking Tributes, a professional driver with Smith Transport and a U.S. Navy veteran. He's absolutely right. For those of you unfamiliar with our Remembrance Tree program, one of our favorite programs at Wreaths Across America, where you can have a replica dog tag made. You can be taken out onto what we refer to as the tipland. That's the forest where the balsam fir trees are growing, and the process is called tipping. So we do not cut down these trees to make over 3 million veterans wreaths. These trees are tipped. The very tops of them are tipped, and then certain branches along the sides of the tree are trimmed, and it's really a pruning process for the tree, which makes the tree more robust as it grows throughout the years. And you can select one of these trees, and our founder, Moral Worcester, jokes with you and said, now that's your tree. That's your family tree. And all we ask of you is that we can come by and tip it every 3 years to get the brush made into these veterans wreaths. And so many of our families who have actually tagged a tree on the tipland, Dan, have told us that that feels like a living memorial to their veteran in their life. And they know that the tips from those trees will be making veterans wreaths that will be honoring yet another veteran laid to rest. So it's a living memorial, and we just love doing that. And then, of course, you also mentioned the National Wreaths Across America Museum. So our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, and the team there at Wreaths Across America absolutely make sure that our first drivers who are experiencing Wreaths Across America for the first time get introduced to these concepts and these places to see in Maine, because we want you to have a full understanding of what it really means to be a member of the Honor Fleet. Now, Dan, tell these drivers listening today, what's the last thing they do to your truck once you've been loaded?
Well, they put a wreath on it. They come out front in the front of your truck and strap a wreath to it. One cool thing is if you can, go to see where they're assembled. I had an opportunity to get into the assembly area, and we also are able to make our own wreaths. I was able to bring a wreath back home and hang it on my front door this year, which is fantastic. We're able to build your own wreath, and the experience of doing that and using the actual equipment that it takes to do that was really, really wonderful. It was a great way to share that, and having that wreath on the front of my truck representing Wreaths Across America was the coup de grace. It was fantastic.
You know, it really is. We get so excited when it's time for season, what we refer to as season. And that's any time from, November after Thanksgiving right along, when the trucks start coming from all across the country to make sure that they get loaded, so that participating locations out west and so forth have their wreaths in time for National Wreaths Across America Day. But we can tell if it's one of our trucks because of the wreath that's attached to the front of your grill. And I'm headed down east, go on assignment, get down east, and I'm like, oh, there's one of our trucks. There's one of our trucks. And we get just as excited to see you all loading and knowing that you're going out to your destination, wherever that may be. What was it like connecting with the volunteers, the boots on the ground, as we refer to them, Dan, at your locations that you had to deliver to?
These folks are fantastic. They volunteer their time. They come out. They provide, first of all, I call in advance and speak with the leadership to make sure that I have the correct directions to get into the facilities. Some of these cemeteries are a little off the beaten path. They do have escorts. I was able to actually be escorted in a parade through one of the towns, which was really wonderful. If you get a chance to experience anything like that, have folks come out, they're excited, they're cheering it on. They love Wreaths Across America. All the volunteers show up. They get you unloaded quick. Each cemetery is just slightly different. You may be assisting, or they may want to do it themselves, just for safety's sake. They know what they're doing. Some of them are huge operations. Some of them were just very small, but in each one, they all had that desire to show the appreciation and honor these veterans. It's really just a wonderful outpouring of love, actually. And at one Elks Club, they even let me stay overnight on their lot, took me in, fed me, treated me just like family. That's what it is. It's just like family.
Absolutely. You're speaking the truth, Dan Welker, on Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. We want to thank the folks at RadioNemo for having us on as well. And we are a big extended family. We know that, and that is the story that we share with our professional drivers, to know that this is just not your ordinary pickup and delivery. You are greeted with love and compassion and gratitude every step of the way, from the moment you arrive in Maine. And a heads up, too, for those who are listening, I don't want to scare anybody off today on Trucking Tributes. You do not necessarily have to come all the way to the state of Maine to participate and pick up a load of veterans wreaths. We have cross docks all throughout the country, making it an easier haul for some of our trucking companies, carrier companies, to get involved with us, because you don't have to go all the way to Maine. And we have trucking companies that participate with railroad companies, and we have intermodal loads, and we have wreaths going by LNG tankers, and you name it. So there is a way for you to get involved. So don't think that there isn't a solution for you. If you want to participate in Wreaths Across America mission as a professional driver, reach out now to the Transportation Division at wreathsacrossamerica.org/trucking and tell Courtney, or with whomever you happen to speak, it's generally Courtney, but talk to them and say, hey, 2025 is my year. I want to haul veterans wreaths. And as Dan mentioned, your first year, you had multiple stops. And because we are growing by leaps and bounds every year because of patriotic citizens, many drivers will have multiple stops, and they all vary very much. And it does not need to be a big national cemetery. Anywhere a U.S. military veteran is laid to rest can participate. It takes a volunteer to step up to become the location coordinator, get registered with us. Of course, you ask permission of the participating cemetery, and then we get you rolling. And what we all at Wreaths Across America do as staff members, we are busy preparing and supporting our volunteers throughout the year. So we have systems in place and templates in place to make your job easier, as well, hopefully we're making your job easier as a volunteer to get involved and to do what it is that you need to do to help honor our military veterans. Dan Welker, this has been such a pleasure speaking with you today on Trucking Tributes. What are we not talking about that you are really excited to share, you think is very important that we haven't touched on?
Gosh, well, I mean, you've covered a huge spectrum. Just understand that, when you do this, realize that it is something that it's going to touch you. Realize that it's something that it's more than you. There's something bigger than you out there. And this is one of those things that, it's an opportunity to experience it, share it, and pass it on, and teach, our younger generation exactly what it means for the importance to honor our veterans. We really need to stress that and to show that appreciation. And I think that would cover it pretty much. I mean, everything that I've been involved with as far as the program has been fantastic. So, yeah.
Well, I think it's so cool that you got a local escort into the participating cemetery, and that is a convoy in and of itself. And many of our location coordinators throughout the country arrange that for our professional drivers who are coming in. We joke on Trucking Tributes, Dan, and say, it's pretty much the only time professional drivers get excited about all the blues and the blue lights and and all that behind them and with them, because you usually get escorted in by law enforcement and Patriot Guard riders and volunteers who are standing on the street. Super, super excited to see you. Dan Welker, I cannot wait to chat with you after your annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery experience, because it's going to be what you described in New Jersey on steroids. And it is an emotional roller coaster. So be prepared for the love, for the gratitude, and for the symbolism and the patriotism that you are going to experience as a member of our honor fleet on the annual wreath escort to Arlington. I am so excited for you.
Absolutely, Susan. And thank you again. Thanks for allowing me to be able to share my story today. And this is just an opportunity to do something that I love to do.
You betcha. You betcha. My honor.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning to everybody out there. Big thanks to our friends over at Wreaths Across America. A lot of stuff kind of going on today over here on the show. Highway to Health, by the way, which is not just a destination, it's a journey. It's double feature today, immediately after Dr. Ben Kligler, who joins us this morning. He, of course, is the Executive Director for the Office of Patient-Centered Care and Cultural Transformation for the Veterans Health. U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, by the way, joins us this morning. Immediately after that, Lizzie Mathis is going to be here. She's partnering with CVS. It's a really great segment, which means that Lindsay Lawler will join us at 9:30 in the center, 10:30 in the east. I'm going to be focusing, by the way, we're going to be focusing along with country and western music news, and Ben Anderson showing up for another mind-body music experience. We're going to be spending a lot of time talking about Lindsay's big show that's coming out next Wednesday, We Should Write, and the big guest that she managed to secure for that here at the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans. The second half of today's show, and I'm calling this the beginning of the second half of today's show, really is about the mind, really is about, talking to what moves us and what gets us centered and what gets us a little further down the road with a little bit more peace of mind. With that in mind, Dr. Ben has joined us again, as he's oft wont to do. Good morning to you, sir. It's great to have you back as always.
Good morning. Glad to be back.
We talk a lot about the power of the mind, and people talk about manifestation. I actually have a couple of, what I call some problems with manifestation. To some degree, I have problems with when I hear the terms mindfulness. Not that I don't believe in them, and I think that having gone through your notes and knowing what you stand for, this is heavy lifting. We're talking about some real work that people have to do. This isn't just a matter of, think it and be it, think it and do it. There's a lot of work that goes in here, and there's a real clinical approach to, the power of the mind, correct?
Yes, I'd say I agree with you in that that's why we call it mindfulness practice, or meditation practice. Like, you've always got to keep practicing, because the fallback is always you fall back into being kind of distracted and oblivious the way we usually are, because we got so many things coming at us all the time. And it is hard to stay focused and to stay, in the actual moment. We like to also use this term mindful awareness, because it's a little less intimidating. Like, you say mindfulness, you think meditation, you think about a Buddhist monk sitting in the mountains and completely, elevated. And it's really more like a moment to moment thing. And it's not like something you achieve and then, okay, now I have mindful awareness for the rest of the day. I mean, it comes and goes every second, every minute. And so that's where the practice comes in, because really what you learn how to do is how to bring yourself back when you get slipped away. Right. So that's where the magic is, I think.
We actually, many years ago, had Dr. Nate Zinsner on the show, and he, of course, teaches confidence over at West Point. And in many ways, in going through your notes, I was reminded of his book about confidence. And I was reminded of my father's own experience, too, who has lost 60 pounds over the last year and a half on his own journey to health. He had a bit of a backslide before he kind of put things back together again. And we use the term diet too much in regards to food, when in fact it should be a lifestyle change. And so much of what this power of the mind that you kind of want to talk about today really is about understanding that this is and you said it already, but it's an ongoing sort of experience. It is something that, you have to be mindful about being mindful, in the sense that there's no cruise control, at least for a long time, until it becomes kind of motor skill memory, that kind of reflexiveness to do it as part of your daily routine. Can you talk about, and this is so important to kind of set all this up, this is important because there is a connection between our mindset and our physical health. And can you kind of show people exact examples of that, where putting ourselves in a proper mindset can lead to better health outcomes, and the opposite as well?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I think, what you just put forward about the weight, or, let's say somebody has diabetes or another kind of a diet-connected illness, if you are able to actually make choices in terms of what you eat during the day, as opposed to what we generally do, which is just sort of eat what we're used to eating, eat the amount that's in front of us, then your blood sugar is going to improve, right? Absolutely. Another example is if you are able to take a walk after you eat a meal, just even a brief walk. We know that exercise stimulates insulin release, and that's going to bring your blood sugar down. And then we know if you're a person with diabetes or blood sugar problems, that controlling your blood sugar in the long run is going to lead to all kinds of really important outcomes for you, your heart health, your vision, your circulation, all that is going to be improved over time, and you're going to be able to do what's important in your life because you took that moment to moment sort of pause and said, okay, maybe I've had enough to eat, even though there's something left on my plate, or even though there's a dish on the table and I can take seconds. So that's where that kind of, and that's where this whole idea of, like, when you say mindfulness meditation, you think of like somebody sitting for 20 minutes or a half hour once or twice a day. That's super important, but it's really that moment to moment ability to pay attention. That's really, in the end, what is most important for making a difference for your health and for your quality of life too, I think. And what I'd say is, I'm sorry I'm going on about this, but this is something I really am passionate about. I meditate every day, and sometimes I get a half hour and sometimes I get 20 minutes in. Once in a while I forget, and boy, I really notice during the day when I didn't do it in the morning. But bottom line, it's not that sitting that 20 minutes that changes my day. It's the fact that I'm practicing being present during that time, right? I'm not just spacing out. I'm practicing. I'm paying attention to my breath. And so then when a moment comes during the day when I'm like a little stressed or distracted or whatever, it's much easier for me to say, wait a minute, and take that pause and then make a better decision. So that's how those things are connected, I think.
I'll make you laugh, by the way. Dave Nemo, who I know you know very well, was in the studio the other day, and they were talking about how certain people panic when things go wrong in the studio. And he turned to Dre, our producer, and he said, Jimmy doesn't panic. He gets angry. And he says the difference, of course, is, he said, it's not the same thing as when he gets hangry. And one of the things that I think is just extraordinary that Dave pointed out to me is that, my anger is a way I deal with crisis, and I can use it and direct it in a really kind of positive way. He was also pointing out that if I'm not thinking about the fact that I should be eating, that my anger is a very different kind of anger, a little bit more irrational. And I bring all of this up because the idea that checking in with yourself in regards to meditation, in regards to mindfulness, is also a great reminder of the practicalities. Have I eaten? Have I gotten enough sleep? Have I taken the walk I'm supposed to take? That it seems to me you're saying that part of the meditation allows you to go away to kind of recharge, but also to be present for what's next. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a kind of a whole way that we look at it in whole health. And our health coaches do a lot of this with veterans and with people they work with, which is if you learn how to just pause, right? Just talking about 5 seconds, 10 seconds, just pause and take a deep breath. You put yourself in a position then to make a choice about what you're going to do next, right? You take yourself off of automatic and you put yourself in a position where you're actually conscious of what you're deciding to do next. And whether that's take a walk, say something nice to my wife, eat a piece of fruit instead of having the soda, whatever it might be, it's that pause that lets me make a more healthy decision. And I don't want to pretend like this is not happening every minute of every day. I mean, every day, speaking personally, I make about probably 500 bad decisions, and then I make, maybe 100 or 200 good ones. But I'm always working on shifting that balance, right, in the direction of what do I really want to do? Not just what am I in the habit of doing, you know what I mean? So I think that's where that mindful pause, and I think Dave, just from our conversations, Dave's really good at that. He knows how to do that. And it makes a big difference in just sort of all different aspects of life. I want to say, to be honest, it makes a difference in our relationships too, with family and with friends and people we work with. Sometimes you're just grouchy, and it's not because the person who's in front of you did something. It's just because something you remembered or happened to you earlier today or whatever. If you take that pause, you're like, I'm not really grouchy at this person. I don't want to take it out on this person. Then you get the feedback from them. You don't get all that crazy argument, bad feedback that makes you feel even worse than you did to begin with. That's why I think that pause is so key.
I really love the idea of what do I really want to do as opposed to what do I usually do, because a lot of people don't realize that a lot of the time is that, and I go back to eating, of course, because it's the great connective tissue in regards to the more people are mindful, the better choices they make in regards to eating. But I think about the idea of breakfast. What do I normally do? I reach for something sweet to kind of charge myself to get out of the house. If I in fact reach for protein, I'll sit there and chew it for a moment and realize, oh God, that's what I really needed. And that's what I really wanted. And I do love the idea of figuring out what it is you really want as opposed to the quick fix of kind of satiating the emotional need as opposed to satisfying the emotional want. You talked a little bit about meditation here, and I want to kind of go through harnessing the power of your mind, because it's not just meditation, but we can start there in regards to people who don't really, they hear that term, and a lot of people hear sitars almost immediately. That's not what meditation is. And I say that with the fact that the Hare Krishnas are less than 6 blocks away here. They have a big giant headquarters over here. I feel like I'm in a Beatles movie, as a matter of fact, sometimes. But can you kind of talk about what meditation actually is as opposed to preconceived notions of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is there are hundreds of different kinds of meditation. So, there's the kind that you're talking about that the Hare Krishna folks do, where there's chanting and that kind of thing. There's mindfulness meditation where you're sitting and you're focusing on your breathing. But there's all kinds of other meditations. For example, there's moving meditations. Like if you do something like Tai Chi, right, which is that exercise that people are familiar with. It's very slow. You've seen probably videos of older people doing it in parks, and it's very popular now. It includes meditation, right? Because you have to be breathing. You have to be present in the moment to do the movements the way you're supposed to. And so you're meditating while you're moving, right? I know somebody else who does, it's a whole school of this. They do mindful walking. So, and I do this a lot because day is busy. Sometimes when I'm out with the dog, which I have to do every morning anyway, I just take the time to slow down a little bit, make sure I'm looking around, see if I can keep my mind on where I actually am instead of what's going to happen later in the day. So there are so many kinds of meditation. You don't have to get hung up in kind of your preconceived notion or what somebody else told you meditation was. It's really about whatever works for you to shift your mind out of just the yada, yada, yada kind of standard patterns that we all run in through most of our day. And for different people, that can be a very different kind of approach. There are runners I know who will tell you running is their meditation, because when they're running, their mind is calm, they're present, they're looking at what's around, they're focused on their form, they're not worrying about the rest of their day. So I think you could give 100 different examples, as many as there are people, of how you can approach meditation, basically.
Let me tell you something, Dr. Kligler. When I don't walk 6,000 steps in a row, I feel it at the end of the day. After the show, usually about an hour after the show, because our studios are in one of the most beautiful locations in New Orleans. I leave the studio and I walk down to City Park, and if I don't get those 6,000 steps in, not in the moment, but at the end of the day, I'm absolutely cognitively aware of what has been lacking. And the other thing is, I wanted to ask you this. It's a good thing, isn't it, when you don't do what you're supposed to do and it begins to gnaw at you later? That's a good thing to feel, because it pushes you back towards doing it as well. When you get to that point, it's like when Dave doesn't go to the gym, he feels it. He will literally tell me, I need to go, as opposed to just wanting to go. I need to do that. And that's an important place to get to. It means you've actually begun to make it part of you. Is that fair?
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I think you're making a new habit. And habits, because of the way humans are, habits make us feel comfortable, right? They make us feel like we know what to expect. And so that's why for me, that meditation in the morning, because it's a habit now, and because I don't feel quite right when I don't do it, it just makes me do it, because I know later on I'm not going to feel right, and I don't particularly want to deal with that, So I think absolutely, and that's why, and I think the other really important thing about this, which I know we say every time we talk about whole health, it's not a do it once or do it 1 week or 1 month and you're done. People are always getting better, taking a step back, going forward, taking 2 steps back. So a lot of the secret of this is when you find yourself falling out of those healthy habits, you just don't get down on yourself. You just sort of say, okay, just tomorrow's another day. I'm going to take another stab at it. And I think that's really key. That's just as important as what it is you do, because we spend so much time judging ourselves, and we make our lives so much more miserable than they have to be, because we think we have to be perfect. And let me just say one other thing. I think the other reason that it's really crucial to turn these things into a habit is because when you look around you and you look at the ads that are streaming in front of us and the billboards and I'm sure people, driving trucks can relate to this, because, whatever's out there to pay attention to, you're going to pay attention to it. And so, there's just stuff coming at us all the time on the internet, on television, to distract us, right? That's the purpose of all that media. It's not to help us be present. It's to take our minds off of wherever we are, put them somewhere else. And so you have to be able in yourself to provide the counterbalance to that, if you know what I mean. You have to have the kind of oomph in yourself to be able to say, okay, all that stuff's going on out there, but that doesn't have to dictate what I'm doing at this particular moment, whether it's walking or sitting or making a better, healthier eating choice. I think that's important to note, is that our culture, our society doesn't necessarily make it easy, right? We get a lot of stuff coming at us all the time. So I think that's an important fact too.
I have some very close friends who are football coaches, very successful ones at the collegiate level, and a lot of them talk about staying on schedule. And you just made me think about something. When you talk about the idea of advertising, when you talk about the idea of distraction, their objective, the principle of their objective, as you said, was to put us someplace else. In many ways, I've just made the connection, didn't even think about it, that mindfulness is an attempt to stay present, to prevent things from taking you elsewhere, that the only time you want to go elsewhere is when you choose actively to go elsewhere.
Right.
And that's so important. I wanted to ask a question here, because when you sent your notes, meditation and mindfulness based on invention, I get breathing exercises, I understand progressive muscle relaxation and clinical hypnosis, and I want to talk about all of those. Can you explain biofeedback training to me?
Yes. So biofeedback is another one of the, complementary integrative health kind of approaches that we cover in VA. And it's really it works really well for certain things. Basically, the idea is if you provide feedback to your body and your mind of your physical state, let's say your heart rate or your skin temperature or, something concrete that your body is doing on its own, you can learn using breathing and imagery and sort of meditation type techniques. You can learn to actually affect some of the processes in your body that you think of as being out of your control. You can slow your pulse down. You can lower your blood pressure. And you can also do a lot to help reduce basically overall stress. And so biofeedback is a technique that you have to go to somebody to learn it. It's hard to get it on your own. So usually you go to somebody for a few sessions who's a practitioner and they teach you. But then after that, it's something you can do on your own. And it's really effective for a lot of different conditions, for headaches, for all kinds of pain conditions. It can be very effective because it's another way of teaching yourself how to be present in your body. I think that's a good way to put it. And it can be really effective. One of the great things about having these different kinds of approaches, whether it's imagery, meditation, biofeedback, is different things are going to work for different people. Some people want to be walking or running or doing Tai Chi. And so it's great that we have all these different ways to get basically to the same place, because that means whatever's right for a given person, we can make that happen.
This is interesting too, because I want to ask you a question if this in fact actually qualifies. So I used to suffer from terrible migraines. I get maybe 1 or 2 a year now with the whole completion of the auras and the limited eyesight and the nausea and then the slow return to normalcy after the headache. The headache actually gives me a sense of relief because I know the whole thing, the episode is closing itself out. It forces my hand. The moment I recognize those symptoms, I immediately go into a dark room. I immediately lay on the couch and put a cold rag on my face and realize it's going to happen, and there's very little limited I can do about that aura of limited eyesight. And I was kind of wondering, is that the kind of process that it's almost forcing my hand to get engaged in biofeedback training, to begin to do things that I know will ameliorate the symptoms of the migraine and have actually allowed me to control it? Is that an example of what we're talking about here? That sometimes our hand gets forced because of an accelerated heart rate or a spike in our blood sugar, and we have to recognize those symptoms, apply mindfulness, and remedy what it is that's happening as best we can.
Yeah, I think that's a good example. I mean, I think for migraine in particular, it's a very specific example, right? Because, what you're doing is you are teaching your body how to actually target something that's happening inside your brain. The blood vessels are dilating in your brain. That's what's causing all that pain and all those strange symptoms. And so the more I don't want to give people the wrong impression. You can just go to one biofeedback class and your migraines are going to go away.
No, it took, and I still get migraines. I want to make this really clear. I still get migraines. I just know how to cope with them now. That's all. I want to make that clear.
Okay. So there you go. That's what you're talking about. And that's why all of these things, including mindfulness, but all these things can be so effective for pain, because they teach you how to just step back 1 or 2 steps from the pain and do what you can do to calm yourself down. You know what I mean? I listened to this great, I don't want to plug another podcast on here, but
I want you to do that.
Podcast.
By the way,
well, it's somewhere else. It's called Real Survival Stories, actually, and it's a podcast. It's some British company, and they talk to people who have survived life-threatening disasters, plane crash, climbing, fall, whatever it might be. And almost without exception, they all talk about how when they were in that moment, when they were injured or bleeding or whatever, they knew that they had to breathe in a way that would slow down their heart, because they knew that would slow down their blood loss, lower their blood pressure, and keep them around for longer until they could be rescued. And that's a great example. And a lot of really high-level athletes absolutely practice mindfulness. So if you watch an NBA game, you watch a basketball game, and you see that 1 second when the best foul shooters take a deep breath before they shoot, that's what they're doing. They're coming into their body. They're coming into the present. All those people in the crowd waving those things and clapping and yelling, they don't matter, because I'm coming into my body. And another example that I know a lot of veterans can relate to is when you're learning how to shoot. One of the fundamentals of learning how to shoot is that breath before you pull the trigger. I'm settling into myself so that I'm going to do this with the maximum skill and concentration that I have available. And so you can put this in so many different settings where it can help with so many different things. You can tell I'm crazy about this because I think this is one of the things that could really make the world a better place. If more of us really started to do this, I think, not to get corny on you, but I also think people would be a lot nicer to each other, because somebody steals my parking space on the street in New York. I could pull up next to him and yell at him. We could get into a big fight. Or I could take a deep breath, just be like, there's another parking space. I'm going to move on, right? And we didn't poison my day, poison his day because of some silly thing that doesn't matter anyway. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of thing that this mindful awareness can really bring out is it really changes people's lives. And I know even in my own family, it's really changed the way we relate to each other. The rest of my family doesn't do a daily meditation, but we've had this kind of take a deep breath, take a pause, think about it. What do you want to say? We've had this as kind of part of how our family has learned to interact over the years. It's so helpful to keep from just a lot of stupid fights that make everybody have a bad day, So I don't mean to go on so long about it, but this has so much potential for people to improve their lives and get themselves to be able to stay focused on the things that are really important to them. I just think it's a really amazing tool that everybody can use. Like I said, you don't have to be a guru or a Buddhist monk or a Hare Krishna. You can do this in your own way. So, and can I pitch one thing just
Please.
while I'm blabbing on here?
Go.
We have a great website, #LiveWholeHealth, which has a whole bunch of brief videos and audios of people demonstrating different kinds of complementary health techniques, but lots of different kinds of meditation, guided imagery. Some of them are as short as like 3 minutes. You can plug in and listen to it anytime. And you just Google #LiveWholeHealth and it'll take you there. And there's tons and tons of free resources there if you just want to take a look and give it a try.
By the way, it's really funny. Right as we were talking about all this, somebody actually came rolling by the studio and literally was leaning on their horn. By the way, you can always promote any great podcast you hear. One of the things I love about doing this show is I'm a big fan is if we make good recommendations, Dr. Kligler, people check it out and then they go, that was a good recommendation. Let's go back and check out Jimmy Mack and Dr. Kligler for more good recommendations. The other thing is, too, there's a terrific article, I'm sure you've read it, about Steph Curry and the art of breathing that is recently in the Atlantic that is so worth checking out. I think if you just type in...
I haven't seen that, but I will say he is one of my heroes.
Yeah,
just
and
for this reason, because it's not only when he shoots a foul shot, when he talks, when they get him on camera at the end of the game, you know how they always interview the big star.
Yeah,
he is not just sort of saying the line they all say, like it was a team effort, my team was great, whatever. He's like looking at the interviewer. He's thinking about what he's going to say, and he's always got something really kind of particularly, I don't know, insightful, intelligent to say about the game. And so I'm not saying, it's tough when you talk about your heroes because you go on and on about them. But I'm going to definitely take a look at that article. For
yeah,
sure.
it's great.
A great example.
Burrow, by the way, in Cincinnati is the same thing. I just love it when he gets in front of the microphone. He's like, yeah, I screwed that up. That was totally on me. And it was like, oh, yeah, I didn't make a good pass. That was an amazing catch. I just love that sort of present in the interview. Dr. Kligler, we're out of time. I knew this would happen. If I could have you on every week, I would, but all I can say is thank you, guys. It's whole health we're talking about here. #live whole health. If you go on Google, it's going to come up. I can't thank you enough for making time for us this morning, as you always do, my friend. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks.
Dr. Ben Kligler, of course, appears on a regular basis on Highway to Health here on Road Gang Radio. It's a double feature, by the way. We're going to... shift on over to Lindsay Mathis, a great way to kind of keep your family healthy and still have fun during the summer months. Immediately after that, Lindsay Lawler is going to join us. We've got a great guest in Ben Anderson. I'm going to be interviewing Lindsay all morning long about her upcoming show next week. We're going to get the heck out of here. Guys, stay tuned for this great interview we got cooking up for you guys. And then Lindsay's going to be lean and mean and on the scene. Thank you, Madison. With a T. Cross it, dot it, done.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Thank y'all. Yet again, we are live from the Fastport Studios in good old Crescent City. It's Road Gang Radio with your host and one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, fun-having Jimmy Mack on Highway to Health, my brother.
Part due, as it were. We're doing it. We're doing Highway to Health. We're actually making it happen with Lizzie Mathis, founder of the Cool Mom Co. Cool Mom Company, where she shares mom-friendly recipes, lifestyle tips, family design inspirations. Lizzie's got a passion for making family life easier, offering engaging content, including food reviews, kitchen hacks, meal prep ideas. Hey, guys, by the way, even if you don't have a family, this kind of stuff really is groovy and helps out a lot for what you're trying to do. Celebrating her journey as a mother of three, what Lizzie's doing is connecting her audience through relatable experiences and practical advice. Oh, by the way, she also hosts a podcast, so along with hearing me and her talk here, you can hear her talk there as well, providing a platform for discussions on motherhood, wellness, and creativity. May I recommend you guys go to coolmom.co. You can also find her on the gram of Insta at Lizzie Mathis, and as well on the gram of Insta at the Cool Mom Co. Hey, Lizzie, welcome. Good morning, and how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I don't, like I said, I don't have a complaint in the world these days. I mean, you know, it's been kind of spectacular over here in Nemo country. A lot of people are, you know, kind of settling into the summer. The 4th of July has kind of gone by, but people are always looking for the way they can kind of hack their way through, you know, parenthood, taking care of the kids. And that's one of the biggest focuses you have. You're looking at actually making sure people continue to do their jobs as parents while taking the stress off of doing their jobs as parents, right?
That's right. You said it all. You know, it's all about, as parents, we feel hectic a lot. We feel overwhelmed, chaotic. You're talking, we're working. We're trying to, you know, advise our kids the best we can, provide for our kids the best we can. But with all that comes chaos, as we all know. And so we have to make sure to keep ourselves healthy and well, you know, as much as possible, because that's the only way we're going to be able to provide for them.
And let's kind of talk about that as well, because, you know, there's a lot of travel that goes on over the summertime. There is, you know, even today, there are people who think that the days of the kids going outdoors and being outdoors for long, extended periods of time is kind of done. But the truth of the matter is the fact that there are plenty of parents still having those things where the kids spend a lot of time out there burning up calories, exhausting themselves to the point of fun. We know the drill. How do we begin to kind of figure out ways to make sure that our kids are really getting a chance to play, engage in the world around them, while still keeping them on a healthy path in regards to what they eat, how they sleep, and how they live?
I love that you mentioned that. You know, you're absolutely right. Being active during the summer is such a major part of childhood, and you are outside for long hours, and they're sweating a lot. They're burning a lot of calories, just like you said. But with all that in mind, you know, you're right there with them most of the time, and so are you. And so it's important to keep that health and wellness top of mind. Some ways to do that, you know, are some tips. We in our family, we love to keep water bottles right next to the front door. So in the mornings when we're headed out that door, we grab and go, because staying hydrated is going to be one of the best and biggest things you can do for yourself this summer, and especially with the kids. No one wants anyone getting dehydrated, because that's no good. So you want to keep that as a tip for sure. Another thing that we love to do is we try to get in one nutrient-dense meal at least a day. So I'm talking a lot of protein, a lot of veggies, just something that we know we're filling ourselves up with the fuel that we need to keep going during the day. And then when you have those treats, those ice cream, or you stop for brownies or whatever, you know, you love or your family loves, you know that you've gotten in some really good things in your system and in the kids' bodies, right, during the day. And I think the third thing is, you know, just making sure that when you are out and about, you've packed a bag. So I think that's and I'm sure the truck drivers, right, I'm sure they know all about that. Just having those really healthy snacks on hand, nutrient-dense snacks on hand, you know, so you're not always reaching for something not so great for us. You want to reach for things that have great ingredients that you can really stand behind and that you feel good eating.
Okay, this is kind of a fun question, because there are a lot of people who often try to solve their dietary problems, and it's not a bad approach with what they call the same meal on a different day. They have like a certain number of nutrient-dense kind of meals that they eat. One of the issues with kids is the fact that you want to give them both. Okay, so follow me on this and tell me if I get this right. It's a trifecta, nutrient-dense meal. You want to make sure that there's enough variety in what you serve on a you know, every other day, to make sure that the kids don't get bored with it. Like, we're going to have that again, while at the same time, as a parent, not having to make so many different meals over the course of the week to make sure that they're nutrient dense. How do you create that sweet spot of balance between healthy, easy for you to kind of complete and do, while at the same time giving the kids enough variety not to get bored with? Do you dig?
Oh, my goodness, do I dig? I know firsthand exactly everything that you're saying. I live it, I breathe it. So you go over to thecoolmom.co, that's first of all, because we have tons of recipes and tips on how you can make this happen. And I'm going to tell you, this is what we do in this house. When we're talking about nutrient-dense meal, you want a protein, you want veggie, you might have a small carb, but you mix and match. So, you know, for my husband and I, we love rice bowls, we love veggie bowls, right, where we'll put, you know, salmon and veggies and fresh garden things kind of all in a plate. But for my kids, they're not always into that, but we'll turn theirs into maybe a salmon taco. You know, maybe we'll add a tortilla so they can, you know, add a taco to it. Or maybe they like more rice, right? They might do a rice bowl so it makes it a little bit more fun, and they can put sauces on top. It's about being flexible, but all within your framework, right? So you're not making 3 different meals for 3 different kids plus for you and your spouse. You're making one meal that everybody can put together how they see fit differently.
The thing that always interests me, too, is about this game is that what you don't want to do, because kids are burning up. If kids are actually active, if they're out there playing Little League, if you have to get them off to the next lesson, the next activity, they are burning a lot of calories, which means they can eat a lot of garbage and get away with it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But this is really about developing healthy eating habits early. So when, as inevitably happens, unless they become either pro athletes or so active that they're like, you know, doing marathons, you want to make sure that when they get older and their metabolism slow down, they're not having eating habits that are going to quickly accelerate them into all kind of the later life problems so many people have a problem with. So how do you make sure that you give your kids a nice mix of, oh, that was fun, an ice cream, but at the same time that's a treat, not a lifestyle?
That's right. You know, this is the time where we're teaching our kids. So we're modeling behavior for them. And this is what I remind my husband all the time, too, in this house. What we put into our bodies, they're watching us. The eyes are on us. So really it's about, yes, having those treats. This is a part of childhood. Ice cream, come on. The ice cream truck, all these things, donuts. It's all a part of childhood. So don't skimp there, but know that it is a treat. It isn't something that we need all day, every day. It's a specialty, right? It's something that we can go to like have fun. But during the day, make sure that we do include a lot of those nutrient kind of snacks. So I partnered up with CBS this summer, and I'm very proud to, because they have over 200 varieties in their Well Market line of snacks that are health and kind of wellness nutrient focused, which is awesome. Some of my favorites are like these freeze-dried fruit raspberry infused apples that are awesome because one serving is equal to 1 cup of fruit, which those are the choices that you want to see that your kids are making, right, throughout the day, especially when they're burning those calories and things like that. You just want to feed them as much good stuff as possible, making sure that they're hydrated. There's a great electrolyte water that Well Market has that I absolutely love, you know. It's about getting those electrolytes in. And so, you know, making sure that you provide them with healthy snacks, great options that hydrate their body is going to be super important during these summer months.
By the way, as I kind of go through talking with our new friend Lizzie Mathis, and you can find out all about her at thecoolmom.co. And by the way, take the time to actually go over to her About page as well, too. It's a really great story, really wonderful story. I actually had planned to ask you the question, you know, water is a great foundation. And by the way, having them at the door is a terrific strategy. My mom actually used to do that, and another friend of mine who I used to hang out with, his mom and my mom would have water bottles at the front, and they had Kenworth dispensers in the back under the carport, which often made a difference. My mom said the only thing that she wished had existed back then in more bigger forms was powder packs to put in there to also, because hydration is the foundation, but you've also got to make sure that you're restoring stuff like electrolytes and all of that as well. It's all those little details that make the difference, right?
That's right. You're absolutely right. It is. It's all those details. You know, what you can't find sometimes if you don't have fruit nearby. You know, look, watermelon holds a lot of water, and so does a lot of other summer fruits. But if you don't always have those nearby, these like packets, these electrolyte waters and kind of powders that you can add, that you can pick up anywhere, you know, especially at any CVS in your neighborhood, these sort of things are going to be helpful for you because they're going to give you those instant boosts, right? When your kid is finished with that sports game and they're exhausted and they've sweated so much. And hey, let's just mention too, when you were sweating out there waiting for them, watching them in the sun and the heat too, you're going to want the electrolyte water as well to refuel yourself as well.
I want to ask this question because, by the way, a lot of our listeners out there, over-the-road truck drivers, are going to bring these tips back home to their family. But in case you guys are paying attention out there, you probably notice a lot of this stuff really applies to you guys as well. If you do the same things that Lizzie's kids are doing, you're probably going to be in pretty good shape. I wanted to ask you, Lizzie, how does it happen, though? How does this get ahead of folks? Look, being a parent is a full-time job, and when both parents have full-time jobs, it gets even harder than that. How does it slip away from people? Give us examples of where the slip starts to happen and they start to kind of miss making this happen for their kids, and how to stop that from happening once it starts.
Of course. You know, I think it really starts to happen as it happens to all of us. So I want to make that clear, too. This is something that we all go through. This is a universal thing that we have, you know, on our journey as parents and just active people, is that we don't always plan ahead. And so that's going to cause us more kind of stress down the line than if we just make a couple of easy flips and changes and keep a couple of tips in mind. It's going to go really far for us. So what I mean by that is, you know, when we forget to add those water bottles to the front door, or when we forget to get those, you know, great snacks and have them in the car or in our sports bags or summer bags, you know, that means that we're going to stop and get fast food. We're going to pick up whatever's convenient in the moment. We're going to kind of tend to go towards choices that aren't always the greatest for us in our wellness journey. And so those are when the cracks and the slips starts to happen. But if we just make those slight adjustments, having a snack pack ready to go, packing food kind of the morning of or the night before to have in a cooler in the car, are great options, right? Because then you're not necessarily stopping for fast food. You're just grabbing that sandwich that you already have and that you've packed. So having some of these kind of tips and tricks in mind before you start your day or before you start your weekend are always going to be better for you in the long run.
It's interesting too because you're working with CVS, so they don't have the same problem. And I'm not picking, and I won't say any other names here. There are bulk stores out there, and one of the great dangers of a bulk store is that you buy a supercalifragilisticexpialidocious sized box of like ice cream bars. Do you recommend, like I said, even when you're buying stuff like ice cream bars, if you have 3 kids, as you have, getting a pack with 6 bars is probably the way you should max it out, and you shouldn't even think about buying any more until that box is empty. You really, I know a lot of people want to, as parents, stock up on a lot of stuff, but this is a genuine question. Should you avoid, even when you're buying in bulk, to avoid buying junk in bulk, the treats in bulk? Is that something you should really avoid doing?
You know, unless you're having a party, a barbecue, a pool hang, a get-together where bulk makes sense, then yes. If it's just for you and your family, you know, I think it's always safe to buy the more junk kind of food items in limited quantities, because then you won't reach for them as long and as often, right? If you have a whole, like you said, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious box size of ice cream bars, you're going to eat all those ice cream bars for the next month.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? So I think that, you know, you're absolutely right. It's about buying, but you know what? It's about buying intentionally, Jimmy, too, right? It's about buying with what you really hold as important for you and your family. And right now, we know more than ever, health and wellness has to be top of mind. It really does, because we don't want our kids getting sick during the summer. We don't want to get sick during the summer. So you want to make sure we're putting really good stuff in our body. And those are the things that you want to buy more in higher quantities.
This is an odd question. I'm actually going to bring up the topic of fast food because you talked about avoiding it. I'm a big fan of process when it comes to football, when it comes to baseball, and all that kind of following the numbers, following the metrics. Some of the best football teams in the country often have their first 25 to 30 plays scripted. And I'm wondering if it behooves parents who are taking road trips, who occasionally stop on fast food stops, to maybe make a list that they have. I mean, there are apps available for this, to kind of look at the healthiest options so that the kids get their occasional treat, but at the same time that the parents are. Does it really help to keep up with the caloric sizes on the things that kids consume at fast food? I mean, is that something that you should keep up with and monitor when you go through the drive-thru? And every once in a while somebody says, hey, we want to get this thing, we love this thing, and you say, okay, we love you too, we're going to do this once. But how do you keep up with that? How do you make sure, once again, as my mom used to say, that is a treat, that is not our diet?
That's absolutely right. I mean, listen, let's be honest. Let's keep it really real as parents. There are going to be times when you have no other choice because you are on your way to a soccer game in another county or another city, or you're on a road trip, or, you know, you're on your way to go visit grandma and grandpa who live, you know, a state over. There are going to be times where you have to stop and get fast food, and it's okay. Take the pressure off of yourself. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not hurting your kids. You're not a bad parent because of it. But you just can't make it a habit. That can't be your go-to all the time. It can't be your after-dinner late-night meal as well as your road trip meal as well as your weekend fun meal. Choose your moments. Be intentional about when you choose to do it. Listen, it's going to be hard to keep up with calories all the time with what a kid eats throughout a whole day. But as long as you're choosing healthier ingredients, ingredients that do have less ingredients in them, they're not over-processed, right? So we're talking things that don't have a whole long laundry list of ingredients when you look on the back of the pack. As long as you're keeping those top of mind and those are the things that you're choosing, then that's a better option. And when and if you do have to stop at these fast food places, you're right. Take a look at the menu. Really assess. And there are plenty of apps out there. Even if you do a quick Google search on, you know, what are some healthy options for kids in your area or in the areas that you're going to, you might find that there might be a turkey sandwich somewhere over, you know, a fried chicken sandwich. Who knows, you know, but there are choices that we all can make. And I think it's just about being a little bit more prepared.
I want to bring this up too in light of CVS, because there's a lot of places out there that are are the equivalent of a food desert. You walk in there, and boy, the shelves are packed, but they are packed with absolutely destructive stuff, some of which I just call styrofoam with food seasoning on it. I have noticed at places like CVS, however, that there are lots of bags of nuts. There are, in fact, healthy sandwiches, the kind of pre-made ones that are in the bottom of the shelf and all that kind of stuff. What can parents do in regards to engaging with stores like CVS to kind of understand that they can find the healthier options inside of a place like that to really kind of make a difference in their kids' lives?
Well, one, check it out. Like, make sure when you stop into your CVS next time, look around. Take a glance, because you'll be surprised what you see. CVS has really doubled down on a lot of varieties, over 200 varieties in their well-market category for snacks that keep this top of mind. One of my favorites is the well-market pretzel twists. They're gluten-free. They're really flavorful with everything, bagel seasonings, right? But they're also free of the top 9 allergens. And those are things that you're not going to be able to catch, right? That's amazing right there alone. So it's also just paying attention. Look on the back of the bag. Look at what the ingredients are. If it's a long list of ingredients, pass. Choose something else. But it's nice to know that places like CVS have the options for us, because honestly, I think that, in years past, it just hasn't been accessible to us. So now that, places like CVS is on every corner in every neighborhood, right? There are options that are available to us that we can now choose from. So don't be blind to that. Just take a look, and see what's out there. I think another great way is to do some online shopping. If you don't have time to necessarily go into the stores, check out the CVS app or online at cvs.com/summer, right? Those are places where you can find some online options ahead of time, and you can see and kind of do a little research while you're laying in bed at night or while you're taking some alone time, just to kind of prep yourself and kind of see what is even available to you that your family might love.
The other, and by the way, now you got me so excited, I'm actually sharing my own tips here, is the fact that I have what I call a foundational shopping list that I actually make a photocopy of, that I always know there are certain things that I am going to need when I go to the store to make sure that I'm not ever forgetting anything, and then build on top of that. And I was kind of curious about how we manage time, because one of the things that always ends up happening, especially when we start this adventure, we were at the grocery store the other day, my 2 producers and I, trying to get some food and snacks over here at the studio. We all were reading the back of cereal boxes intently, looking for protein content, looking to minimize sugar content. And I was kind of curious to, the idea of how does one actually, in a busy schedule, get in and out of the grocery store while at the same time not rushing through and picking up the worst and the least possible desirable objects from the store?
Well, one, I love that you said, about your list. I call mine my massive checklist. You call yours your foundational checklist. So I love yours better. Your wording is much better than mine, let me tell you. But I think the beautiful part about it is, Jimmy, is that we are creatures of habit in many ways, right? So the beautiful part about it is that once you find the products that you really love, take the time sometimes to look on the back. You and your colleagues, you did a great job. You did exactly what you're supposed to do. Read the back of the package. It may take a little bit of time the first time, but if you don't understand the ingredients in there, pass on them. Look for the ones that you know what's in there. It meets all your criteria. Grab those. But then the next time you go, you already know what to grab. You know exactly what's on your list. You know exactly the ones that works for you and your family. So it's not something that you have to do all the time long term. It will at some point become muscle memory, where you can just grab the brands and the products that you know are right for you.
Okay, this is a fun question, by the way, and not one that I planned on asking, but my wife and I, because she has certain dietary conditions and needs, we've become big fans of carrots and hummus. Big fans of that. So what I was kind of curious about is, how do we introduce our kids, anybody out there, to the adventure of trying new things? Because there's a lot of stuff that you and I really dig that I'm sure kids go, bleh. And how do we make sure that how do we do that? How do you actually sit your children down and say, look, mom and dad like this. You might not be crazy about it because of the way it looks or what it sounds like. How do we introduce our kids to better eating options when so much of their peers, so much of their school actually says, no, it's okay. You get those chicken fingers and French fries. You're good. What do we do?
Well, first of all, if you have teenagers like me, then you don't say mom and dad like them. That's first of all. That's where you go wrong. So don't start off with that. What it's about, what we do here is we leave it out. We introduce it, we leave it out. So, for instance, when my kids are at camp, they come back, they're hungry, they're starving, they're famished, all the things. I'll have carrots, hummus, cucumber, celery, olives, pickles. I'll have a whole array of crackers that I feel good about, right? I'll have all those things out and about, dried fruit. I'll have some of these snacks from Well Market, these pretzel chips and things like that. I'll have them all out in kind of like a charcuterie board. And when you present it in a charcuterie board way where they feel like, oh my goodness, I can just go and indulge and like dive in and eat whatever I want, you don't mind, because all of it is healthy. All of it is good choices. And so in that moment, they come back and they want to grab it. They want to grab and go. But now we've introduced things that they may have not picked in the refrigerator themselves, or if you put it on a dinner plate, they may not want to eat. But now they're tasting it. Now they're enjoying it. Now they see, oh, okay, I don't mind that. I don't mind that carrot and hummus. I don't mind that, homemade ranch dip and cucumber or celery. And so those are just kind of fun ways to introduce it into their diet.
My producer is a health nut and in incredible shape. He actually has a question he wants to ask you really quickly, Lizzie.
So real quick, so you're saying I'm spoiled the fact that my girlfriend's 2 kids crave cucumber, tomatoes, hummus, spinach artichoke dip, white rice, and then anytime I try to introduce anything else, they're like looking at me like I'm a Nazi.
So basically, Dre has actually hit the mother lode in regards to being in kids, getting kids to actually try new stuff is what you're telling me, right? I mean, that's kind of it, right?
They love it already.
Listen, you've hit a gold mine. I'm here to tell you. And you know what it means? It means that she's made some really good choices. That's what it means. Exactly. It means that she's created some really great habits. And that's what I think we're trying to impart today, right? You follow really great habits, and your kids will follow suit.
One of the things I want to tell people, if you go to the coolmom.co, you're going to find, too, it's not just Lizzie who's a cool mom. There are shout-outs to a whole bunch of cool moms over there as well. And by the way, Lizzie, you should come out with a brand of crackers called Lizzie Mathis's Crackers I Feel Good About. That is one of the most peak statements I've ever heard in my life, because that's an important thing, too, is that people want texture. And people often forget it doesn't have to be some giant sodium square. There are so many alternatives to giving people crunchy, a crunchy snack that doesn't just drop a ton of sodium on them, right?
You're absolutely right, Jimmy. If I could tell you how many times I've gone through these aisles and have looked at these crackers, it's like that's what you want the most, is something crunchy, and sometimes it's so hard to find with good ingredients. But you're absolutely right. I'm going to work on that. Jimmy, that's my summer goal. Crackers I feel good about.
I think it's great. Lizzie Mathis's Crackers I Feel Good About. I feel good about talking with Lizzie Mathis, but you're not going to believe this. We're almost out of time. We're down to about 2 minutes here. I just want to give you a chance to tell people where they can find you, what the mission is, and give you a chance to wrap this up on your own terms, Lizzie.
Oh, thanks, Jimmy. I really appreciate it, and it's been so fun talking to you. So you can find me at Lizzie Mathis on Instagram. You can also head over to thecoolmom.co, that's thecoolmom.co, for all those lifestyle, family tips and tricks and anything that you need really pertaining to motherhood and family. And also those dads out there, you'll find some important information as well. And then, of course, head over to cvs.com/summer for all those really great deals that you can find that we've talked about today. I think that's what it's about. I just want to tell everyone, have fun this summer. It's not about holding back. It's about diving in. Family is so important. Enjoy the time that we have. Enjoy those beautiful days. And make sure that you keep health and wellness top of mind.
Lizzie, before I let you go, I want to tell you something really quickly. Somebody actually explained to my mother what intermittent fasting was one day, and she said, "Oh, you mean me saying the kitchen's closed?" And it hit me like a ton of bricks. That's all intermittent fasting is. Mom at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the evening after dinner saying, kitchen's closed. Don't go in it. We're done here. Thank you, Lizzie, so much. You're a terrific mom and a terrific guest. We hope to get you back on sometime.
I'd love to come back. Thanks, Jimmy.
Road Gang Radio continues on the other side of this break here, guys. Don't forget to go to thecoolmom.co. I'm telling you guys, it's good tips for living, period. It's about the habits you make that you can take forward with you. You might change your own life in adapting these policies of motherhood. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Start your engines, people. It's time for Road Gang Radio. Coming at you live from the Passport Studios in Nowlands with Jimmy Mack and straight from Nashville, Lindsay Lawler.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, Madison, by the way, you don't have to read it at the speed of the music, by the way, although well done.
It felt appropriate.
Bring that energy.
Thank
She's
you.
like, you know what I think? She was like, Lindsay's back, and I am raring to go, Madison with the T. That's what I took from that.
I took that from it too, man. I'm telling you, though, man, she dropped the hammer and got that going and accelerated. Big smile on her face while she did it, though. We're pleased about that, by the way.
Was it let me ask Madison, was that a smile because you were excited or you were terrified that your voice and your energy was going out to the world?
I was excited. I felt like, because I was reading from a prompt, and I was like, this music matches this prompt. I got to match the energy of the music.
Love
like,
it.
Yeehaw!
It's crazy, man. It is crazy. It's Ennsville. It's out there. Hey, Lindsay Lawler, good morning to you. And I guess welcome back to some degree. I always miss you on Mondays, and it's good to have you on Tuesdays. So how you doing?
I'm good. I'm tired. We drove 18 hours yesterday. Got home at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then got my child to bed. We did a long road trip back from Cape Cod. We stopped and we had to stop for my husband's work in upstate New York. So we actually went, Jim. We were up on Lake Champlain in Willsboro, New York, like almost to Montreal. But you could see like. These are a guy that a husband and wife that my husband Seamus works with. They are producers, and we went because A, I wanted to meet him, but B, I'm like, please keep hiring my husband. Hi, we went out of our way to come see you. And so, but you could see it's their like kind of family lake cabin, Jim, and you can see from the house, you look across at Burlington, Vermont is across the way. Montreal like looming in the background, and then you see all these different cities throughout New York. just stunning. It's where the Champ Loch Ness Monster resides in that lake, by the way. And I stayed up all night watching videos of it and then wondered why I had weird nightmares. Everything's fine. So trekked back yesterday, 18 hours. Seamus drove 16 of them. I drove 2 of them, and we're home. Yeah.
The 2 hours you drove, by the way, what was the precipitating breaking point to get you behind the wheel?
Because we were, honestly, it was, we kept saying, are we going to get a hotel? We're going to stay with a friend, because also we had our dog and our 6-year-old in the car. And it was, seeing that we're not going to get home till like 3 or 4 in the morning. We were like, do we stop? It's at what point do you make the decision if we're going to stop or not? And we kind of made a plan to not have a plan and see how far we could go. But I was like, if we can continue to power home and I can give you a quick break, Seamus, let's do it. He likes to drive. I don't want to say it's a control thing, but it's a control thing. And also, maybe I'm not the best driver. Sorry, truck drivers. That's why I'm on this side of the mic. And I think it was that power through for him to make it across the finish line at the very end. And finally, when I was like, my eyes are closing, you have to take back over, I woke him back up. But he 2-hour power nap. That's more than a power nap.
That's more than a power nap. Although 2 hours, it depends. If the 2 hours are done properly, it could be a power nap. If some of it is spent awake, there's all kind of details in there. By the way, Marshall Platter lets you guys know that he is on the edge of Lake Superior. He's got pictures over on the Book of Face for that. RadioNemo, which of course is always the turtle lurking someplace, says LaRue is back. # passenger princess.
Oh, I like that. A passenger.
Yeah.
Always passenger, guys.
By the way, Lindsay, I'm almost sad you weren't here for the first part of the show, because it is National Be a Dork Day. That's for you.
Excuse me?
Exactly. It's not a fat joke, though, I promise.
Okay.
National Pet Fire Safety Day, which I think is kind
Also
of terrific.
me.
But in the spirit of everything...
Let me take the firework out of my dog's mouth real quick.
Yeah,
Okay, carry on.
Not a good idea. And National I Love Horses Day. And with that in mind, by the way, I have a little horse joke for you.
Oh, Lord.
What do you give a horse with a cold?
Let's see. Something for hay fever?
That's pretty good. How about cough syrup?
I think mine was better, actually.
Something for hay fever? Oh, by the way, though, if you're going to get... By the way, what's a horse's favorite wine?
Wine?
Yeah.
What's his favorite wine?
Chardonnay.
Chardonnay, girl.
Hey,
Okay.
by the way, this bad dad joke has been brought to you by, but is not the responsibility of ShadyRays.com. The joke is on you if you don't head over to ShadyRays.com for their lost and broken protection plan, joyful customer service, and a chance to look cooler than an iced tea on an Alabama porch. Welcome back to #RGR Road Gang Radio, your one-stop shop for everything in regards to both making a living and enjoying your life. Lindsay, you have something really cool happening next week, and I wanted to spend some time along with, we're going to have a guest here in a little bit, we'll preview them in a second, but I wanted to kind of spend some time with you to kind of set this up, because our next show, we currently have 2 shows on this platform, a third is coming on this platform. There are other things we have in the works that are kind of in beta, but the next real deal that happens on the 23rd of July, along with this big party over here, is a show called We Should Write. And I kind of, if you would be willing to, wanted to talk a little bit about what it is you got cooking for next week.
Yeah, I'm really excited for multiple reasons. So first of all, guys, we should write. That was a saying that kind of came up as an inside joke with my friend Laura Donnie, who's been on the show years ago, like 17 years ago. We made a joke because I was at Costco when I had first moved to town 18 years ago, getting my and I went to the optometrist at the Costco because that's what people without insurance do, I guess. Anyway, so I get my eyes checked at Costco, and the eye doctor there is asking me, he's like, what do you do for a living? And I said, I'm a singer-songwriter. And he's like, oh, me too. I just got a publishing deal. And I'm like, of course. The Costco optometrist has a writing publishing deal. Of course he does. And then I started just seeing it everywhere I went, like the grocery bagger was like, oh, you're a songwriter? Let's get together and write. So kind of started being like, we should write, right? And then I started making T-shirts around it. And then it just kind of became a joke. And I bought the domain and I trademarked it and whatever. Just went about being like, I don't know what this is, but I know it's something. And it went through all kinds of iterations in my head where I was like, maybe it's a Facebook meets Match.com that old school throwback there, guys, for writers, like helping people without publishing deals connect. And I was like, but I don't know how to do that. I don't understand publishing. I don't want to make an app. So then I would like let it go again. So anyway, when we launched this new platform over here and realized that we have all this space to thrive and we can really curate the content exactly how we want it, that is tailored to every single person on the air here, as well as every single person off the air here that we work with, as well as our audience. And I was like, I think this is important. The past couple of years when we were on that other platform, you know, I love to talk to writers about, we did Self-Help Sunday, and that's not what this is. This is not going to be deemed as self-help or, you know, anything in that regard, although we will certainly go there. But I was like, what a cool way to finally give this concept and this show a space. I knew there would have to be a show element to it because I've been in radio and hosted so long. So now We Should Write launches next week on July 23rd. It's about the healing power of writing delivered with equal parts sarcasm and soul, absurdity and vulnerability. We're going to dive deep. We're going to have songwriters, musicians, authors, anybody that writes for a living, although that the audience does not have to write for a living. Maybe you're on the cusp of saying, maybe I could write a book, maybe I could write a song, or maybe I could just get my stuff out, because I believe that is so important. If we don't get our stuff inside out, work your shit out. There, I said it. If you don't get it out, it will show up in the most inopportune times. Case in point, I know I've lost it many times because I didn't work my stuff out, or it'll turn into cancer, or whatever else it is. So this show is about getting your stuff out. We're going to laugh and really just talk to writers about when they put pen to paper and it changed their life. It showed the shifts. I think our audience can learn things, Jim. Maybe you'll even find a new hobby about it, maybe a new career, or maybe it'll help your relationship, get you out of a relationship, get you into another relationship, because I really think it's just about self-discovery, and I think it will change your life.
There's a lot of great stuff to unpack in there, and a lot of great stuff that kind of ties in really nicely with Dr. Ben Kligler, who we talked to earlier on the show.
I love him.
Really ties in beautifully. He was so excited about that. And I want to keep reminding people of this too, Lindsay. We have a lot of people who will call and say, is it okay if I say the name of this podcast on the show? Is it okay if I say the name of this artist on the show? Unless these people have threatened to burn down our families' homes, please.
There's only 2 or 3 that have done that, so you're pretty safe.
You're talking about yourself, Lindsay. There's a list for me. I appreciate the generosity of spirit, though, extended to me as well. You have few enemies. I have a growing list of enemies.
Whatever.
They're not mine. I mean, I'm theirs. But I wanted to kind of point out, he was talking today about breathing, and I am going to encourage you at some point to have a songwriting show about the times where you don't have lyrics, the choices to actually have space to allow instruments to kind of sing, or the choice to kind of take a pause, and how much that pause in between words or lyrics actually means. The idea, I'd love to talk about not so much the silence, because, you know, other than John Cage's 4 minutes and 36 seconds of silence as a song, that's a real song, by the way, we don't really talk about what is unsaid in songs. And I kept thinking about Dr. Kligler today and his thing about taking that breath, taking that breath and allowing it to center you. And you can hear it in some of the best songs. You can hear people take that moment of...
Well, and at the beginning, like I actually just listened to Lady Gaga from the Star is Born soundtrack when she does I'll Never Love Again. Before she sings that song on the soundtrack, as she does in the movie, she's like, it just starts with the piano, and she's about to sing about her husband who passed away in the movie, and she just takes that moment. I do it in my song, Okay. You hear the breath at the beginning of the song, which is kind of different than what you're saying in the middle, but it's also it's a reminder that there's somebody human back there behind that mic who's about to pour their soul out, and give them a break. Will you give them a break? They're about to pour their soul out so that hopefully somebody else can heal. Because that's the thing about being the songwriter, being the person that goes in the studio, Jim. I mean, I know I have one song in particular where I was like, I never thought I'd write it. And then I'm like, well, I definitely never thought I'd record it. And like, I definitely never thought I'd put it out and talk about it, And then you're like, you realize, okay, but what if I put this out and one person hears it, which in the case of my song, I'm Okay, I can think of this one woman in Idaho who messaged me, and it changed it changed me seeing her message. She's like, your song changed me. And I'm like, your message changed me. So it's a connection. And I think it's really important to, but I love what you're saying about let's talk about, I mean, Mark Evans will be a great person to talk about that, or Laura Donahue, who's a celebrity vocal coach, but breath work is her main thing. And she's like, if you're out of breath, it's because you've said too much. Pause, let it land, as Jimmy Mack likes to say.
Silence is so important in the sense that when we become aware of silence, we are no longer being silent because we're suddenly back to being present in that moment, so much so. But it's so important, I think, to kind of check in. Madison, by the way, this morning did that thing where she actually got swept up in the pace of the music and got swept away by it, and it forced her tempo. That's one of the big breakthroughs people often have, too, when they realize that their voice, and I mean that both their literal voice and how they sing, but also their idea of finding their voice. When they're actually they realize they can control the speed of their voice, the reality of their voice, and they can set the terms for the tempo. And I think in many ways, writing songs is about you figuring out a way to set the terms for your tempo. I had a question for you about your upcoming segment, Country and Western Music News. Do you make any reference to the famous songstress whose birthday it is today?
I've been cheated. Of course I do.
I figured you would. So what I'll do is rather than mention her again, what I'll do is I have a great quote I found for you, a wonderful quote that I found for you that I wanted to kind of share with you.
And while you're pulling that quote up, Jim, I'm going to tease that after you talk about this quote, we're going to talk about the first guest that will be on We Should Write, because it's a good tease.
Oh yeah, I know. It's I mean, it is so thrilling who you've actually put up here and put together. I'm so thrilled about it. So here is her quote, and it is perfect for what We Should Write should be.
Cool.
And I don't mean should be that I conceive of it, but what you have said to me. The essential elements of singing are voice, musicianship, and story. It is rare an artist has all three in abundance. And I love her acknowledgement of that. She's not saying that she has all three in abundance. She's saying how tough it is to be a truly great singer, because it's not just a matter of a good voice. That's not the same thing as great musicianship, and that's not, as you well know, the same thing as being able to tell a great story, because there are people who are very successful singer-songwriters who have limited voice, so-so musicianship, but are masterful storytellers. And I've always felt, and that's my own personal bias, that if you get the storytelling part right, provided you can carry a tune, if you know how to tell a good story and know how to communicate your emotions in that story, a lot of other sins can be made up for. But I love that quote because it says if you can somehow get that weapon and a sense of how to work with other musicians and a sense of what makes a good song, and then you combine it with a great emotional story, you're really cooking. And that, of course, by the way, is the Birthday Girl's quote. I wanted to just kind of throw that out there. I thought you would enjoy it.
I love that, Jim, because you know what? A lot of the best that's why the songwriting thing that we do, which we'll have a lot of songwriters on this show, Jim, that are not great singers. Now, that, of course, is opinion. Opinions are important here because some people don't like my voice. Some people we used to work with don't like my voice. That's another story. And that's fine. That's okay. But so that's an opinion. But a lot of hit big songwriters by trade will tell you, I'm not a great singer. That's why someone else cut it. I wrote it. It was my story. I mean, Marcus Hummon, who is going to be on the show, he's got a very interesting voice. One of those voices, you know it when you hear it. And his voice, he'll tell you, works for certain things, but it doesn't work for all things. So he'll bring Chris Roberts or other people up or myself to sing different songs, or he's got to do out with Sarah Evans. And, you know, it's like my voice doesn't work for this. And I understand that. And that's a self-awareness you have to have, I think, as well. But you said, you know, she used the word musicianship. I think I like the word musicality because that's something that I can interpret a little better.
I think it's the same thing. I think you're onto something there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think it's the same thing, but I have musicality in my head. Like I can hear symphonies, but it's debilitating to me because I'm not a master at any instrument. I tinker on the piano, I tinker on a guitar, but I have to to have a great musician with me, and I'll be like, here's what I want the guitar to sing with, and I'll like sing a guitar or a piano part, and they'll make it come to life. If somebody could put a plug in my brain, it would be amazing if I could get out what's in here. And so that's, to me, I have musicality in my head, but it's like I need a translator, which I think is sort of interesting. I think that's a little bit what Linda Ronstadt is talking about there, having the combination of the three. Because here's the other thing, when I take it, I haven't done a lot of, growing up, I was in choir and I took vocal lessons. But Laura Donahue, who's one of my best friends, one of the best vocal coaches there is, I took like 2 lessons with her, and it changed my life because she's like, there's so many people who will give you, like, when you go to a voice lesson, they're like, here are the 30 things you should think about when you get on stage to perform. You've been on stage, Jim. Anyone who has, it's once you get on stage, you're not thinking about technique. There's no way. You're thinking about the energy and what's about to happen when you perform on stage for one or thousands of people. It doesn't matter. And so instilling those things that just become sort of innate within you, and you're doing just like, riding a bike like a muscle. That's what's interesting. So yeah, we're going to talk about all kinds of things on the show. And Jim, so July 23rd, when We Should Write launches a week from tomorrow, live in New Orleans. The show is always live, but I will physically be there live with Dre, Phone Master Dre, and Madison with the T, and Jimmy with the J. Maybe I'll get a tattoo. Sorry, Mom and Dad listening. Our very first guest of We Should Write, I was scratching my head, who should that be? And I'm like, well, if I'm going to physically be in New Orleans, we should have somebody who's physically in New Orleans that can be there with us in studio, and it's sort of a New Orleans staple. And so joining us for our first kickoff show will be Fred LeBlanc, lead singer and drummer of the band Cowboy Mouth. Cowboy Mouth, of course, they're alternative rock band. They were formed back in the early 90s. They had the big hit Jenny Says.
Turn on the radio.
Turn on the radio. Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, that's going to be really excited to have Fred joining us. His only thing while he was going back and forth, guys, was because he has his kids with him that day. So he'll be bringing his kids in studio with us. They're 11 and 13. So I'm going to need to figure out what I can do for 11 and 13-year-olds. Maybe I'll just have pizza.
You're going to be fine, by the way. There's a big back room here. We're going to have the table and chairs all set up, so there'll be plenty of space for them to kind of spread out. They don't have to be like,
awesome.
Lurking. Actually, we can take care of that. We will be up to speed. We've got some finishing touches to put down over here, but by the time Fred arrives, and by the time the band arrives for the party, too, we'll have a nice little space for people to retire to and kind of do their thing. So we should be good to go. We'll be welcoming people in. Our good friend Madison, by the way, on a really quick note, is going to be finishing up the artwork on the door today, and then has a couple of signs, some chalkboards we're putting up around the studio that are going to give it all the finishing touch.
Thank God this isn't a male versus female comment, except that it is. I'm really glad there's a woman there who's also a creative artist, badass to put some touches on. Not that you guys aren't doing great. I'm sure it is. I haven't seen it, but Madison, do something on that wall behind Jimmy's head right now, please.
It's already planned. It's already
Okay,
planned, by
thank
the
you.
way. And by the way, can make this really clear, and Madison's going to back me up here because I want a little bit of Ave's vehement for myself. Madison will back me up. I know how to hang pictures. Do I not, Madison?
He does know how to hang pictures.
Yeah, I know where to put them. So we actually got a really cool thing. And by the
I know
way,
where to put them right up your. Hey!
Speaking of trucking and pictures, one of the things that is going to go up behind me is what our good friend Showtime sent us, by the way.
Cool.
It's actually going to go up behind me. And Brad Bentley donated 2 pictures to the studio, one of Dr. John and
really
one of
cool.
Satchmo, which I'm very, very excited about.
Can
to
I
put
bring
up.
one to add?
Please.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Will you be shocked when I say it's of me?
No. I was kind of hoping it would be, by the way. I need more Lindsay Lawler in my life.
Me too.
The other thing about Dr. Kligler that we were talking about, because you said, when you get up on stage, there's very little training that you can resort to. Or if you become aware of your training and begin to try to exercise training techniques, it can distract you from the momentum at hand. The one thing you can do, and it goes back to Dr. Kligler, is that you can breathe. You can remind yourself to breathe. It is the one, and I know you know what I'm talking about here, Lindsay. The other stuff about find your center, find your light, you better instinctively know how to do that already.
If you don't need to be on stage anyway.
Reflexively, you need to know how to do it, how to feel the heat on your face, all that kind of stuff. But I will say this. You can remind yourself, whether you're behind the wheel of a truck or whether you, in fact, are on a stage, hey, man, take a breath. take a deep gulp of oxygen through your nose and then push it all out through your mouth. Fill up those lungs and get to the next checkpoint, the next waypoint. That, by the way, I was curious. I've never done a concert. I have never been the lead singer of anything. I was kind of curious to ask you that question as well, because I have done a lot of one-man shows and I have been in a lot of plays. And there is a map when you do a show that you begin to develop where you're like, okay, I'm at the halfway point. Okay, I'm at this big laugh point. Okay, this is the place where I actually have to really kind of check in and listen to other people because they're talking now. And I was kind of curious especially when you were at Tootsie's, and there was a lot of room to play there, I know, from requests and all that kind of stuff. But did you have that internal clock that was telling you, okay, now I'm here, now I'm here?
Read the room.
I'm getting close to wrapping up. And that, I think, is the difference between a rehearsed sort of theatrical piece and a concert. You've got to you can't really, it's a very dangerous thing to change a set show despite the audience's reaction. Whereas in a concert, you can change what song you play. You can turn to your band and say, hey, you know what, maybe we should bring this down. Let's flip the order of these two songs. Is that something that and I know you can because of where you used to work and what you used to do, but is that something that you do on a regular basis when you're doing a show? Do you change set lists in the middle of a show based on what you're reading in the room?
For sure, but I think it's a difference to your point. Like Tootsie's, the whole thing was based on, there was no set list. When you play downtown at Broadway, there's no set list. It's you're going off of requests and audience. And is it a quieter crowd? Okay, we're doing older country. We're asking the crowd, do you want to hear old country? Do you want to hear new country? Do you want rock and roll? But that's a whole different muscle, whole different flex that the musicians down on Broadway can do, where you can play anything because of a thing called the Nashville number system, where people can get them through songs. So that's a whole different vibe. But I think in a concert, and this is like, when you hear, like we saw Pearl Jam recently at Bridgestone Arena here in Nashville. And it was like, I wanted a friend of his had just passed away. So he did a pivot, and wanted to kind of shift to something. And that's what's sort of cool because, I think about all the time, Jim, the Pearl Jams, the Taylor Swifts, whoever in the world that tour and do the same thing night after night after night. And there's people that go, there were guys in front of us at the Pearl Jam show that was their 197th Pearl Jam show to be at. And so for those kind of fans, you've got to change it up, but also toe the line of having a uniform show that is really polished, because to be big and bold, and there's stage and there's lights and there's hundreds of people that go into those big arena shows, but you've also got to keep it fun and fresh for both yourself on stage and the people that are there every night or multiple nights. But you got to, it's kind of a weird toe the line. And I think it's just, to your point, it's just trusting your gut, reading the room. Tootsie's was a fun free for all, but when you go out on the road, especially when it's an audience that hasn't seen your show before, you want to make sure that it's a polished thing.
Well, and it's a great reminder, too, when you're doing the same show over and over again. It goes back to my friend's great comment when somebody asked him for a definition of the audience. He said, ultimately, the audience is what happens. When you're doing the same show, the one wild card in it is that each audience is different. Even if it's got a few return guests, each audience is different, and therefore it changes the show. That's why I love our new format, by the way, Lindsay. I love the chat that goes on in the morning, that first half hour when people just check in to say good morning, the kind of wild farago, including Chef Marty, who, by the way, has become a regular drop-in as well, too. All kinds of groovy stuff happens there. But the audience is so important because they are what happens. They are what changes the show from location to location, that and the location in which you perform this. Let's unpack this guest, by the way, because we probably should do that. Would you care to do the honors, or would you like me to do it, Lindsay? Either way, I'm a happy man.
Well, and we don't want to say too much, because you're always a good reminder to me, Jim, that we don't want to give too much of their intro away, because it takes away from part of the conversation. So you and I can both chat here, but I'm very excited about Ben Anderson, who's joining us next, because he's doing something, Jim, that's
up your alley.
Yeah, 3,000% my bag. But he's the creator of the Park City Song Summit, that's both music and some great. I love Dawes. I'm a fan of Dawes, so I'm excited about that. And Marcus King, of course.
When My Time Comes, I'm sorry, is one of the best songs ever written.
Oh, it's great. So great. And so for Ben Anderson has put together this festival that's equal parts music and it's mental health awareness and healing. So it's not people going to be a train wreck and get wasted and falling down on their face and not listen to the music. It's equal parts celebrate life and celebrate music and actually be, it's a healing thing. He believes that music is a universal language, as do a lot of us, I believe. And so I'm so excited to talk to him. He's a wonderful creative himself. He'd be actually a wonderful guest for We Should Write. Right?
Just suggesting. Just putting that out there.
I'm going to put him on the spot, ask him to come back. So yeah, you can go to parksongsummit.com to find out more. Ben is joining us next. He was recently named one of the 25 most influential people in music by Spin Magazine, which is really freaking cool for that to be called out. So we're gonna break that down, Jim. I'm very excited to have a conversation with him.
I am too. We're going to take a quick break, come back on the other side. Guys, don't forget Country and Western Music News will be the final half hour of the show. And I'm going to keep on pushing this, by the way. We are now exactly a week out, not only from the big party, but from the big debut of We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler. We'll be unpacking that over the course of the next week as well. Hope you guys can join us in the city of New Orleans. Hope you guys can join us for that particular show. We will be back after these messages with Ben Anderson. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, dude.
Listen to your friend Ben. He's a cool dude. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live and rolling once again. This is me talking at the tempo of the music. This is Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
You can be contrapuntal. You know that, by the way. You can actually move against the current of the river. It's
What
okay.
does contrapuntal mean? I don't
Oh,
understand.
you understand that. You know what contrapuntal is.
Jimmy and his big words.
A big
I
word.
don't get it. I need the toilet paper. The word of the day, toilet paper. Use it in a sentence, please. Oh, wait, you just did. Phone a friend. I am. Tell me what it means. I mean, I get it, but can you tell me like a definition of it?
Contrapuntal is an opera term, and all it means is it's also a composition and orchestrational term that it actually means.
Listen, you can't describe the word and make it sound more. Make me ask for more words.
Describe
that
word with bigger words.
Yeah.
You're
dumb me down.
Okay, basically,
Or dumb you down,
It's like
rather.
basically if the music is a river and you're swimming against the stream, you're being contrapuntal. How about that?
I'm still lost. Let's talk to our guest.
Take-
Just when I think I've got everything figured out, Jimmy Mack makes me feel dumb again. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. That's what it's all about.
Go on.
Okay. God, poor Ben, is our guest, is listening. He's like, God, I have to talk to these two idiots. What
Click.
am I doing here this morning? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going through a tunnel. I think I lost you.
Okay, go on, please, Lindsay.
Okay, guys, I'm so excited for today's guest because this guy is doing something really, really special. And I can't stress that enough, not just for music, but for mental health, healing, and the whole dang soul of the industry. You know, this is my jam. Ben Anderson is the founder of the Park City Song Summit, which is a one-of-a-kind music experience nestled in the mountains of Utah. Take me there, please. It's not your average festival. It's about deep conversations. Let's see if anything sounds familiar, guys. Deep conversations, vulnerability, recovery, the transformative power of song. I could live in this world forever. Think Songwriter Circle meets a wellness retreat meets a rock show in a ski town. Please. Yes. Thank you. So Ben left a successful 30-year legal career. Yes, legal, to create this passion project. And y'all, it's been making waves, so much so that he was just named one of Spin Magazine's 25 most influential people in music. No big deal. What have you done with your life? The summit features artists like Marcus King, Dawes, Love, Green Sky Bluegrass, Goose, so many more, guys. So many across so many genres. We're throwing genre out the window. Please make welcome to the show as we talk about this amazing experience, my new friend and yours, Ben Anderson, who's doing the Lord's work of music and healing and music. Good morning, friend.
Good morning. Wow, after that amazing intro, I feel like I'll just record that, and that's my elevator speech now. You guys are fun, man. No, I'm stoked to be on your show and honored. It's a great Tuesday. It's a great Tuesday to be on Road Gang. So thank you so much for having me.
Oh.
Jimmy, we got rice cooking in the microwave. It's a great day to be alive.
It's a great day to be alive, by the way. And so let's just get cooking. So as Lindsay and I are both the children of attorneys, so we understand, and
we sympathize.
And we sympathize. Can you and we don't sympathize in regards to having been raised by those wonderful men. We just understand what they had to go through. Can you kind of talk about your own personal journey? Because we were talking with Dr. Ben Kligro of the Veterans Affairs, and he pointed out the fact that the necessity to breathe, to kind of be present of where you're headed next. What was the breath like for you? Can you talk about the idea when you took that breath and decided you wanted to head off in this direction?
Ooh.
Yeah, great questions. I think there's probably a few different breaths in there, and one was that I didn't come from means, so I knew that coming from a small town in Tennessee, that I would have to really rely on doing well in school, being a personable guy that could get jobs at everything under the sun, from working on a farm to working on a factory to just being, making a living, to getting scholarships to where I could do what I wanted to do, which was be an attorney, but I also wanted to play music. I didn't know what I wanted to do, right? So, but I just knew that attorneys could argue really well, and I could, and that they, if they were successful enough, they could make some money, and I didn't have any of that. So I was like, okay, that's a great route. And I really worked hard to get those scholarships and to go through and to do these things. And by all outside eyes or objective measures, I had, quote unquote, succeeded. I had a family. I had the fancy car, the fancy house. I was doing well at my job as an attorney, and but I had this underlying little thing called the disease of alcoholism that I just thought was something that people did, and that's how they were entitled to release at the end of the day or whatever. But when the end of the day became the beginning and the middle and the end of the day, I was asked to, leave my law firm. I was asked to leave my house, all these things that I'd worked so hard for and, should have been just so appreciative of. They slipped through my fingers as I, turned to what I thought was my best friend, which was the bottle. And in fact, it was the worst demon, but it sure clothed itself very well as being my best friend. So when I finally took a breath, back to your question, and was like, there's an easier way to live here, and I don't have to drink, I don't have to do other things to have fun. I can have fun by just being who I am and being grateful that I woke up today and that, I am alive and well and that I have opportunity for whatever time I'm given on this planet. that was a big moment for me in learning that loving myself, forgiving myself, understanding my condition, and then the most important part of, a life of recovery is being of service and reaching out and helping the next gal, the next guy, whatever. So that was the first big breath. And then at the end of 30 years of being a trial lawyer, trying cases against, Fortune 50 companies, year after year, day after day, being on the road and having record settlements and verdicts and really having a second lease on life in my legal career, I was exhausted and said, I got to take a breath here. Literally, I got to find something else. And so whatever I thought of as retirement quickly went away. And, I have a lot of friends in the music industry. I've been a musician my entire life. I love live music. I'm an old deadhead. I've seen thousands of live shows of all varieties, love all kinds of music. So I was sitting with my friend Anders Osborne and my wife, and we were backstage at at one of his shows and Lucas Nelson's shows, and it was just like, man, we're losing so many people to this. Somebody's got to do something. Let's do something that's way different when it comes to what a traditional music festival has become. And he's like, and you're the guy to do it. I'm like, what? I don't know anything about running a music festival, the music industry, blah, blah, blah. He's like, no, man, you got to do it. So that was the breath. It was just like, wow, there's this calling and an opportunity to be of service of something that I love, which is live music and musicians and their touring groups and the unsung heroes behind them. And wow, we could really make a difference in a space that for so long has been sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and the 27 Club, and all these folks who've, as Neil Young said when he described Needle and the Damage Done, we've lost so much creativity into the ground because of addiction, right? And so it's like, okay, maybe that falls to me. So that top 25 list you're talking about, I am convinced somebody lost their job over that. I'm like, how did I end up on the same list as some of these pioneers and these wonderful folks? I should probably be on the top 25 list of folks most unlikely to create a disruptor in the longstanding, music festival business and to actually have a measure of success. But I figured that title was probably too long for Spin Magazine, so they just stuck me on this other one.
You need a really big business card for that.
Yes. So those were my breaths that I took. And, we're in our fourth year of Song Summit, but really fifth year because we did a year in 2019 pre-pandemic. So this is kind of that year that I feel like we're starting to get a little bit of a breeze at our back, dare I say. We've staked our claim on doing something different. And that is, listen, if somebody wants to get hammered or, do whatever their drug of choice is, whatever, that's fine. But what we set out to do is say, well, what about those of us who don't choose that life and we need something healthier, or else we end up in the middle of the street naked with the cops chasing us, right? And that's having great alternative beverages to alcohol. And that could be for people that drink or don't drink, to have clean rooms as well as green rooms for artists that need something that doesn't have alcohol or cigarettes or drugs in it. We have a clean room. We have wellness meetups for both artist and audience. We have artist wellness lounge for Reiki, massages, things that they just don't get on the road, to just like let them have some peace. We have guided hikes and one-on-ones with therapists for them and for our audience if they want them. We have these talks. Our labs are really our special sauce, right? Those are the differentiator between us and your traditional festival, is that the artists that you're going to hear from at night and dance to, or maybe that you love and you hear on the radio all the time, who are they as humans? What are their challenges? And you get to see that, wow, they're just like me. They write songs about these feelings. And now I understand that. Like, I really feel like setting the day with our morning wellness, with yoga, meditation, sound baths, and centering and morning mindfulness, followed by labs where we go into a room and we connect in a very special way with artist-led conversations. And then we dance at night and we just let all that love flow. I always say to my team, lead with love. The rest will take care of itself, right? And that's what we're trying to be, as an example of a different way that you could hold a music festival, a way different way to experience it. And that is, let's think about the artist and their touring camps is an ecosystem that is like a fragile bowl that we've got to be more protective of. You know, we've been talking for 30 years now about breast cancer, whereas before that, especially coming from the Bible Belt, no one said the word breast or cancer. And it's like, why? And so now we can talk about, a race that's a run for the Tatas to raise money. The NFL wears pink so we can talk about breast cancer awareness. We need to be talking about mental health awareness and the disease of addiction and substance challenges and trauma the same way. So we've planted our flag there. It was a little flag, and that flag seems to be getting a whole lot of other flags around it. And you put enough small flags on the hill, people can see it from a long ways away. So we're definitely in a lane that is sort of by ourselves. We hope that's not always the case. We are starting to see at other festivals, people having IV and having recovery meetups and having therapists on board for the artists. I'm not saying we're a direct cause of that. I'm just happy to be at the forefront of this movement. And I'll die on that hill. I really will, that we all need to start with loving ourselves, forgiving ourselves, and loving others, and having music be the powerful platform to connect us, because this world seems to be more and more divided every day. And if we can use music for some part of healing to move the human experience forward, well, then good on us.
Yeah. Well, Ben, I will meet you on that hill. I will die with you, because we're right there with you. Everything you said. And so many things to unpack here. I wish this interview was 9 hours long, because I think we could talk forever. Let me first just say, when you humbly said somebody should be fired for putting you on that list, obviously that's a joke. That's why. But I think that I believe when your passion meets your purpose, boom. When you're doing something that fills you up and also helps other people, boom. That's the holy grail right there. So, and you didn't set out to be like, I want to be a powerful music festival owner. Like, that wasn't your intention behind it. Was something, intention is everything, as Oprah Winfrey says. And, you've got this artist audience relationship that you're building, which is really a gold standard, I think. But I wasn't going to go here, but I want to do it real quick, because the timing of you talking of this conversation and the alcohol side of things. We just got back from visiting some friends and family on Cape Cod, and we have some friends that work in the restaurant business. And when you live in a tourist spot that also gets sort of dark and dismal in the winter, it can be depressing. And a friend of mine has a husband that is battling, that he's an alcoholic, and she's like, I realize I've been an enabler of this for 23 years. And I said, let me guess, it's easier for you not to do something, because when you realize you're going to do something, especially as either the spouse or the friend of somebody, it's like, I can let him keep doing that, but if I don't, it means we have to change our entire life. And I think that's the overwhelming piece, especially and I'm an artist and songwriter as well, and have been around that world for so long, and played in downtown Nashville, where it's and toured, and it's like we're the one job where it's appropriate or accepted to be drunk on the job, which is really weird. But it's a thing. And when you realize, God, if I change that, this shifts everything. So I bring that up because I just want to ask you your take, Ben, on and you've kind of already set it up for what we're going here to do, but to give people the freedom to say, okay, I'm going to this thing, because it's like, okay, if I'm not going to drink, who am I? What am I going to do? How am I even going to be social? And I think that happens in songwriting too. It's like, what am I going to write about if I'm not drunk, writing about the drunk times in the bar? I think you can still write about those experiences in the past, because now the beauty is you just remember it. So just as both a musician and the festival creator, but also a festival goer and a music goer yourself, talk about how you kind of set yourself up for success to still have fun and enjoy it, and be like, no, this isn't going to be boring. This is going to be that sort of cheesy high on life experience, right?
Yeah, so I'm a hard-charging person. I'm either full on or full off, right? And so my personality, my genetic predisposition is to being someone who is like, let's go. Well, that gusto, that joie de vivre, that's like, to enjoy life, I've got to drink like a fish and I got to party. And it's like, yeah, and a lot of songwriters, I hear this all the time, like, well, what am I going to do, man? Who am I going to hang out with? It's just like, I had all those same feelings, right? And so what you find out is that, wow, you can actually write songs about those times, but you have the clarity to come up with an even more creative chord structure, or the words are more meaningful because it shows wisdom of looking back at that time rather than the misery of being in the middle of that time, right?
Yeah.
And so you get to share what it was like and what it's like now, and you can even bring a bit of humor to it, or the sadness is okay. So Anders Osborne does a great job of this, the echoes of my sins coming down. A lot of his songs are about recovery, send me a friend, right? And it's like, we hear that a lot. It's like, if you were able to do all these great things under the cloud of addiction, imagine how great it can be if you remove those things and give yourself a chance. So what we always say is, tell you what, try it for 90 days. And if you don't like it, you can have your pain back, right? And so one of those things is, I knew that I was like, I love to go to concerts, but I have to put that off for a little while. And I did for a little while, right? And then I was like, you know what? I should be able to do this. And it is just as much, if not more fun, because I am present. I see what's going on around me. And addiction can be it's a very selfish thing. And so that's why your friend who feels like she's enabling, the disease of addiction affects everyone around us, right? And so it's like, now that disease has made this woman feel like it's her fault in some way, or if she'd have done this or she'd have done that, and now the whole system feels broken. And that's what, when you get one person, when you can help one person find the light and change their way and make different choices, it affects hundreds of people in their orbit, not only the ones that are currently in their orbit, but the ones that they will meet along the way, because service begets service. Helping people begets helping people, right? And so that's what we try to do here. It's just like, look, if we can be of service to the industry, we can be of service to others, right? And so I like what you said, too, about Cape Cod and the culinary industry, because now we are branching out because there's a real nexus between the mental health challenges of those who work in the restaurant industry, celebrity chefs, those that are in Olympic sports and performance athletes, the isolation, the need to perform, the pressure that people are under. There are higher incidences of suicidal ideation, mental health challenges, trauma in the music industry, culinary arts, performing arts, sports, film, you name it, right? And so now this year we're starting to branch into those other areas. Chef Andrew Zimmern will be here this year. We have professional surfers here this year, and documentarians, and Imagine Entertainment will be here this year. So we are branching out into those other areas because there is a thread that runs through mental wellness, and it goes to a lot of our professions. And at the end of the day, it's about community, connection, and kindness, so that we can be more creative humans. And my life changed. My whole life changed when I had help, and I wanted the help, got the help. My life completely changed. I was kicked out of my house, kicked out of my firm. I was on the verge of bankruptcy, and now I get to enjoy this wonderful life, including talking to you guys today. And hopefully in some way one of your listeners hears this and says, you know what, I should probably go talk to somebody, or you know what, that's on them, not on me.
Or just come, or have them just come to the festival and just see that you can hear your favorite artist and remember it.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of our artists are in recovery. Some of them aren't, but it's just the people that come to Song Summit, be it on the artist side of things or in the audience, there is a vibe that is indescribable, but it's very tangible. And when you get here, you go, wow, this is way different. And when I hear that time and time again, I go, oh, that to me is the measure of success. ROI.
Keep going.
Return on impact. Return on impact, right? The money will hopefully one of these days catch itself. I tell people it's the most expensive job I've ever had, but in my mind, it's worth it, and sooner or later it will catch on. And I know that there's different cities and different venues now that have approached me saying, could you bring this Song Summit vibe to our event, to our town, et cetera? And I'm like, well, let me finish year 5 and we'll talk about it. But that is also a measure of just reward for me to go, wow, being of service. is very contagious. You know,
Jim, he's doing it. Just so you know, Ben, my dad is listening. My dad, the attorney, as Jim said earlier, he just texted me and said, "I'm so inspired by Ben. Maybe I can shift my 56 years of law and do this in Nashville like Ben." So you're inspiring attorneys to get out of the racket.
Well, Ben,
excellent. Well,
let me
tell your dad. Please read a new book called No More Tears. And one of the cases there against a certain pharmaceutical manufacturer was my baby, and that was my last 10 years of my career. And after that, it was like, you know what? I'm ready to move on. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's quite all right. And one of the things I want to point out, too, that often art is an exploration of darkness. And by the way, just to kind of let you know, Ben Anderson joins us this morning. Ben, I'm sober 31 years. And one of the things that I often tell people is that because art is an exploration of darkness, darkness is terrifying. So a lot of people actually use substances in the beginning to go there because they are scared, because finding the courage to go there sober is very, very difficult. What I often tell people, artists who are sobering up, is I love to say, I understand that it's scary, but don't ever forget, when you go into the darkness, sober knows the way out a whole lot better. And that's one of the most crucial things that people need to understand is that, yes, it doesn't take as much courage when you're gassed up to the nines to wander into a dark, dangerous place. There's a good chance, though, that you wake up and you realize you don't know how to get back home. Whereas when you enter into a dangerous space, which is where art is created and exists, and you walk in there under the courage of your own sobriety, you can go there and then figure out a way to get home because you've actually left a map for yourself. And in many ways, I feel like that's what this festival is doing. It's actually giving people a map saying, look at all this great work, look at all this good feeling. You can have just as good of a time. And I don't mean that from an up with people sort of way, because anybody that's heard Dawes' When My Time Comes knows that that's a song written from a very dark place. And there's a lot of great artists who are roiling around in here, including your friend Anders Osborne, who is terrific.
So good.
There's a lot of good stuff happening over here. And I hate to ask this question, what are you most looking forward to? Is there a particular performance at this upcoming festival that you were really gassed and jonesed about?
His own.
Yeah, I'll tell you. The opening night will have Dwayne Betts and Marcus King and Eric Krasno and a bunch of other great musicians. And I just know that there's going to be collaboration there with some guitar giants and legends in the making. That's going to be mind-blowing. I love LPGOB so much. She is the finale on Saturday night, and she's doing a Dead House set. And I got to meet her and hang out with her down at this festival, Viva El Gonzo in Mexico, which I have a house there, and so it's literally in our backyard. It's this beautiful festival. It's kind of centered around the band Goose, which is one of my favorite bands since Jerry died. It's the one I connect with the most since 1995. And so this festival, I got to meet her and see her, and her energy is just contagious. I love Goose. And they'll be the first band that's doing 2 sets. And we've had a lot of big bands, as you've seen from our past lineups, but can't get enough of them. But I got to tell you, Dawes, Taylor, and Griff are my homies. They're great people. And Eric Krasno, he's our creative director. Kraz is just amazing. I think what you're going to see is the Holly Bowling, who's one of the great pianists out there now. She's playing with Green Sky Bluegrass right after Dawes. Dwayne Betts used to play with Dawes. Dawes and Goose have played together a number of times. The guys in Goose love the Dawes guys. So what I'm most excited about are the collaborations that even I don't know are coming. I know there's a lot of talk behind the scenes, and I don't want to know what they are because I want to be as surprised as everyone else. But the collaborations are where, to me, that is sort of that Grateful Dead jam band jazz experience where they just get up there and they create art in real time that even they don't know what's about to happen. That's my jam. That is where it's like real musicianship and conversation going on. Most of these artists that I choose, that's what they get into. There's moments where it's just like before there, it was just air and space and birds and bees and things. When they get there in that moment, they've created something that is impacting the thousands of people. Depending on the room, maybe it's hundreds of people, but they're impacting people in that moment in a way that they didn't even know they were going to. To me, that is the magic of music and collaboration and love and connection. So it's the collaborations I think I'm looking most forward to. And this lineup, they all know each other. They've all either played with each other, recorded with each other, opened for one another. It was put together for a reason, right?
So
and when
cool.
people come, they will see the thread going through this, and it's about musicianship, collaboration, and connection. So
And
that's, I know that's not exactly probably what you wanted to hear, because there's not one thing I can say.
No, that's exactly what I wanted to
exactly.
hear. That's it right there. By the way, I got bad news, and it's bad news for us as well too. We're out of time, man. This
Man,
went
let's do this again sometime. Come to my house.
Yeah, we're coming over. Well, because what's so cool, but people need to understand, and by the way, please go to parkcitySongSummit.com to find out more. We'll post it. This is the kind of thing that I with work being busy and having a young child, it's like you have to pick and choose what you do. These are one of the things that I'd be like, okay, now that's something I would make space for, because it's so great. And I think the kind of pairing artists like you're doing, it's going to invite I would assume spontaneous creativity even on
Spontaneous
stage.
combustion. Sorry.
And spontaneous combustion. And real quick before we lose you, I'm just curious if you've seen, have you seen moments, this can be a quick answer, but like where you see the artist's life change, or maybe somebody it's like, oh my God, I wrote a song while I was there that I was inspired to release. I'm sure you've seen that happen, right?
Yes.
Cool.
After our event, John Craigie and Langhorne Slim got together and they toured. When we set the lineup for My Morning Jacket and Nathaniel Rateliff playing one night after the next, all of a sudden they announced a co-tour that they did. And then I'll say one of the nicest things, and of course I can't mention names, but one of the things that's the nicest is when I hear from people who are either at recovery centers or their therapists, or they are the actual artist camps themselves, that after Song Summit they went and got help, either from somebody in the audience or somebody that played on those stages, and they went and got help, and they're now 1 year, blah, 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 fill in the blank of treatment
awesome.
of one sort or another. To me, that's success. And if one person finds that help they need, then that's what we're trying to do, right?
Boom. Well, this is amazing. ParkCitySongSummit.com. Ben Anderson, we're launching a show next week called We Should Write, which is my show about the healing power of writing with equal parts absurdity and vulnerability. I would love to have you back to dive in on that sometime if you would have us. And I'm asking you on the air so that you can't say no.
So much fun. Are you kidding me? This is the journey right here. This is what makes this thing that I took on, this breath that you mentioned early on. This is what makes it worthwhile. Is moments like this, like how blessed am I? How filled with gratitude I am that I started my day with you two to be able to talk about this. So thank you. The honor's mine, and I will come on anytime you want me to.
Yay!
Thank you, sir. Ben Anderson, by the way. Well done, sir. Thank you very much.
So good. Well, how fun, man. That's right up our alley. Thank you, Ben. Have the best of days. I know you will. You've got that vibe.
Yeah, we're going to be back on the other side of this, speaking of music, country, and Western music news, because we like both kinds.
We like all kinds.
We'll be right back on hashtag RGR. Big thanks to Truck Down for making all this possible. Go to truckdown.com.
Gotta get up, truck down. Gotta get up, truck down.
Want to make your diesel engine cleaner and more efficient? Pittsburgh Power's Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can reduce your soot output by 60% and increase your thermal efficiency. Max Mileage keeps your engine and emission systems functioning at its best. Less soot means a longer engine and emission component life, drastically fewer regens, and better performance. Take the first step towards a cleaner, more efficient ride. Visit PittsburghPower.com and order your Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst today. Drive cleaner, drive smarter.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho.
Thank you.
What did you call me?
You heard her. You heard her.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Here, guys. Everybody out there on YouTube, let me get a big old round of applause for Lindsay Lawler.
Hey, girl. Hey.
What's going on, man?
Well, hi, guys. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys and girls, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay, let's go. I hope this is done right and well, because if so, this could be cool. But guys, there's a new Blake Shelton-led CBS reality show called The Road. Have you heard of this yet, Jim?
I have heard of this, by the way, and I think it's a great concept.
It's a great concept. It's either going to be great or, once again, you didn't get it right. I have to believe, because it's Blake Shelton, who's been on The Road, and his co-creator and executive producer is Taylor Sheridan. Did you realize that? Taylor Sheridan's behind that?
There's a lot of good stuff cooking in this, man, but go on.
Well, I'm surprised this is going to be on CBS, because to me, this would live better in a streaming and a Netflix where they can get a little grittier, but we'll see. Maybe they'll go there. So what's happening? It's officially got an air date now. That it's called The Road. It will premiere Sunday, October 19th. And so basically what happens, it's a concept. It's new television. The Road, it was announced as a headliner's journey to discover the next big artist, but not through auditions or demo tapes. The show will put competitors through trial by fire. So they say, at least. I hope they actually do it. So Keith Urban will serve as the season's big headliner. So these people will be competing to open up on the road for Keith Urban. 12 talented musicians will compete as his opening act through 7 mid-size venues in Texas, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. They'll have to win over locals in each area to secure their spot at the next town. So Gretchen Wilson will also star on the show. She's filling the role of road manager for the contestants. That's kind of fun. She did not audition for that spot, by the way. And Blake Shelton, like I said, is the creator. So, Jim, here's what's interesting. I mean, let's go here, because shows like American Idol, that's fine. I would never poo-poo how anybody makes it into the spotlight. American Idol created Kelly Clarkson, Carrie Underwood, all these people who were, launched into fame, and their whole world changed. That being said, those people did not rough it on the road. They say, I'm not going to take away from any experience that anybody had prior to that. Because definitely now on American Idol, more people have, and The Voice and whatever, more people have been doing it for a living, and then are tired, and they're like, okay, hopefully this can put some more life back into my career. But to make it quote unquote overnight and not have known what it's like to be on the road and to do the struggle, and I'm not jaded, I don't mean you don't know what it's like. I just mean genuinely, it's two completely different places. So this show is trying to, and I hope they do it well, Jim, show what it's like to be on the road, to have to win fans over, and then therefore earn your staying power. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, by the way. Let me kind of go back a couple of things that you unpacked that I wanted to kind of touch on. CBS, because I'm sure it's about Taylor Sheridan's deal with Paramount.
Sure.
And I'm willing to guess that's why it's CBS. And despite what people think, despite the fact that people live very much online and everybody talks about the newfangled technologies, man, you still got to make it on network television. That's where you make your biggest impact. That is where most of the action resides. It does, because of the Paramount streaming service, set up a really nice situation, Lindsay, where there might be outtakes that exist on the Paramount platform.
Oh, that's a good point.
That they can actually play over there so that people like you and I can enjoy it. I think it's a really groovy idea. And I'll tell you why. Did you know that Prince opened up for the Rolling Stones and got booed off the stage? Because one of the things that people don't realize, it don't matter how good you are, man. This is a tough racket, because those small town folks never get a chance to see Keith Urban come to them. And so it's going to be, can you capture people's attention and imagination when many of them are there not to see you, but to see Keith Urban?
That's a good point, because sometimes you're like, I don't need to get there for the opener. I'll wait for the main event.
Get off the stage. Or how about where you get that sense of the audience being like sitting on their hands and waiting for Keith Urban to get there. So you got about maybe 10 to 15 minutes to lock people in. You don't get a chance to win an audience over. You got to come out smoking and cooking and get that audience on your side instantly. It's a brutal road lesson.
to that point, Jim, I wonder when you're like, this has got to be an interesting thing. I don't know. They name some of the artists that are they're up and comers, whatever. I'm not sure what their genres are, but do you go up and if you know that Keith Urban's the guy, do you change your act because if they like Keith Urban? Well, do I tailor my act and my music to sound more like Keith Urban, or do you? I mean, I hope the answer is no, but that's also a walk the line. Hopefully, it's a chance to open people up to new music in a different genre. But Keith Urban fans are pretty hardcore, very hardcore rather, and he puts on. He's won Entertainer of the Year multiple times. He puts on a very engaging show, whether you like his music or not. So that will be interesting to see what kind of artists and acts they do. Are you trying to emulate Keith, or are you just being you, and therefore that's why it works?
You got to be you. You got to be you.
I agree,
You
but
got to be you. And
young artists may not know that yet.
The one place that they probably will have to take notes or at least get a sense of it almost instantly, there's no screwing around. There's no, like I said, there's no winning the audience over like gradually and then all of a sudden, oh, yeah, well, these guys are pretty good. It's got to be like, wow. You got to open up with
Boom.
you. It's got to be best foot forward opening song on the complete late 60s album. The way that late 60s and early 70s album always had one song at the beginning that just kicked the whole thing in the pants and got the thing rolling. You got to come out. I mean, you got to come out like
guns a-blazing.
Thomas Hearns against Marvin Hagler. You got to come out swinging to win. You got to come out and win this thing because it's a real competition, man. And that's what it is. You got to come out ready to fight and ready to get that audience and hold on to them for dear life because, man, Keith Urban is in the wings and people dig that dude.
Well, I'm excited to watch it too, and it's interesting that it doesn't seem to be that Blake. I mean, I'm sure he'll show up on the show, but I bet this is also Blake, with all due respect, being like, I'm getting older. What am I going to do now? I don't want to tour anymore. He's toured for a very, very long time. Not that he can't still do it, but he's probably, this is cool where he's using his expertise and putting it into a way that highlights sort of the hard work behind the road and probably also makes him a fortune. So good on him. So I'm interested to see where and when and if he will pop up here and there. But he's so funny and so lighthearted. And so to combine him with Taylor Sheridan, who's obviously brilliant and has such a track record, and then do something that's not only going to just give people a career, but give them people a career that hopefully will last. Because sometimes not a lot of staying power in the 15 minutes of American Idol. This might. I'm excited to watch it. So again, it will air at 9:30 on October 26th and November 2nd, following the NFL. It launches October 19th, and then it will do a doubleheader before returning to its usual time slot, a doubleheader after the NFL. So anyway, it'll be interesting. I can't wait to watch it. October 19th is the premiere. And we'll tell you more. I'm sure we will start breaking it down when that airs this fall.
They're betting the bank on it, by the way. If they're putting it up against after the NFL, they're betting the bank. They put the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side, man. They're going
hopefully not too much. Hopefully it's not one of those things where we over promised and under delivered. We'll see. Okay, this is I saw this back last month and I didn't talk about it, but I am going to talk about it now since he's speaking up. But Connor Smith, who's a country artist, this is so tragic. On June 8th, he was heading down to play CMA Fest. Connor Smith was here in Nashville, and he was driving his pickup through his hometown of Nashville back here to perform, and he tragically struck a 77-year-old woman named Dorothy Dobbins. She had been attempting to cross a crosswalk, and he struck her, and she was killed. And he remained at the scene, and immediately he tried his best to provide aid to her. Paramedics arrived. He did not leave the scene. She unfortunately later passed away. For the first time since that fatal accident, he's finally speaking out publicly. I can't imagine how tragic that would be. Now, there were no signs of driving under the influence. He was not distracted driving. He's not been charged for any of that. It was quite simply a terrible, tragic accident. So he just went on social media this week and he said, 4 weeks ago, I was involved in a tragic vehicle accident that resulted in the loss of a life. Not a day has gone by that I haven't grieved, prayed, and mourned for Mrs. Dobbins and her family. He goes on to say, his heart is broken, and he asked God for his to forgive him every single day. And he's chosen to step away from music for a bit. I mean, it's only been a month. We'll see how long that remains. But Jim, I bring it up because things happen in life, and it's such a reminder. Can you imagine? You're on your way to play CMA Fest, something that you've wanted and dreamed your entire life, and then this happens, and it changes your whole life and trajectory. It's such a reminder of presence and what to do. And I don't even know I mean, he's doing the best he can, I guess I'll say. I don't know full details. I do not know Connor or anyone in his party, but I know that they have done their best to, and his best to say, I'm stepping away from music for a moment. I'm praying for the family. I'm here for the family. I'm donating to the family. But that does not take away the fact that your mother, your grandmother is gone. I can't even imagine.
No, and let me say something here. This is something that a lot of our listeners and a lot of our friends out there can relate to. You know, we got our good friend Pond Skipper as well, who's actually been through this. A number of other people have been involved in what they call fatality accidents, where they did nothing wrong, straight up nothing wrong. But there's simply a fatality because of either the errors of judgment of others or because of just the way the world kind of unfolds as it happens. I think what he's done is incredibly courageous. I think that his owning up to what happened that day, his staying on the scene, there are just so many things that play through here that, while completely heartbreaking, and I don't normally say this, not good for you, but in some ways, I think what he has done here is a model for how people should handle this. Take the time to connect with the people who have been directly affected. Stay out of the media until you've kind of worked out whatever you're going to work out with them. And then, and only then, when you figure out the way forward, is when you should make some sort of public announcement. I think he's handled it perfectly. Perfection.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else he can do. It is what it is. It's very sad, but Connor Smith, I think they're organizing ways to support the family as well, so you can check them out, go onto social media. I guess I will leave it at that. And before I go into the next, I want to talk about a really cool, well, I say cool, it's hard to say in lieu of the tragedies in Texas.
It is really cool. It is really
George
cool
Strait,
what he's doing.
yeah, it's a neat thing that he's stepping up and doing. Before we go into the George Strait story and this benefit coming up, we've got Trucking with OOIDA, our good friends, our partners, the good people of OOIDA. Of course, do Trucking with OOIDA every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday around here. It's coming up today in just about 20 minutes. Jim, what are they talking about today?
Well, I mean, it's just going to be Ashley and Scott kind of breaking down the news of the week. There's a lot of stuff coming out of Washington, D.C. I don't know if you guys know this, but Jamie Jones and I just yesterday went on a Stay in Our Lane podcast and talked about the upcoming, the 9 big points that they're talking about in the administration's big release. And Ashley and Scott have got some other stuff they're cooking up with us on Trucking with OOIDA. That, of course, comes immediately after the show and is every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday for the time being. That will probably amp up as we ramp up our association with OOIDA. Can't wait for those guys to drop in and give the word of what's happening over there.
Amp up as we ramp up. OOIDA, Trucking with OOIDA, guys.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Good times.
Okay, so the devastation in Texas continues to come out. Actually, the latest update, Jim, reveals that at least 160 people are still unaccounted for. Let that land. 120 have been confirmed dead, and 160 more still missing. We know, unfortunately, what that probably means. Yeah, go ahead.
I just don't want people to give up complete hope.
No, you're right. You're right.
And I'm telling you, man, there were people that were turning up from Katrina like a week, 2 weeks later, because, man, when you lose your cell phone, when you lose everything and you're in the middle of the wilderness, you'd be amazed. But you're right. I mean, I don't want to get people too hopeful, but I mean, don't be surprised if 1 or 2 of those people actually turns up someplace, sometimes under the strangest of circumstances. So
yes.
We'll keep our prayers going, but you're right. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
Well, it's just the most devastating thing I've heard. And I have a friend, actually, personally, I know who lost her child. And I cannot get my head around it. That being said, 2 things can be true at once. That was horrible. Now, what do we do to move forward? And this is when country music is at its best. People come together and they're like, what do I need to do? I am there. Music in general, they step in. So, George Strait, the king of country, he's rallying friends and fellow musicians to step up and offer support here where it's needed most. So the legendary Texan announced that he's organizing Straight to the Heart. See what he did there? George Strait to the Heart. Did you get it? Because his last name is Strait, Jim. Wow. So what he did there was he put his name in it, and it's like, okay, you get it. Anyway, so Straight to the Heart, it's an intimate benefit dinner concert set to take place Sunday, July 27th. At Estancia at Thunder Valley Indoor Arena in Bourne, Texas, which is beautiful, Jim. Beautiful.
It is. I looked that up, by the way. It's gorgeous.
It's stunning. This very exclusive event. It'll host just about 1,000 guests. Tickets start at $1,000 to go, by the way. It's good. Make that money. Well, I assume it's going to have big auction. There's big sponsors behind it. It'll feature performances from George Strait himself, along with, of course, his Ace in the Hole band. Also, Wade Bowen, one of my favorite Texas country artists, Dean Dillon, Riley Green, Randy Houser, Jamie Johnson. The list goes on of all people being giving up their time, and of course, like without even thinking about it. And tickets and tables are available for purchase. Like I said, price points vary, but they begin at $1,000. There's also complimentary tickets that will be provided to local area first responders. Very cool. Additionally, donations will go to the 501c3 Vaqueros Del Mar Texas Flood Relief Fund and be distributed directly to impacted families, as well as trusted relief organizations already serving the Hill Country there. So anyone interested in purchasing a table or tickets for the Straight to the Heart event, you can check it out. You can email vaquerosdm@gmail.com or just Google Straight, as in George Strait, S-T-R-A-T, Straight to the Heart, and find out more. And also, Jim, besides that, so that's coming up end of July. If you want to be a part of that or make a donation, you can. Yes, it's expensive, but if you're wondering what to do with the $1,000 you got burning in your pocket, how about give it to a good cause and go see George Strait and all these greats perform? Also, on that note, Jim, Chris Stapleton and his wife Morgan, they've donated $1 million of their own money to support victims as well through their fund called Outlaw State of Kind. Love that name. And their donations are going to be split amongst, there's 4 different ones: the Community Foundation of Texas Hill Country, the Texas Search and Rescue, World Central Kitchen, and Miranda Lambert's Mutt Nation Foundation. I love that we're doing equal parts search and rescue, food, just supplies, as well as helping the animals out there as well. #balance.
It's really funny. There's a great quote from George Strait, one that he loves to say a lot, is life is not the breath you take, but the moment to take your breath away. And this is one of those moments that takes your breath away. That's a very neutral statement, and it's a great time to pause and reflect. And I would actually encourage people to go over to those efforts, because even if you can't attend and even if you don't have the $1,000, I'm sure they'll redirect you to places where you can help and can make a difference.
For sure.
That's a big deal.
$10 helps.
$10, it helps, by the way. Mm-hmm. It makes a big difference. And by the way, $10 is a plate of food for a first responder. Straight up. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Not
right.
at Chick-fil-A, by the way, because I stopped there on the way home and it is expensive now.
Yeah,
but
it's getting there, isn't it?
That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
So yes, way to go, country music, musicians all over. We're seeing, again, like I said, 2 things can be true at once. Yes, this is a tragedy, but also what do we do to all come together? And it's even, I mentioned to you earlier that I had a friend, and I hadn't seen this friend in a while, the woman I know who lost a child. We grew up together.
Inconceivable.
Went to junior high and high school together, also went to college together. She was my grand little in the sorority. And, I haven't spoken to her in years, but we were we were close at one point. And so actually her father was whom at least all my dad's cars to him forever. I remember growing up. And so, I just send a message and I'm like, this is, I don't expect to hear back from her, but, just messaged her on social media and was like, listen, I don't know what to say except that I'm thinking of you, and when the dust settles, I will still be here. And so I think it's a good reminder. People, it's kind of that same thing when we see a veteran. It's like, I hate to say thank you for your service because that's not enough for something you've done. Same with this. I hate to say I'm thinking about you, but I think the I'm thinking about you's times 1,000 add up and are very important,
It's so hard to kind of figure out what to say, and sometimes simply saying, I'm here. If you need me, I'm here.
Yeah.
Is the one thing you can say. I'm thinking about you is the same thing as saying, I'm here. And that's a response that is so tough because people don't know what to say. It's okay. I don't know what to say other than I love you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes that's
especially later. Like right now, there's a lot going on, especially 2-3 months from now when it's quiet.
Yeah.
So anyway, okay, shifting. I find this super interesting. So have you heard of Sam Williams? He's Hank Williams' grandson. I hadn't until yesterday.
I had heard of him, but I did not know until you sent me the thing about what he's up to. This is really groovy. Really
It's interesting. I hadn't heard. So Hank Williams Sr., the OG, honky tonkin', that guy. So his grandson, whose name Sam Williams, he's tapping into his roots. He's also a musician. This rising country singer, whose grandfather is the late Hank Williams, as I said, he just released last week the second installation of his trilogy titled Act 2, country star. So on Honky Tonkin', Hank Sr.'s one of his biggest songs, of course. It's the final track on the EP, and Sam Williams, he integrates an element of nostalgia as it features a snippet of his grandfather's 1948 song with him then taking his take on it. And the singer opened up about his choice to reimagine his grandfather's hit song. He said, in 2023, I released my reimagined version of I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry, also a Hank Williams also hit. He said, I think it's clear the emotional and empathetic nature I emulate that can remind a listener of my grandpa. But a lot of my silliness and humor, and especially my big dreams and the world I like to make in my music, I know I have roots from him, but I also have my own take on things. So Sam also added that he said, I felt it was time to have some ownership of my legacy in a way that is nostalgic but belongs to me. What a strange thing to be Hank Williams' grandson, one of the biggest country names of all time, one of the curators of country music, and to be able to stand out. And I think he's doing it. This may be one that breaks through, Jim, because he says it came naturally, but he did have some reservations about recording a song that fans associate with his family. Here's why. He said, my style and image is naturally very much contrasted from what the general public would think about Hank Williams Sr. Because Sam Williams, he came out as gay in 2022, and he says that people attack my sexuality and style a lot from the broader country music base. So, Jim, how do you balance Hank Williams Sr. and this old school, that was a Freudian, but a good one, country vibe, and then be like, but I am a gay man who dresses flamboyantly and runs around on stage and has this big presence, in contrast to Hank, who kind of just sang there quietly and strummed his guitar. It's an interesting mix, and I think it seems like he's leaning into it to do it with a really cool balance.
By the way, when you said, do you know who Sam Williams is? And I said, yes. And then when you sent me the stuff, I'm like, oh, Sam Williams. I'm like, wait a minute. He's Hank Sr.'s I was like, wait, what? I literally was like, what? That's why I couldn't reconcile who he was, what I knew about him, the little I knew about him, with the reality of that. I think you do it by going... the end of the day,
being you.
Well, being you is important in all this conversation, but I also think that you've got to figure out where your shared values are, in the sense that if you are, in fact, the nostalgia of a memory of somebody, but you've also kind of got to go back and find what it is about that person. And by the way, Hank Sr. is hard to admire on some levels.
Yes, correct.
But what do you admire about him? What do you admire? And there is a stick-to-itness. There's a brutal stick-to-itness of Williams. And as we talked about, sometimes the booze does it, but there is a certain level of what I call monumental courage. Man, the early pioneers of rock and roll and country and Western music, the courage of those human beings, the brutal lives that they led to kind of keep getting their music out, that stick-to-itness, maybe is something he can draw from, and maybe that's what he's tapping into. I think that's what it is. You bring yourself to whatever shared value you have with the artist from whom you descend, and see if you can make that connection happen. That's my shot.
Yeah, no, and he says, I think you're right. He says the best thing that I can do is remind people who I am, that I come from something great, but I am also building something grand. I love that. He says it was a fun way to make a country honky tonk kind of record, but with a more melodic hip hop tone. Thank you. My love language is here. He said, I'm just really happy in that space. And what I think is cool that he says, I was just really scared that I could mess up something that's sacred. And he said, I'd also like to think that my grandfather, who died, by the way, in 1953, Hank Sr. died in 1953, he said, I'd like to think that he would be proud of the person I am today. And I think that's all that it means. He's paying homage while also keeping true to what interests him and lights him up. The fact that he's got honky tonk mixed with melodic hip hop, those are my love languages. So I cannot wait to support this album.
Well, that's the big thing. It's about crossing those borders. It's about not so much violating boundaries, but crossing borders and figuring out where the kind of, and we say it all the time, connective tissue is. And at the end of the day, it's a bad reference, but I always said all you have to do is hear the Gourds cover of Gin and Juice to realize they're people who have a lot more in common than they ever could possibly imagine. And I hope he finds that connection. I hope it works. Rooting for him.
I hope it works too. His final, just a little note. I liked this quote. He said, "I'd like for my grandfather to tell me that he's proud of me. I think that's the most natural thing to say to somebody." You would think so, but by the way, not always. But remember that, guys. He says, "You seek that from your parents and the people you look up to. And coming from a family that I didn't get to meet and everybody seems to know or feel like they know, that approval would be so validating." So think about that. He never knew his grandfather, but that's in him. He never knew his grandfather that everybody else thinks they know. And he's like, now I want to honor that, but also do it in my own way. I just think it's a big thing. You can find Act 2 Country Star is out now. Go download it, stream it, add it to your playlists. This is a guy doing cool things in the world, and I'm excited to support him. I'd like to go see a live show, more importantly, so I'm going to be checking that out. Finally, on this day in country and western music history, as you noted earlier, Jimmy Mack, in 1946. Let's see, how old does that make her? I can't do math quick.
Oh, it makes her 79.
Linda Ronstadt is 79?
Yeah.
I've been cheated. She was born in Tucson, Arizona. She has won 11 Grammy Awards and 2 Academy of Country Music Awards. Linda Ronstadt has collaborated with many country artists, including both Graham Parsons, Dolly Parton, of course. Her very first country #1 was in 1975 with her version of the Everly Brothers hit, "When Will I Be Loved?" One of my favorite songs to sing downtown in Nashville or anywhere, quite frankly. So happy birthday to the Queen, still alive and kicking. I wonder if she performs anymore, Jim. I haven't looked that up.
I don't know. Actually, I didn't. It was one of the things I didn't look up. I was so busy kind of listening to her songs this morning after you told me that I didn't bother to look up, in fact, is she, in fact, still performing. But she's one of the great crossover artists of all time. She lives in every genre.
Yeah.
All kinds, both kinds, Linda Ronstadt.
I'm just looking real quick. I want to see, is she, before we wrap up here. Coming up next, I'll remind you, Trucking with OOIDA, OOIDA. They're going to dive into what happened, what's happening now. Let's see, do we have tour? No, there's no tour thing on her page, but there is a beautiful picture of her from when she was young. Oh, it's hot. Yeah, girl. Okay. Happy birthday to one of the queens, one of the best. I would like to do Stop Dragging My Heart.
And
that was her and
Stevie
Tom
Nicks.
Petty, right? Oh, that's Stevie. Oh, what's the one with Linda and Tom Petty?
Oh, yeah. No, that's Stevie Nicks. Isn't
it? No, she's asking what song did Linda Ronstadt do with Tom Petty, and I can't think of it right now, by the way, guys. If you guys can jump
Maybe I'm
into the
confused.
chat.
Yeah.
Maybe
Jump
you
in the chat, but let me
I
know.
have a quote from her. You want to hear a quote from her?
Let's hear it and end on that, please.
Okay. The thing you have to be prepared for is that other people don't always dream your dream.
Oh, God. I
What?
need to tattoo that on my forehead. That's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Jimmy Mack, I'm Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Dre, Madison with the T. It has been our honor and our privilege to hang out with you today. Join us back tomorrow morning. Jimmy Mack hopping on with you at 7 a.m. and I will be here at 9 a.m. as well. We'll keep the wheels rolling even if they do come off. Jimmy Mack, tell everyone to get home safe.
Check your casing, check your tires.
Experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the highway in Kentucky to the stage in Hollywood, we speak with a truck driver about his journey to America's Got Talent.
Plus, emergency orders in Texas, FMCSA's potential new leader has a date with Congress, and more on this brand new edition of Trucking with OOIDA.
Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. Thanks for joining us today. Ashley, we got an exciting thing coming up here in a little bit.
We do. I hope we don't get too starstruck here, but we have a contestant that was recently on America's Got Talent, Bill Taylor.
A truck driver.
A truck driver at that, which is really cool. And we're going to talk with him in a few minutes.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this, of course, but if you have not seen his performance, and
look it up.
There's been one
Please.
performance on the show, and the first time I heard it, and I'll maybe we can talk to him about this too. The first time I heard it, I was like, whoa.
Immediate, wow.
Whoa, this guy's got something.
This guy's got it.
And he's up there with his band. His father's part of the band. We'll talk about that. Really looking forward to it, though.
Yeah.
I think, you see these folks on these talent shows, or I guess it's a talent show. Talent show. You see them on these talent shows, and you can kind of see like a path sometimes with some of them, and you think, oh man, this person could be
this
going.
This is the beginning of something big.
Something big, yeah.
For
And
sure.
that's what this definitely feels like. So really looking forward to talking
Very excited.
with him about that. We got a lot to talk about with him. So Bill Taylor will be coming up later in the show. Before we do that, Ashley, we should probably handle some business here, and that usually means news. We've been following, as we've talked about, the flooding in Texas, central Texas, for quite a few days now. And we're still keeping track of that situation down there. More than 100 people have been killed. Many more are still missing. So the tragedy continues to unfold there. We spoke with OIDA board member Danny Schnautz earlier this week about how he and his company are helping with relief efforts, and they're far from alone. And there has been now an FMCSA disaster declaration issued for more than 20 counties in Texas. And for motor carriers, that means the suspension of regulatory requirements for commercial vehicles through August 4th. Truckers providing direct assistance to those efforts, those flooding efforts from regulations, include hours of service requirements, truck inspections, maintenance, and truck parking rules. Danny did mention yesterday that his people were working under that declaration, and it's clear from all the reports that we're seeing down there and what we're hearing as well that those folks are going to need all the help they can get over the coming days, weeks, and probably even months as well. So if you're in a position to help, it would be much appreciated for sure.
Yeah. Initiative I want to talk about, the Texas Hold'em initiative. More than 1,000 CDLs have been canceled as a part of this since 2008, when Laredo Sector Border Patrol launched the Texas Hold'em initiative. This essentially uses existing laws to revoke a license of any person who is convicted of felony smuggling transportation charges while operating a tractor trailer. 1,053 cancellations have happened. 848 of those have been due to human smuggling and 205 to narcotic smuggling cases. Like I said, this launched in June of 2008. It's a joint effort between the Texas Department of Public Safety and the United States Border Patrol.
Yeah, interesting to see that how that
Those
plays out
numbers,
as well.
yeah.
Those numbers are unfortunately very high. But truck drivers too. We've talked about this before, but in terms of trafficking, truck drivers really can be the eyes and ears out there for
sure.
if you see something, definitely reach out to authorities, and say something, and you could be helping someone out of a very unfortunate and bad situation for sure. A quick one here for our friends who live and work in Wyoming. The Teton Pass and State Highway 22 is back open more than a year after a mudslide caused extensive damage in the area there. We reported on the time of that happening, and that was a bad situation. It's back open now, and actually back open better than it was before. Wyoming DOT officials say the existing Snake River Bridge has been replaced with a 4-lane bridge, and the intersection of state highways 22 and 390 have been reconstructed to improve traffic flow there. They've also got a new pedestrian underpass and 4 wildlife crossings. Crews apparently still have a little bit of work to do on some other projects there in that area, and they've got some lane closures this week due to that work. But again, the good news here is that big stretch of roadway is back open, which is good news for, again, anybody moving through there, and good news moving forward as well.
All I heard you say was Snake River?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? No.
I don't know if there's any snakes in there. We should ask someone from Wyoming. Let us know.
Judging by the name.
Or it could just snake. I mean, it could be a river that just snakes around quite a bit,
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with that.
All right.
All right.
There you go. If it makes you feel better.
story out of Maryland. Multiple trucks have been damaged in what's believed to be an arson attempt at a trucking company there. According to a local news station, the Maryland Fire Marshal's office is investigating. This happened at Murphy's Transport in Ridgely, Maryland. Estimated damages are coming in at $100,000. So that's, of course, under investigation, and they are looking for any information.
I don't know if you remember a few years ago, there was a gentleman who had a beef with a carrier
Yeah.
who was lighting trailers on fire.
Yeah, like several of them, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's gone to trial. I actually would like to
Yeah, we
look
should
that
look
up.
that up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do remember that story.
Yeah, that's a memorable one for sure. And they
Yep.
caught the person they think is responsible. So who knows what's going on with this new situation, but an interesting one nonetheless. Pennsylvania Turnpike, two words that probably make quite a few people, I don't know, not feel great. However, if you do travel the Pennsylvania Turnpike, it is about to get a bit more expensive. The Turnpike Commission there approving a 4% toll rate increase starting in January. Although this is an increase, officials are saying this is actually the lowest rate increase since 2014. Not
I
sure
love how
that's
they're
gonna,
like, what can we say that's positive?
Yeah, I'm not
And-
sure it's going to take the sting out of another increase, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. Looking into the EV truck world, construction has begun on a new heavy-duty truck charging facility in California. This new depot is at the Port of Oakland and is part of Watt EV's plan for establishing a zero-emission freight corridor from the Bay Area to Sacramento, Nevada, and beyond. This is the 6th charging facility in the state there. This will be able to apparently charge 25 medium and heavy-duty electric trucks at the same time in 30 minutes or less.
Okay.
Which is interesting because I'm like, I can't charge my iPhone in less than 30 minutes, but
That is a good
we'll see
point.
how it goes.
Yeah.
I guess Watt EV has a goal of 12,000 heavy-duty electric trucks on California roads by 2030 and 100 truck charging stations in operation by 2035.
Yeah, pretty ambitious there. And I just
Mhm.
saw, too, that the Port Newark is adding a few new direct current fast chargers as well, obviously to deal with zero-emission drayage trucks that are in that area. So they are popping up here and there and everywhere, and I assume we'll continue to do that as the market kind of demands it. Looking ahead now, Ashley, real quick to the rest of this week. Looks like it's going to be a pretty busy one.
Yeah.
We've got Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, going to testify in front of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee on Wednesday. This is going to be his first appearance, actually, before the committee, so a lot of topics there to discuss for sure. Also, congratulations, I suppose, in order for the Secretary as well. Recently named the Interim Administrator of NASA.
As if he wasn't busy enough.
Yeah, well, yeah. And this apparently is going to be for a short period of time. They've got a number of people kind of moving out of that position. So he's doing so in an acting capacity. Not sure for how long this will be, but probably only for a short period of time. But that is interesting as well.
Yeah.
And then Secretary Duffy, while he's there on Capitol Hill, Derek Bars, who is a nominee for FMCSA Administrator, is going to be there as well. He's got a confirmation hearing on Wednesday. So we're going to be covering those. Also, something else going on this week, Ashley?
Yeah, you want to be on your best behavior. I mean, all the time, but especially this week.
Yeah.
Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance's Safe Driver Week happening. It started this weekend, goes until the 19th, happening in the U.S., Canada, Mexico. They're, of course, looking out for, reckless driving, distracted, speeding, impaired. So definitely be on your best behavior. This
Mind
week.
your P's and Q's for
Exactly.
sure. That is happening right now. Looking to the more immediate future, we're going to take a quick break here, Ashley. But after we come back, Bill Taylor, America's Got Talent, truck driver, musician, singer, songwriter. Looking forward to that conversation up next on Trucking with OIDA.
Hello. Do you want to introduce us, please?
Yes, sir. My name's Bill Taylor, and this is my band, the Appalachian Heathens.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Our next guest has been described as having an authentic American sound that got a standing ovation after his and his band's performance on America's Got Talent. Bill Taylor joins us. Bill, how you doing?
I'm doing lovely. How are you all?
I am
We
good.
are great.
Very excited to talk to you.
Yes, indeed.
Awesome. Me too.
Now, you and your band recently auditioned for America's Got Talent. Your audition on YouTube, titled Truck Driver Bill Taylor Pours His Heart into Knockin' on Heaven's Door by Bob Dylan, has racked up 1.9 million views in 2 weeks. We, of course, want to talk about your trucking career, but I want to start with your singing career. I'm curious, how did that start and when did that start?
Yeah, so I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and you know, in our church house there was plenty of instruments. You know, you had your drums, your guitars, all that good stuff. So I started singing at an early age. My dad was not a pastor, an evangelist, and you know, that just got my love for music. But you know, me and my father, we started going to like restaurants, bars, anywhere that would have us. I'd say about 7 years ago. We were just doing covers starting out and, you know, making a little extra money on the side. And it started, you know, the more I did it, the more comfortable I got with it. I told Dad, I was like, you know, I would like to maybe, you know, try my hand in this, because I went to a concert about 3 years ago, and it's from a little name you might know called Tyler Childers. Yep. And I was in the front row, and I sat and watched that man just had thousands of people in the palm of his hand. I was like, that has got to be an awesome feeling. And you know, I started talking to him. I was like, I want to start writing my own music, seeing what I can do with it. I didn't know if I could or not, but you know, people said they liked the way I sound, so I said, let's give it a try. And you know, we started the Appalachian Heathens almost 3 years now, and it's just, you know, it's just grew from there. We've just been grinding, going anywhere that anybody would have us, starting out for a long time, you know, just trying to get our name out. Luckily, I decided to do some TikToks, and I started just hollering in the woods, doing acapellas, to a lot of covers, and you know, it caught wind. I noticed it started getting popular for me. I do it with a guitar, and I might get a few views, but I go out there and holler as loud as I could, and thousands and thousands would drag out. I was like, well, they must like that pretty good. So one of their recruiters saw one of my TikToks, and she reached out to me and said, you know, would you be even interested in going to Hollywood? I didn't think nothing of it. I was like, yeah, sure. That'd be pretty cool. And about a week and a half later, she's like, well, they want you in Hollywood. I was like, all right.
Did you think someone was like playing a joke on you or something when you got that person reaching out to you? I think my initial instinct would be like, hey, is this for real?
Yeah, well, when she wrote me on TikTok, I mean, you get messages a lot of times, crazy stuff, and I was like, I doubt it. But I just wrote her on there. I was like, hey, yeah, cool, here's my number and stuff. And then when she called me and started telling me, I was like, wow, this is for real.
Wow.
And still, even at that point, I was just like, yeah, you know, it'd be cool. Either way, no big deal. And then when she asked me to go to Hollywood, I was like, okay, yeah, this is happening.
How long ago was that they first reached out to you?
Man, I want to say last year. The end of last year.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So this process has been going on for a while, right? Because the first episode with you in it aired not that long ago, right?
A couple weeks ago.
Right. They take care of you real good, and they'll get you out there a few months prior. So you know how all the editing,
yeah,
get everything together. The hardest part for me of all of it is, you know, once you get out there and you know, you get in front of the judges and stuff like that, you do good. Like, they don't give you an exact like, yeah, you're coming back. So I didn't know that it was even going to be aired until the week before.
Oh, wow.
And that's what everybody was asking me. It's like, when you get on? I was like, I'd love to be able to tell you that.
I have no idea.
I was like, I don't know. Like, it wasn't me trying to swindle people. It was legit. But they give me the go-ahead to let people know a week beforehand. And, you know, we got a pretty good little audience to come to one of our local spots, the Bell Theater, and we all watched it together on a big screen. It was a pretty surreal moment for me.
Yeah, I mean, and your performance, and we played a little bit here off the top of the, you know, before we talked to you. I mean, it's incredible. Yeah. I mean, it really is. Anybody listening to it, you know, it's moving, and you got great reactions from the judges and the audience. In the moment, you must have realized, like, hey, we've done something here. This is, we're doing all right. We're on the right track. That must have felt really good.
Well, three things. One, the crowd, the way they popped for us, that was deafening, and it was so cool. Then Mel B had been really, really strict this season. Like she wants talent on a talent show, and I feel that's where she's coming from. And when she acted the way she did, I mean, she's been in music her whole life. And then when Simon was just like, when he stood up and was clapping, I was like, yeah, man.
He's the tough one, right?
Yeah.
He's the tough one to crack, right?
Yeah, and like I was like, yeah, I think we did something right here. So,
wow.
I don't want to sound cocky at all because we're humbled from it, and I'm just tickled that I was able to get in front of that many people to show off what we got in one session versus the thousands of places we've played. So it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
How nervous were you? I mean, I assume you get there. There's probably some waiting until you get out onto the stage. How nerve-wracking was that?
So it was like every day that I was there. You do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but just the weight of you might go on at this time. Well, scheduling didn't work out, so you got to go on at a later time, which was no big deal. But yeah, man, you get. I would get myself psyched out, and then thought, no, well, we've got to push you back. I'm like, well, that's cool. But it wasn't that bad until I was finally right there on the side of the stage, and we were waiting those few minutes before we come out. Well, I was getting tore up. So when we go out there, I know it don't really show it in the on the show. They're great at making me look good. I was nervous. God, I was nervous.
You really couldn't tell.
I was shaking like a leaf on a tree, man. I was nervous as all get out.
Did it? Yeah.
But for me, once I start singing, that goes away. It's always been that way.
Did it help too? Your father was on the stage, standing right next to you, and they introduced him as well before you played. And you've got other people, up there with you as well. I imagine that helped a little bit too, because obviously your father, you trust him, and you know what he's capable of, and everybody else in the band there. Having you all together must have helped a little bit, at least with the nerves, I would assume.
Oh, absolutely. Having my family up there with me and just supporting me and being with me from day one, especially my dad, always believing in what we do and stuff, and just saying we've got it regardless of if we think so or not, we're going to kill it, it helps by far, but absolutely. But compared to me trying to be up there by myself, yeah, it was awesome.
And talk to me about who is in your band.
So we got my daddy, he plays the guitar, Robert Taylor. My best buddy, Joe Cox, he's my drummer. Anna Blanton, she's on the fiddle. Charlie Blanton, he's on the stand-up bass.
And when did you guys all come together and create the band?
How'd you find each
other? And the
other?
name. I want to know where you got the name.
Yeah.
Okay, so the original has been changed so much. We've been through a few people, but it originally started with me and a buddy named Derek Emery, and he decided to leave about a year ago. But our core people are me, Joe, and my dad. And then Charlie and Anna have come into the fold in the past year, and 10 times better. We've added another guy on that just did a show with us in Lexington last weekend. That was his first show. He's our steel player. His name's Chad Light. We got the name of the band. It was just me and my buddy Derek just sitting there talking around about what we wanted, and I'd come up with the Appalachian Heathens, and he looked at me. He said, "We need to put the R on the heathen." And I said, "You think so?" He said, "Well, when you ever gonna get your ass whooped by your mama? Did she say heathen or did she say heathen?" I said, "Yeah, we said. Well, we pronounce it heathen." He said, "So it needs to be in there." I said, "Well, let's do it."
I noticed that R in there, and I thought, was that a mistake? I mean, obviously it's not. So that explains it, right? That's interesting.
Yeah. I've had to make some shirts as of late that's got the R in big red letters. You'll see it. I guarantee it. It's got the R a lot bigger than all the other letters, and on the back of the shirt it says, because that's how Mama said it. So might help a few more folks.
Hey, Bill, you helped settle another debate. Ashley and I, actually, I think a week or two ago, we were talking about Appalachia.
I would say I'm from the East Coast, so I say Appalachian. But yeah, I'm sure this is a word that is debated for sure.
Yeah. So it's you said Appalachian, I think, right? Is that?
Yeah, that's how we've always said it.
Yeah.
But other people pronounce it other ways, right? I mean, I've heard it multiple ways.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not really a wrong way.
No. We just there's just several ways to say it.
Appalachian,
Well,
I've heard
it's
too.
just if you're around where I'm at, if you say Appalachia, you might get a weird look.
For sure.
But you're absolutely right, man. I say a million words that probably ain't the right way.
I love it though, and it's funny too because a heathen, right, is kind of a rude person. I think kind of someone who's not real refined. You are super polite. I mean, I can't imagine any of your bandmates are heathen like either, but it's a fun thing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, heathen. If you look it up, I think it's just something like godless too, and we're very religious. It's just one of those things. That's what you're called when you're being mean as a kid. That's what I call my kids, bunch of heathens. That's, it's been around as long as I can remember, and it was for Derek as well. So it just stuck, and now it's grown a new thing. People's put it on their skin for good. You've got people that call themselves part of the Heathen Army, and it's pretty cool.
How many kids do you have?
I have two. I have a little grown boy.
Nice.
They must be. I imagine they were pretty excited to find out their dad was going to be on national TV.
You'd think so. I think they've saw me play on these stages so much they don't comprehend really at this point like how big it actually was, because I had this conversation with them like, yeah, Daddy's on TV. My girl looked right at me. She's like, well, that's cool, man.
Good for you.
Way to humble you.
Yeah.
She's like, that's cool, Daddy. I was like, hey, thanks. Yeah, thanks for bringing me right back down, old girl.
Well, they're going to get to see more of you. They'll get another shot, right? I mean, you got more episodes coming up. Or can you talk about it? Yeah.
Should be on the lives is all I can say. The lives is what will be next after the the pre-recorded of the judges finding people. That'll be a little bit later. I can't really say much about it yet.
Yeah.
But everybody just keep an eye out for it. Be ready to vote, and holler at your boy when you do vote. That'd be pretty good. We need as many as we can.
Yeah.
You said it's been a little while since you filmed that. When did you go to Hollywood and do that first audition?
If you can talk about it. We don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, no.
I'll be honest with you, I don't really know if I can or not.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine.
Contracts were involved, and I'm not a very smart fella.
No, we do not. We do not want to get you in trouble.
No, we do not want to get you in trouble at all.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
Were you a fan of the show before? Like, had you watched it a lot? Or?
Yeah, and I've always been a fan of the singers. Like old boy last year that won doing the Journey song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that was cool. Yeah, it's kind of weird to think that it's 20 years old, considering that I remember season 1.
Time flies.
So I'm 35, and it don't feel real old, but my kids always let me know how old I am. They didn't know what a landline. They were crazy about it when I was telling them about a landline. It was like, what?
What? You mean it had to plug into the wall?
Yeah, you got something. I told them, I said, wait till I get to explain to you how our internet works.
Or what life was like before.
Before it, yeah.
Before you could Google everything. Yeah.
Hey, simple and better times. But for an artist, I thank God for the internet.
Well, yeah, because you think about that 30 years ago, someone like yourself, the road to where you are now would have been a lot different. I imagine it would have been harder in a lot of ways. But this really opens up so many opportunities for you, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, back then you had a lot more grinding. You had people willing to, for me having kids, it would have been really hard for me to want to, go out for months at a time just trying to get a name going in anywhere that would have me to sing. So the internet helps with that a lot.
Real quick, Bill, because I think we're going to have to take a quick break, but I wanted to ask you something before. Again, we played, your performance on the show, Knocking on Heaven's Door. You could have chosen any number of songs, especially with your voice and the talent of your band. How did you land on that particular song? What made it say to you, hey, we got to do this thing?
You always want to try and find something that is unique with your voice, and then I wanted to find something that there was something that kind of that like a take you to church kind of moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that song has been sung. My dad sung that song as long as I can remember. So it's one of those special ones. I've always loved Bob Dylan. I've always loved GNR's version of the song.
Yeah.
So when we got to put, a little bit of those songs together with the hey, hey and all that, I thought it was a good choice. I had the option to go with an original, and maybe later this season, who knows what happens, we might get to.
Yeah.
We might throw that one in there. But I think it was a good choice. I wanted to pick something too that would be familiar to people. And I think ultimately it was a pretty good choice.
You said earlier, you were watching, I can't remember who it was, but they had the crowd kind of in the palm of their hand. And, if you go watch your performance, the same thing.
Yeah, you definitely had the crowd, for sure.
Yeah, they were. I mean, the reaction shots of the crowd when you saw the people in the crowd, I mean, some people were like, almost like they were stunned. Yeah, like, the voice that was coming out of you. It was really cool.
It was really cool. Bill, we got to take a short break, but we will be right back after this.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Welcome back. Truck driver Bill Taylor still on the line with us, talking about his recent audition on America's Got Talent. Bill, I want to talk about the reactions from the judges. I wrote down a few quotes of what they said after your performance. Howie said a great American sound. Simon
I
said,
love this one. Yeah.
described it as musical Levi's. What was going through your head when you heard him say that? I've never heard him say that.
Yeah. I love
Just
it.
that I needed to make a sticker as soon as possible.
Yes.
Musical Levi's.
Musical Levi's.
Yeah, put that on a shirt. Absolutely.
That's a good idea.
Hey, we've already got one where it's like a back pocket of a Levi jean that says that's like embroidered our name in it.
Love
That
it.
is smart.
Now some of the things they said, man, I was just kind of in awe. To be honest, that's the best words. I was just in awe because you expect critique, and maybe down the road I might get some, but I feel like we, with the Mel saying she feels like we're a tight, well-rehearsed band, that's 110%. She hit it on the money. We want to be perfect. We don't want to, even if it's a mess up that only us as musicians is going to hear, we don't even want to do that. Like, we want it to be as best as it can because we're entertainers.
How did it feel? A few of them said that, it was so American. It was so authentic. How did that feel?
I felt good because I'm from the Appalachians, and all we've ever played is, like bluegrass, folk, country type stuff. We like to tell stories in our originals. And for them to say that, it just means we're on the right track. I think that they liked that we were, it was just the full band. There was no tracks. We was just playing our heart out. And that's what I want to be considered. I want to be considered as American as possible.
Yeah.
And Mel B, she said she's so excited for you guys. Sophia said this is the kind of stuff that deserves to be on this stage.
Wow, what a great voice. Howie.
A great voice and a great American sound.
Yeah. That was like musical Levi's. It was just so American and so authentic. I loved it. Genuinely loved that. Your voice is fantastic.
I think, you know what, that was really unexpected.
Thank you, man.
You're all really good at what you do. I can see you're a very tight, well-rehearsed band. And I'm just really excited for you guys. Very excited for you guys.
I'm very excited too because I think you guys made the best decision to come to AGT. The whole thing was perfect. This is the kind of stuff that deserves to be on this stage.
Okay, right, we're going to vote.
Hearing that must have been a boost for the band.
And that's what's great about that show, too, is that you've got people from all walks of life. You've got musicians. They've got, people who are doing things with fire and whatnot. It's really a cool experience. Was there another performance or a performer, that you were watching from the sidelines and you thought, man, that's really cool? Something maybe different or...
Oh, yeah, man. I've always been a big fan of magicians. I've never even tried to look it up of how they do stuff, but just
that is impressive.
The sleight of hand they do making stuff appear. Me, as like I said, I'm 35. My inner child comes out like, how are they doing what they're doing right now? They've had a few dancers already on there. Those guys with skates, freaking flying in the air. There was one woman had something attached to her hair. Flying around up in there. I said, man, that's too cool right there. That's exactly what it's talent, dude. It's extreme talent.
We're not going to see you right now.
Another one I really liked was the light show.
Yeah.
The ones that the guys and gals that are dressed up all in lights and just create a whole artistic performance with their bodies is pretty awesome.
I know you can't tell us what you're doing next, but you're not going to be on a unicycle or,
swinging by your hair.
Yeah.
By your beard. You have a great beard, by the way.
I might be trying to juggle one hand strum a guitar. You never know.
I'd like to see that.
Was that the biggest crowd you've ever played for?
At this moment, yes, ma'am. It was.
But you're expecting more, I think, from the exposure you got in here.
Well, I sure hope so.
Yeah.
I want to stay humble. I don't want to exceed any kind of expectations. So whatever comes of it, I'll take it gladly. It'd be awesome. My thing, and even like I said on there, is if I could make a living singing and providing for my family, I would be completely okay with that.
I noticed on the YouTube audition, I don't know if you've gone through the comments. Usually I would say avoid the comment section, but your comment section was
unanimous.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And a lot of people said that they liked that they liked that you just want to provide for your family and do what you love.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there was, I think, almost 1,000 comments. I did not see a single negative one on YouTube, which is quite shocking for a video, I'm sure.
Have you gone through the comments?
Well, not really on YouTube. I need to get on there. I'm bad for just staying on Facebook. Like, I'll throw stuff on other sites, but dude, after I post like once or twice, it starts getting old. There's so many sites to look at, and Facebook has got over 10 million right now, and that's kind of where I've just been keeping it. And comments have been pretty good on there too. There's a few, you're gonna have your naysayers, but hey, any comment's better than no comment.
Yeah. No bad publicity, no such thing as bad publicity or something like that.
That's right.
You talked about providing for your family, and I think we should underline the fact that while you're going through this, while you're on national TV, kind of gaining a bigger following, you're still working as a truck driver. In fact, you're on the job right now, and I know you're in between A and B, but what's that been like, trying to balance those two things? And is your company, are they cool with everything that's going on?
Yes, sir. Like you said, I'm on the road right now just praying to God I keep service with you all. Yeah, man, what's been awesome about it is my boss has been just the best over there. Like, I remember when I first got the call, I was so nervous to even tell him because I've been with this company since November, and it's been great from that first day with them. But, you never know what's going to happen if I say, hey, man, I'm going to have to be gone a week. I'm going to have to be gone 2 weeks, and it not be my vacation. And, the first time was, I think, 4 or 5 days, and he was absolutely cool with it. He and I quote said, there's no way I would want to stop you from trying to live something that's your dream. So
that's great.
That was big. Wow. And then once, everything went good, I started talking to him, I'd let them know as soon as I knew something because I know I'll be out there a lot more. And what did he think about that? And once again, like, you let me know when it is. We'll get somebody in your truck. We'll do what we got to do. You just give me the time frame. So could not ask for a better boss. I really couldn't.
How long you been driving?
I've been driving about 3 years. I started in, I think I got my CDLs in 2021.
Okay.
2022 at the beginning of the year, and I've not stopped ever since.
And you enjoy it, it sounds like.
I love it. Oh, I love it. Wasn't too big about OTR. I did that for almost a year, and found me a local job. Only thing that stunk about that local job is it didn't really pay too good, but I stuck it out until I found these guys. Now I'm getting home every night.
Nice.
Getting to lay down in my own bed every single night. So it's just, it's the best job I could ever want as far as trucking.
Did driving OTR, did it keep you away from, obviously, from family, but also from the music as well?
Yes, sir. You're going out. For me, it was 5 days a week. I know that's chump change to some of these drivers out here that I respect, tenfold. But for me, man, with my kids still real little, especially my daughter calling, crying, wanting me to come home, just stunk, dude. And once you did get home, you ain't got time to go play. You want to spend all your time with your family.
Yeah.
And a lot of those gigs, kids can't be there. So, of course, I'm always going to pick my family over anything.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So.
And I think it was Simon who asked about, if you had a regular job. So you got to talk a little bit about that. I thought it was interesting that they did kind of focus on you being a truck driver, even in like the YouTube audition title, calling you that. What was, talk to me more about that.
I don't know what their catch at it was. I think they're just proud of, drivers in general. And I think they should be. Without us truck drivers, you're not going to get nothing. The country shuts down if we're not moving. Mm-hmm. And I think they respect that. I know a lot of people do understand the sacrifice truckers make being gone all the time. It's a good paying job, but that pay's got a price. and that's a lot of less time being home. And I think that they just respect that. Yeah.
I'll just say too, I think it's refreshing to have that have that said on national television, because I do think a lot of people obviously appreciate everything that truck drivers are doing out there to keep store shelves stocked and keep America moving, but to have that message out there from this national TV show, I think really makes a difference too, and hopefully it'll make people appreciate the profession even more. Maybe people who haven't thought about it before.
Yeah, I think it's great, man. I mean, a lot of people know what we do, but if they don't, I'd appreciate. I know that a lot of people, they get mad at truckers on the road and stuff, but I try to, even when I'm in my car, I try to teach my family, they need over any little thing like that. Like, they might be having a hard day. They're on their 9th hour that day on a, 10, 11 day go at it, and their feet just let them respect them. You know what I mean? Just respect the trucks on the road. Appreciate what they do for you.
And what is it you haul?
So I take mobile homes. I haul mobile homes out of Tennessee, and I'll go either north or south.
So you're not far from home, too far from home, at any point.
No, every now and again, like I said, you get to be home. It's very rare. Since I've been here, I may have done 4 overnight, so it's rare that you're out overnight. But yeah, I'm in the Carolinas a lot. I'll go up towards Ohio and Michigan, places like that. But yeah, today, like I'm doing 2 runs from Tennessee to Kentucky, and I'm on my 2nd one right now.
Now, I'm curious, you've mentioned your family a lot. What was your wife's reaction to all of this?
Yeah.
Just a lot of crying and a lot of I told you so's.
Wait, the good kind of I told you so's?
Oh, a lot of I told you so's from her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, man, can you believe this? Like, I tore up. She's like, yeah, honey. I've told you this from over and over. You can do it. She's my biggest supporter for sure.
That's awesome.
That's great. Simon asked you too, I think and I'm paraphrasing, but asked you, what the big dream is. And I think you said something about it'd be good to, see your band's name up in lights or something to that effect. I guess I could ask you the same question. What is the big dream here kind of moving forward now that you've, I feel like, kicked a door open or, at least opened a door a little bit, because it looks like you could be on a path towards something much bigger. What is the big dream?
Yeah, so I mean, again, if I get offered a big deal, I'm not going to pass it up.
Yeah.
But if I could get, my name out enough to be able to take me and my band members on the road and make a living doing something that we dream of doing, not considering it a job whatsoever, that would be enough for me. Like, I don't have to be big time. Everybody knows my name all the time musician. I don't care about that. Again, I'll take it. I'll take it real quick, but I don't really care. Like, as long as I can provide for my family, I'm happy.
That's got to feel like more of a possibility now than it did just a few weeks ago, I would imagine.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's been a whirlwind, to say the least, brother. It's been a whirlwind on people reaching out to my 2 guys that look after me. And it's been nothing but positive. We never had a merch store up till about a week ago. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Tell us a little bit about that. What can people find there, and where can they go if they want to check out that stuff?
I'm glad you asked. Go to BillTaylorMusic.com. You can see what our tour dates are. There's going to be a lot more of them coming up, just the ones that we got so far. You can see, bios, videos, all of our, social media links. And there is a big button on there that says store. So if you want to purchase some kind of Bill Taylor or the Appalachian Heathens merch, it's right there. And we'll be glad to take care of you.
Musical Levi's.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Are there albums and stuff on there too that people can, go or download from wherever if they want to check out your music?
Yeah. If they want to check it out, it's on there. We've got an EP and we've got 3 singles at the moment up on anywhere you stream music. Spotify is my choice, but anywhere you stream, And I'm also working on an album right now that we're hoping to get out at the end of this year.
Nice.
What helps the most for a band like yours in terms of like, you know, getting a better foothold? Is it people going to the merch store and picking up a shirt? Is it people buying the music? Like what helps you the most, I suppose, you know, at the place you're in right now?
Okay, so for us, buying merch when you coming to a show, one is just crazy because if like last week we sold out our first show ever that we headlined. That sold, you know, more merch than we'd ever sold in our life. But it also put out there, hey, this band just sold this popular venue out. So both of those are huge. Coming and supporting, which is number one in my book. Buying the merch. And then if you're going to stream music, if you do it like Apple or iTunes, where you can actually buy the music, that helps us digitally more than anywhere else. Because not saying no names, because I appreciate all of them. They're streaming my music, but anywhere where you can get it like a monthly deal and you just download it for free, we do get a percentage, but it's low.
Yeah,
extremely low. So when you buy our music, it's directly supporting your favorite bands.
Yeah.
Now, I know we've asked you a lot about, you know, what you thought of things and how you felt. What did your bandmates feel? What was their experience like?
I think it's just everybody's still trying to pinch themselves and wake up because it's not anything that we've ever done. Like this last venue, I'd be lying if I said that AGT wasn't a big helper in getting that name out. Man, they're just in disbelief, but just as proud as I am. I'm big on like doubting myself and telling people I'm not worthy of this. So thank you. And they always got especially Joe. He's my best friend, like a brother to me. And he'll hit me, man. He's like, you got to quit talking like that, buddy. He said, you deserve this. We deserve this. He said, we're going to the moon, baby.
Yeah, you are. I mean, you are. Anybody that listens to you and your band perform, you know, they can't say that you haven't earned this and you're not worthy, because it's very clear from the first time I heard you sing, the first note that came out of your mouth, I was like, damn,
wow.
this guy's got something, you know? So
I
yeah,
appreciate
definitely, you know, take those compliments and you've definitely earned them. You know, as we kind of close things out here, Bill, and really we appreciate your time because we know you're busy and you got a lot of stuff going on, but any message out there that you'd like to convey to, you know, our listeners, whether it be about trucking or about music or what have you, anything you might want to say to them here as we kind of say goodbye to you?
Just all the respect into the world to my sisters and brothers that are out here rolling 18 wheels. It's not an easy job, and I know it first and foremost. I'm proud of you. I respect you, and give it hell. For music, anybody that's starting out that wants to do it, just do it. Have confidence in yourself and just see what happens. And don't be too upset when you get the door cut and you're the only one there playing for yourself. So just keep those dreams alive. If you got that dream, just go for it, man, because that moment on that stage was a big one where I felt like, man, I feel like we've done something huge here. So yeah, keep your dreams alive.
Yeah, you
grind and put out as much content as you possibly can.
Good advice.
Yeah, you got at least two new fans over here for sure. We're going to check out that shop too. BillTaylorMusic.com is the place to go.
Yes. Bill, like Scott said, we really appreciate your time, and we'll definitely be following your journey
and rooting you on.
Hey, thank you all. It was an honor to be on here. When my manager told me about it, I was like, yeah, throw me on, big dog. I'd like to talk to them people.
That's awesome. We appreciate it.
We do appreciate it very much. Thank you so much.
All right, we've got to take a short break, but Trucking with OOIDA will continue right after this.
Allen & Company and Big Al will be at the I-80 Truckers Jamboree. See you there.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OID. Ashley, how great was Bill Taylor?
Oh my gosh.
Really enjoyed
First
that.
off, I could have talked to that guy for his accent alone was amazing.
Yeah.
But just like, gosh, the heart behind what he does, and you can just tell he's so passionate about it, and he's so excited.
And he's so, good.
Yeah, he is very, bearing the lead there. But no, he's very good.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to seeing how far he goes.
Mhm.
You could sense that obviously he was there, so he knows more than he's telling us, and things have been filmed already. But I get the sense, just from hearing him sing that he's going to be going.
He's
going to
be going for a while. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So if you like that conversation and would like to support Bill,
check out his
and
website.
his band, the Appalachian Heathens.
Heathens.
I think it's Heathens. Yeah. The
R.
The accent's a little different. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But if you want to support them, BillTaylorMusic.com is the website. Obviously, America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
Will continue on. They've got a voting situation that you can vote in.
We'll definitely be keeping tabs on our buddy Bill.
Yeah, and we'll
I definitely
hopefully
want to know how it goes.
Have him back on the show. We were kind of joking a little bit, but when he starts
we
playing
would
Madison Square Garden in these huge arenas or something, don't forget us.
Exactly.
Don't forget about us. So
I
looking
think
forward to
that would
that.
be good.
Yeah,
I'm
he's going
curious,
places.
Scott, if you were to be on America's Got Talent, what
God.
would be your talent?
Is having no talent a talent? I don't know.
I don't know.
What about you? I don't know how to even answer that. The thought of being on a stage with like that many eyeballs on me, not just in the audience, but at home with the cameras, like I don't think I would. You would think that because I'm speaking now and like I kind of do this.
And you've been
that,
on TV.
Yeah, but it's a different thing. There's not like a studio audience.
Yeah, I wouldn't like the studio audience. It never bothered me being on TV, but having an audience, wouldn't like that.
Yeah,
that would stress me out.
Also to my discredit, I guess, I don't have anywhere near the amount of talent that Bill Taylor and his his bandmates have either. So
I've never heard you sing, so maybe.
I wish I
could sing, but
no one's going to
can't.
pay me to sing. But
Wow.
I think what he said though too, it was interesting that the nerves, those butterflies, are just like they feel like they're.
But he seemed so chill, so calm.
Yeah.
But I that's what I always think.
Once you start like doing what you are there to do, the instinct kicks in, the muscle memory, and obviously
just kind of go with it.
Super talented. So. I don't have a talent to be on. There's a reason I'm not on America's Got Talent.
And you're sitting here.
And apparently you too. Apparently there's a reason you're not on America's Got Talent.
Here we are.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We'll keep everybody updated too, and we will pull him back on the show if and when.
Yeah, definitely.
He
no matter what, the guy's going places.
He is going places, and he is places. And go to the website and check out where he is. He's playing with his band. I know they've got some. I looked at it. They've got some tour dates in Tennessee, Kentucky, I believe. Nice. So they're around if you want to go listen to them.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashley, we talked about this coming week. It's going to be a busy one. We're going to be covering all of these things. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy on the Hill. We've got Derek Bars, FMCSA administrator nominee, also appearing before Congress as well. CVSA Operation Safe Driver Week underway. We've also got a couple other things in the works, and you've got an interesting conversation coming up.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Talking to Wyoming DOT, everyone loves a superload,
Gotta love a superload, yeah.
Unless you're behind it.
That is true, yes.
But
All
Wyoming
about perspective,
DOT is trying to avoid that by getting the message out. But no, they just did one over 1 million pounds. They moved a transformer, I believe it was. So yeah, talking
Optimus
to Wyoming
Prime?
DOT. Yeah, exactly.
No, different kind of transformer. Okay.
But yeah, talking about that, the logistics of that, I find just fascinating. So they did one. They've got a couple more coming up this summer. So we're going to learn some more about that.
Just the amount of planning that has to go
Is
into
unreal.
it. I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking months and months of
Mhm.
advanced planning to make sure that
They're going on the right.
They're-
and
yeah.
just how slow they're going.
they're not knocking out telephone poles and, whatever
going
else
over
is in the
bridges
way.
that are going to crumble.
Yeah, it really is fascinating.
It is.
So, yeah, we'll look forward to that, the Wyoming DOT. There's the other one in Oregon, too, that is going on throughout the summer, like 31 superloads.
Which
I think
is
they're
crazy.
Yeah, I
So
really,
much, yeah.
really love to hear about all of that as well. We're going to talk to Marty Ellis, the driver of the OIDA tour
Yeah.
truck as well. He just went to the Walcott
Yeah.
Truckers Jamboree at the Iowa 80.
It was an eventful event.
I was going to say, it sounds like they had some weather
Some
issues
weather
there,
things, yeah.
tornado warnings and whatnot.
Kept it interesting.
Kept it interesting. Always good to talk to Marty. We'll also pick his brain about what people are talking about
Yeah,
out there.
curious, yeah.
So it's always good to talk to Marty. So a lot more show for the rest of the week.
It's en route.
Coming up. We
Yeah.
are in progress there. So we will talk to you again soon on Trucking with OIDA. We thank you for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.